What a day. Straight around up, everybody. We got Billy Alex here, Mr. 930, Crypto. How's it going? Faces, the podcast. Serious vibes today. We got Riz here. Man, I got to go back and listen to that podcast again and take notes. There were so many one-liners that Elise dropped that were absolute gems. I was so impressed with how articulate and thoughtful she was with her conversation. Riz, again, kudos. I mean, crushing it as usual. Very thoughtful discussion. Super impressed with just her wherewithal and how she answered questions in her story. And obviously a female trader, I think celebrating that in our space is a thing, man. It really is. Uh-oh. Where did Riz go? Says he's a listener. I'm trying to get him back on. Riz, how's it going, brother?
I'm good, thank you, bro. How are you doing?
Man, the podcast was amazing. I thought it was extremely thoughtful. Listening to ICT earlier, somehow I was like a little bit in my feelings over that whole thing. Just all the things he was saying. I think Elise was just she had so much depth in her answers and be what you need. Like, just says it as a matter of fact. Like, what's your advice? And she just like rattles it off. Be what you need. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really deep. And yeah, there were so many things that were said in the discussion, bro. What were your thoughts like afterwards? What's your takeaway?
No, I thought it was really good. It was really interesting. It was quite an interesting few days, from posting like the thumbnails and titles. And, funnily enough, this one in particular, my editor put the thumbnail and the title and said, bro, trust me, this will work. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't know what he meant properly. I knew that he meant like in terms of gaining traction. I was like, cool. But yeah, what he meant was like pissing off like just weak-minded men who can't handle a woman being a trader or a woman trying to do something. And it reflects in the comments on this video before the episode. Now they should be more positive, I bet. But before the episode dropped, it reflected also in when I did an episode with Tory Trades, like a mini one in Miami. And then when I did an episode with Jessica from Funding Talent, especially Jessica's episode, which I can understand people being annoyed at her as a person in terms of being in charge of Funding Talent. But yeah, the comments are it just shows such insecurity, such weakness in these guys who are trying to be traders, and they expect that they're going to be winning traders or that they're going to be successful traders, and they're going to call themselves alpha males and all this BS. It's the craziest thing. So yeah, like that was happening a few days before we dropped, and I was like, wow, like this is crazy. It just shocks me because I never have those thoughts myself, and I didn't think it's a thing. And people are trying to be like, oh, you're trying to be woke, and I'm like, what does woke even mean? When I was growing up, woke meant that you were like a conspiracy theorist or something, but apparently that changed over recent years. I don't know what it means now. People are trying to be like, oh, you're trying to do gender controversy, and I was like, I'm not trying to do anything. Like, my editor said it. I'm not trying to do anything. Like, this is just a title. It's just a statement. That's all. But yeah, then obviously I already knew that because obviously I was there myself, of course, and then knowing Elise as well, doing the interview, and then being around her very briefly there in Miami just because I was busy. But knowing the knowledge she has, the journey she's had, the value she has, and yeah, I already knew that, there's so much value in the episode. And just by being able to, obviously I recorded this back in May. So we're talking May, June, July, August, like 4 months ago now. But so getting to rewatch it as well was incredible. And then, as you said, like I was in and out of ICT spaces earlier, which was interesting. Really phenomenal speaker. When I say on the pods that I've never watched or really gone into ICT concepts myself or watched any of his content, it's the truth. So recently, when he was on your space, I believe it was last week, right? And then when he was doing his space today, this is the first time I've really actually listened to any, one, it was live and direct, but first time I've ever actually listened to him speak. And this is just, yes, there were some moments which I'll touch on in a minute, but yeah, you can tell the depth of knowledge and experience and wisdom in terms of life as well that he holds. And then it was interesting when I came in at one point and he was talking about the Sam KB episode, not referencing it directly, but saying these guys coming on podcast talking shit, da da da, and I was like, oh shit, damn. Luckily I've been unblocked now. But yeah, I was like, oh shit. And then he actually ended up watching this episode, which was phenomenal. And he shared the link, which I think is incredible for the exact reason I just said before, in terms of these weak men and these men who are not even consistent, giving their opinions and stupid opinions at that. But then you have someone who's at the top of the game who doesn't even need to watch my channel, especially my channel anyway, especially because of the past couple of past guests I've had on. But yeah, he still turned up, he still watched it, and he still supported it. And he supports, anyone being a trader. It doesn't matter male, female. These labels don't matter. And this is what we said in the market. This is what Elise really said on the episode, which is, the market does not discriminate. It doesn't matter how old or young you are. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter your background. It doesn't matter your religion. It doesn't matter anything. The market doesn't care. All the market cares about is your skill set and your discipline. That's it. And anyone can have that, right? And this is why anyone can be a trader, but not everyone should be a trader. So reflecting back to those people and their comments, they shouldn't be traders because they can't even control themselves, right? They can't even control their impulses to not put hateful comments on or just stupid comments on a post, And as it goes back to what we said before, right? I see, Kitt, we said, we talked about, people not having that emotional control. If a post, a podcast, a title, a tweet, whatever, if these things can really get to you that much, that causes you to become hateful or negative or aggressive or whatever, how are you ever going to control yourself in the market? It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, But yeah, it was a phenomenal episode. And it was just sort of the cherry on top, if you will, the icing to the cake to have, ICT support it, especially after our recent history. So, I'm really happy for Elise because it shows really, because again, with me, it's not a reflection on me. I don't want people to think, ICT supported it. Oh, that's great for Riz. It's really great for Elise because all I do is ask questions, right? Yes, my name's on the channel and on the stuff, but I just ask questions, right? The value that he would have watched would have been from what Elise is saying, right? So it's really a great representation of her and what she's done in terms of value and her journey, because I can't imagine her journey. See, when I started trading, I was just a kid. I was messing around. I was, just trying anything and everything. And yeah, I had a passion for trading, but I wasn't taking it seriously. Her journey, she had 2 jobs, single mom, and she was studying at the same time while trying to trade, So not studying trade.
And taking care of a mom who was
there
sick.
You go.
Let's not forget
there
that. That I mean, I get my feels a little bit here, bro, because I mean, the insurmountable difficulties that people face within trading and within their personal life, yet they still show up and take it on. And I got so much respect and admiration for folks that do that, man. I mean, trading's the hardest thing in the world, man. And I mean, being a female in a male dominant space, having the little dick energy all over the place, talking shit on females and you're a whore just because that's what the fucking dumb people want to say, it's then you're dealing with a sick mom, then you're working 2 jobs, then you're having a baby. And I mean, to say, we got 99 problems in life and trading ain't one, she's just stepping up. And I mean, to me, that's just beautiful, man. She's been on a few times and she definitely gets, an opportunity to speak each and every time she comes on if she wants. I'd like to hear from a few other females. If you guys are interested, I'm Boss Lady. I think you can identify with Elise in so many ways. And I'd love for you to step up. And if you wanted to, I get it. You might be busy, you might be juggling, doing other things. But I mean, it's there, it's available if you'd like. But man, respect and admiration for a fellow trader for defeating what could appear to be insurmountable odds, and just how it makes her so strong. Again, like the witty one-liners, it's not a lot of podcasts that I've really listened to that I wish I would have had a pencil and a paper, and I wish I was taking notes, because she just had so many great responses instantly towards each and every one of your questions. I thought it was great, man. Like, I mean, lots of love and respect to her. The mentor throwing out the retweet, that's awesome. His space was deep, to say the least. And yeah, man. I mean, that's all I got. I want to bring in a few folks, bring in the community. If you'd like to come up here and speak, I kindly request that you follow the page and the journey. So yeah, let's bring up Billy Selix quickly.
Evening or afternoon for you, lot.
How's what was your thoughts on the pod with Riz and Elise?
It was brilliant. The minute she said, "Oh yeah, 10 million in funding," I was like, "What?" I was like, "You go, girl." I don't really know who she is, and yeah, very, very knowledgeable. Obviously, everything you said, like managing a few jobs, the kids, and then looking after mum. It's just inspirational, even for a man. Like, it's irrelevant who you are, where you come from. What a great job. And same, I resonate with you. I wish I took notes. I'm going to have to play it back. Yeah, it's brilliant. I was trying to I didn't quite catch the first 5-10 minutes. I was juggling dinner, kids, everything. But yeah, I was still listening to it all the way through. And yeah, it's brilliant. Really, really good. I was quite impressed. I absolutely knew not much about her at all, and it was very, very sort of inspirational to me. But when I was listening, and I was like thinking to myself, if she can do it, what excuses has everyone else got? Like, that's kind of how I look at it. It's a hard journey, but man, that woman, brilliant, really brilliant. I was really impressed.
As was I. Wow.
I personally think,
Space with ICT, words of wisdom. What do you got?
I was going to say, I was having this thought, I think it was yesterday, or even today maybe, but I was having this thought about, having female traders on a podcast, and I truly believe there is a gap in the market right now for anyone to take. Well, I say anyone, but any female trader to take. If you feel you can do the podcasting side of things, you should become a host of a podcast. Not just for female traders, but highlighting female traders. I think that should be done. I am happy to have as many female traders on the podcast as possible, for sure. They're more than welcome. Anyone is always welcome. I just struggle to get them. And I think it's because maybe because of all this negativity we see from the guys in the industry, right? And I don't blame them now that I've seen it firsthand, So I believe there's a gap there where a female trader should host one. And I think it would do incredibly well. I really do. And, in this day and age, I could probably slap on a wig and do it myself, but I don't think that would work out too well. It might scar some people. It might scar some eyes and stuff, and my wife might be a little worried at that. But I feel like someone should. No, honestly, I feel like any female trader who believes they can do it, or maybe is holding themselves back right now from doing it, just do it, because you will be the first, and I think you will grow massively. And if you need any help in doing it, any advice, feel free to let me know. I'll do all that I can, because I think there's a huge gap there, and I think it will be a safer, not safer, but like I feel people would be more comfortable, because the audience would probably be more female driven as well, which would then I would say that the males who then do follow it, because they will be more positive rather than the negative side, right? Because they'll be choosing to. Obviously, there's still always negativity, so you can't avoid it. But in terms of how it would be, I would say so. But yeah, if anyone is listening and thinks they are up for that, I would say do it. Don't hold yourself back, because there's a huge gap there right now. No one's doing it, right?
I totally agree with you. When my wife was going for driving lessons, she wouldn't go with a bloke, and that sounds stupid, but it's kind of how women are. Like, and she ended up going with a woman instructor and passed the blah blah blah. This was years back, but it's exactly the same thing. If a woman was to host a podcast thing, more women would feel comfortable going to talk to a woman. I do genuinely believe that's a thing.
That's it. Yeah, I think so. So I think anyone out there, if you've thought about it, had the idea of it, or even if you haven't thought about it, but you've always wanted to get into content creation, or you want to try something new, I think that's definitely something to do. Podcasts are popping up everywhere now, and like I said, any help I can be to help you be like unique and have the quality and the impact, then just let me know. But yeah, it's a huge niche. That would be a huge niche. And I think it would do well. And I think it's needed, like I said, because I feel like there's a lot more, as I said on the podcast, I hadn't come across many female traders on Instagram, because I only joined Twitter about a year ago today, like this month. Only when I came over to Twitter did I come across so much more, which is amazing to see. It's incredible. And not only just traders, but people who are mentors, people who are content creators, etc. So it's incredible to see. And therefore, I think there's definitely a huge audience there, who really, would love to have that representation. That's something we talked about. Representation is so important. Forgetting like the gender side of things, having someone who, let's say, comes from like an immigrant background, having someone who may be 18 years old doing something, or better yet, someone who's 50 years old doing something, the representation allows other people to believe it's possible because they're in that same situation. So because of that lack of representation on that side of things, there's a huge gap there. And it goes back to one of the reels that I put out, I believe, yesterday, in regards to what will fix this industry. And it's more real people, more real people putting themselves out there. At the end of the day, I know a lot of people don't like social content creation stuff in terms of like the negative side, and they don't care about followers. And you shouldn't care about followers in that sense. For me, and I believe Kitt will probably agree as well, is followers are a representation or a metric for value provided, right? That's all it should be. But I feel like for us to fix this industry and have better people, better quality people, better trustable people, and people with true values, they need to be able to put themselves forward and get involved with the content creation and get involved with the community and be active in the community. And they will build a personal brand off the back of it, which is a benefit. The way the world is going, having a personal brand of some kind is a benefit, right? It can help you massively. You can do so much with it, so much positive stuff with it. You could obviously turn negative, that some people have done in the past, no doubt. But if you stay true to yourself and your values, you can do so much positive with a personal brand as well. And it's built off the back of real value, real value, real helping other people and impact. And that's what matters most. And that's what we're lacking. I think what I say we're lacking, if you compare it to 4 years ago or 5 years ago, we've come a very long way. There's people like Kitt. I look what this trader roundup, I would never have, seen this, years ago. I would have wished for something like this. I would have dreamed for something like this. And people who've been in the industry this long know that. And that's why they turn up to these things and they support it. While the newer people coming into the industry, they don't know how good they have it really, right? Because we didn't have the prop firms. We didn't have all this content available online. We didn't have, all this connectivity with all these traders worldwide. We didn't have people doing Kitt, like doing trader roundup or people hosting podcasts. We didn't have any of that, right? So now we're so lucky, but even then, we need more good people coming in just to really weed out and I would say flood those bad people. That's the only way, really, to just flood them, just literally have that many people of value that it's so hard for the people with no value to fake it because they can't, people will see through it, if that makes sense.
I couldn't agree more. And I think there's so much, and I think ICT touched on it in his space, there's so much toxicity within the trading space that just to be on the opposite end of that, to where you're trying to add and bring value and connect people versus, and you heard, we talked about it too, Riz. This industry is just full of wolves, and these wolves prey on and they feed off of, a flock. And there's so many new people that are coming into trading and they're really trying to sell them this lifestyle, and they're really trying to sell them this dream of, flipping an account in days and becoming a millionaire in weeks, and look what I can do and you can do it too. And I don't think there's enough proper messaging within the space. One thing Elise talked on that I thought was beautiful was mental health. Like, we've talked so much about emotions and being or not being an emotional trader versus performance and performance driven. And I mean, mental health, like dealing with a sick mom, coming from an immigrant family, having a baby, having 2 jobs. Like, I mean, yeah, mental health is going to be a thing. I mean, for most people, I mean, you could come from completely opposite that and still have your own mental issues and problems within the chart or within trying to trade. And whether you want to translate that into being emotional or this lack of performance, which is something we've talked quite a bit on in the last few spaces, mental health is a thing. Like, I mean, being able to just look at a weekly review, being able to stare at a chart, being able to project or see and have some form of trade plan and a bias and where you think price is going to go. You could be doing it for a long, long, long time and then turn around and, everything you think your bias is or the reviews in which you're providing for yourself could turn around and be dead wrong, right? And then you got to be like, wow, gulp. That was 3 hours of time wasted, right? Or folks that are trying to learn to trade and they follow some bullshit mentor who sold them some stupid ass course, and people pour themselves into it passionately looking for that way out. I mean, I know for one, years ago, I was studying fucking market moves and animal patterns, and I thought it was it. The guy who sold it to me I'm like, this guy's a fucking genius. And he's Captain Hindsight, right? Like, he knew where the price was going to go because he's looking to the left of the chart. And he's saying, well, it's obvious it's going to go here, here, and here. And then in market replay, oh my God, it went right there. Holy shit. How did I not see that MACD crossover and that crab pattern form into a horse and, then have some splooge come out on the way up? And I mean, yeah, it's just, to me, dealing with wolves, dealing with our own mental health as traders, trying to come together and talk about that. Something else Elise said I thought was beautiful was just be painfully transparent and painfully accountable. I don't know if she used the word painfully, but it was something about being super accountable. And I believe within this space and as a collective that's super uber extra important. Like, I mean, Riz, I've had a losing streak, man. Like, I'm applying new shit and I'm trying to like do all of these things and like I've been on a little losing streak, man. Like, I'm used to winning and I've been losing. And I mean, that fucking sucks, And then, all of these conversations and engaging with the community and talking with everyone else, people might somehow put me on some kind of pedestal or be like, oh my God, kid, I can't believe you mean you lose. It's like, fuck yes, I lose, man. Like, I lose. I look at these charts sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing, man? Like, I mean, I was back testing until my eyes turned cross yesterday. And I'm not kidding. I turn around and look at the charts today and it's like, what am I doing? And I'm just being real. Like, I don't know, man. I think being accountable, being transparent with yourself, and if you are going to stand on Front Street, doing it on Front Street. And I don't think that's easy. I don't think it's easy to be like, you know what? I lose, I fail. I blow accounts. I've lost money. Yeah, I've won money, but I lost money too, man. And losing sucks, especially if you got to stand up and do it in front of everybody, So talking about it, I think, is super important. I like this. I mean, I'd like to add to the conversation. I mean, the mental health piece, Riz, like, What are your thoughts on mental health? Not the emotional state of your heart racing and beating, but what if you're in the fucking gutter and everyone's looking at you and they're either laughing at you or they're waiting for you to be a savior?
It's interesting. Mental health is always going to obviously be an interesting topic and subject of discussion. And I was actually speaking to my wife today. We drove up to her parents' house. And that's normally where we speak the most in the car. We're trapped in the car. And yeah, so like we spoke about this actually, because I've been feeling it recently. I'll be honest, like since I had my second child, I've been feeling like super like down and it's not anxious either. It's like, I don't know, like depressive or something. I don't know, but it's this weird feeling, right? I don't want to like put a label on it. I'm not really a big fan of labels myself, but I've definitely been feeling off, not myself. And, I can feel it. And all I can put it down to is like, this additional weight on the shoulders, this change in the lifestyle for, even if it's just a short period of time, is allowing these dominating thoughts. That's where it boils back to for me. It's like allowing these dominating thoughts to dominate, to take over. Allowing these thoughts of, now you got, a whole year of your life you're going to be looking after and changing nappies and hearing and crying and, or then you can't do normal stuff or this or that. Allowing these thoughts to take over. Maybe that makes me a bad person. There are other thoughts that come in, like, you're just a bad person for thinking this way. This is your kid, And I'm like, I don't know. I just sit there and I just think, I'm just like, why are you doing this? Or why are you thinking this way? And then I have moments where I'm like the podcast dropping, or like, I just go and record something, or I have like an idea, and then, the thoughts and the feeling shifts because your dominating thoughts aren't dominating right now. You're taking control. You're going with some sort of flow, right? And we were talking about this. We were saying, why does this happen? And there's a couple reasons why I think we see what we see in terms of mental health, right? I think one very important distinction is back in the day. First, I said to my wife, like back in the day, we handled more and we were just stronger, right? But then we reflected. We went a little back and forth, and we reflected that no, what it was that it was more taboo. Like it was bad to talk about. It was negative to talk about your negative feelings. It was seen as a really bad thing in a lot of cultures and society as a whole to speak about your hardship and speak about your struggles. So you just bottled it up and kept going, regardless of what it was, whether you lost a kid during childbirth, or whether you lost your job, or the pressure of your job is really getting to you, or you're in a bad relationship. You were told, hey, don't talk about that. Hey, don't, go back to that. You just go back to that bad relationship, that toxic relationship. You go back there. You save face. You make sure the family honor or your reputation stays in line. You go back there. So therefore, people would be forced to handle more stuff. And to be fair to you, it wasn't that they didn't face mental health problems. They just faced them in silence, or they suppressed them. So maybe it didn't show up as mental health problems, but rather personality traits changed. So the way they were able to portray emotion changed. Yeah, they maybe lack empathy, right? Or they were more aggressive in their reactions to certain things, for example. The other point was that things are too easy now, right? Things are way too easy now for us. Like it's so easy for us to get our food, so easy for us to get our drinks, so easy for us to make connections, so easy for us to have stimulations that wouldn't be possible in the past. So easy for us to stay in contact with everyone, and get these dopamine hits from tweets, from texts, from Twitter, Instagram notifications, you name it, whatever it may be. Well, back in the day, you're talking about, having to send letters, If you could afford a postage stamp and you had that, you would have to send a letter, wait a few days for that to arrive to the person, and then again, wait a few days for that to arrive back. And that's if you're talking same country you're sending that letter to. If you're going abroad, you're taking weeks to get a response. Well, now we can literally click 2-3 buttons and be FaceTiming someone across the world. So things have changed. Things have changed, and it becomes too easy for us. So when even now the slightest bit of hardship feels 10 times stronger than it ever used to be. So therefore, and then now everything's on a stage. Everything's public now. Everything is, as ICT said earlier, it was very interesting. He did that space earlier. He said earlier, you shouldn't tell people how much you make. Why? Because now you've got a milestone, like you've made a marker on your journey, right? You said you made 10 grand this year. Now people are going to be, you have to make 10 grand again. Otherwise you're a failure. So everything's public now. Everything's, you say anything to anyone, they're waiting for your downfall. They're waiting to see what you do. And therefore that pressure isn't normal. Because again, when has this happened in human history before? Everything was, yes, in public. If for the public to know, you would have to go stand in the town hall right in front of everyone and shout, hey, I made this, or I'm going to do this, which wasn't really a thing that people did unless they were making an announcement about the town or whatever it may be, right? So times have changed, society has changed, and with that, there hasn't been any education on that. There hasn't been anyone saying, hey, let's navigate this in this way, or we should look and be careful of this. So instead, everyone has kind of just felt left feeling lost and alone, right? And therefore, some people struggle really badly internally with these battles and these struggles, and they're worried to speak to others about it in case they're judged, in case of anything else, and therefore they suffer in silence, while other people do say things. Right? And they may get help from some people, but they also get aggravation and judgment from others. And therefore, we find that ourselves where we are today with such high suicide rates and such strong mental health problems across the world and across our society on both sides of the spectrum. And it is sad. It's sad to see. And that's why, again, things like this, things like Trader Roundup, the work that you do. And I know I say it a lot. And every time we come onto a space like this, I always say it. But make sure everyone's following Kitt. Make sure everyone's showing appreciation for what Kitt is doing. Because I do a podcast, and yeah, that's great. And that does have some value to it. But that's just two people. What Kitt does is he sits there for 8 hours. He'll sit there for 5 hours, 4 hours. He will speak to almost 100 people, maybe more, with hundreds, if not thousands of people attending as well. That's a different ballgame, and he's navigating conversations across multiple people. He's navigating conversations from people from all different backgrounds from across the world, all at the same time, and that's a different skill set. And, this sort of conversation right here, it's a very powerful conversation, very powerful topic, and I'd love to hear other people's perspective on it as well. But yeah, my just 2 cents in terms of mental health. I don't know if that actually answered your question or not. I apologize if not.
No, it does, bro. I mean, just keeping it real. I mean, I think ICT touched on it as well. And I mean, I can tell you this platform, for me, even I'll say selfishly, it's a therapy. To say that it's group therapy, I've heard people compare it to AA. And, someone jump in my DMs and they're like, Kitt, do you realize that Trader Roundup is the exact same format as Alcoholics Anonymous? And I'm like, no, I didn't know that at all. But what I can say is that it's therapeutic. Mm-hmm. As difficult as it is sometimes to come up to be a speaker or to engage with, a host or the community or anyone else to talk about your story, it's liberating. And in this world, sometimes I think group therapy and having, being a trader and dealing with the long, arduous, dark, lonely road that it can be for folks, dealing with emotions, dealing with mental health, dealing with, the projections of what other people think they could or should be doing with their life. And they've gone down this path. I mean, I still, to this day, I can't meet someone and with a straight face, like, I can't tell them what I do. It's so hard, like, to be like, yeah, I speculate on futures, and to say that that I'm a trader. They're like, well, what's a trader? Is that like you're in the stock market? It's like, yeah, well, kind of, sort of. Like, yeah, there's like currencies and commodities, and like just trying to explain it to a layperson, to a bartender, to just a regular ass person trying to talk about what I do for 8, 10, 12, 15, 18 hours a day is sometimes, I think, a challenge. And being able to come here and know that everyone's picking up what's being put down mentally, emotionally, they get it. Like, I mean, people juggling, struggling, thriving, the journey has so many different ups and downs. And Riz, I mean, we've talked about it before, but like finding consistency and inconsistently, if the algorithmic environment that we operate in and those ups and downs aren't an inconsistency, I don't know what is. And having a rule set and a fixed mental approach to how you're going to govern your life off the charts to then translate that onto the charts, I mean, that's not what people talk about in the commercials that you see on YouTube between watching, your podcast or ICT or scrolling through Instagram or anything else, right? Like, so what people portray versus what really is, it's pretty different. I think it is. And having a space like this, it's just meant to be therapeutic, and it's meant to be an opportunity to talk about it, and with that, I'd like to talk about it. I'd like to bring in anybody that's interested. We have Roxy FX with Funded Trader. Am serious minded and straightforward. You got a speaker tag, brother, and I'd love to hear from you as well. We would.
Good evening.
How's it going, bud?
Good evening.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Mine isn't. I don't really have much to say, but mine is just kind of a question. I love the professionals to tell me how they keep their emotions intact when they are on a losing streak. That's what I really want to know. Because for the past 2 weeks now, I've actually bought about 2 profits, but I think I blew the both of them, and it kind of it makes you feel as if you're not making any success. So I would love those professionals to tell me, okay, how do you keep your emotions intact and stuff like that?
I'm not sure I caught what the question was.
I think it was in regards to losing streak. He said, how do people control their emotions during a losing streak? Yeah, that was.
Yeah, actually, that was what I asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to jump in as the mayor of that town.
No problem.
I think it's tough. When you're losing, I think you can have some doubt. You can have some fear. You can have some insecurity. And I think it's real important to try and dial back into your own consistency.
Okay. Because actually.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to mute you. Go ahead. Unmute again. Oops. My bad.
I've actually been on a losing streak for about the past 1 month. So I actually want the professionals to tell me, okay, how do they keep their emotions?
That microphone's struggling, man. This is microphone struggling.
Yeah, no, the audio is not optimal, my friend. Do me a favor, jump in my DMs and go ahead and text the question if you'd like.
Okay, can you hear me?
And not very clearly, my friend. Not very clearly.
Okay. I said my trading system has been on a losing streak for the past 1 month, and I actually want the professionals to tell me how do they keep their emotions intact, because it's like as if you are trying to make progress. I actually, once I lose, I actually go back and look at my trades. Okay, what did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong? I'll fix it up. But as if I'm not making any progress. So that's why I would love the professional to tell me, okay, how do you do it when you are on a losing streak? What do you do? How do you go about it?
Okay. I mean, we've talked about it a lot here, and I don't mind bringing it up again. Versus dealing with the emotions of losing, really try and jump into backtest and demo and practice and really try and rate your performance. So you have to detach from the charts and you have to focus on being performance driven. And I think personally being performance driven is going to be how are you not only as a trader. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Not only as a trader, but also as a son. Are you a father? Are you a husband? Are you a boyfriend? Where are you on your journey and how are you doing with it? And try and recalibrate that focus. If you are on a month-long losing streak, then stop trading, bro. Stop trading. Backtest, demo, practice, refine and define your model through at least 500 reps. take the 40 hours off of the charts to really disengage with these emotions. And while you're at it, Riz and I have talked about it on his space before. Focus on getting 1% better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are things that you can stop doing in your life that are going to help propel you as a trader? I mean, Riz brought it up. I loved his point. It wasn't so much of the things he could do, but all the things he wanted to stop doing that he knew was negative.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's my 2 cents. How would you, what advice would you give him?
I'd say, two major things I would say, more sort of the trading focused is, one, you have to be honest with yourself. A lot of people say that they're following their edge, and say that, oh, my edge is losing for a whole month or 2 months or 2 weeks. But if they were actually honest with themselves and they have actually journaled, as you said, and they've got that data, and they actually go and look at that data with a clear mind, what they'll majority of the time find is that they weren't actually being disciplined to their edge. They think they were, and they're telling themselves that they were, but they weren't actually, right? The whole time. They might have taken the first couple or handful of trades with the edge, and they were the losers. But after that, they were just doing, they went on till maybe not revenge traded, but they started changing little aspects, therefore changing the edge. So because of that lack of honesty, and maybe majority of the time being lazy and not actually collecting the data for their trades, so not journaling, so then they can't actually review anything in the first place, that's where they find themselves. The second point is then understanding as well, has the market conditions changed, right? The edge that you may have been using for the last 2 months, was the market ranging within the same range, right? Was it still trading within the same range? And we've now expanded outside of that range. And if so, with that has come volatility. And does that edge now need to be either adapted or changed to fit this price action that's in front of you now, right? Sometimes a lot of people develop an edge that works in a ranging conditions, right? But they haven't thought about, okay, does the same edge apply in the exact same way in very high volume and volatility, right? And a lot of the time it doesn't. Some things need to adjust. Maybe it's the take profit, maybe it's the style of entry, maybe just a slight adjustment, not a massive thing. That would be the ideal scenario, that you're not changing everything or having to pick up a whole new model, right? Though some people do that. Some people do have, 2 or 3 models based on the market conditions or maybe the pair that they're trading. But the ideal scenario would be based on the characteristics or the changes in the market environment, is that you have a slight tweak that is necessary, such as your risk to reward aspect, your TP, the way of entry, just something minor, but makes a big difference in terms of the results in those market conditions. So those would be the 2 things I would say, because I've seen that as a strong pattern in traders, is that a lot of the time when they go on a losing streak, they will say, I've been on a losing streak for X amount of time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months. But a lot of the time, one, they're not collecting the data to actually review. And 2, they're not actually, if they were to be honest with themselves, they're not actually following their edge. So they're not on, that edge isn't on a losing streak. They are on a losing streak. 2 different things, if that makes sense.
Wow. Excellent advice. We got Elise here. And Elise, I got to give you some flowers, girl. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by just getting to know you a little bit more in that hour-long conversation. Knowing that, you're dealing with a sick mom, you got multiple jobs, that you just were juggling so much within life. Your talks about mental health. I mean, I mentioned this before you came on. There's not a lot of times where I look forward to going back and listening and actually getting a pen and paper and writing down some of the gems that you shared. So I want to give you some flowers, and I want to ask you a question too. Adversity, sure. Mental health were 2 things that just really resonated with me on the journey you've been on. And I wanted to just see if you wouldn't mind elaborating that, just as a follow-up to the conversation you had with Riz.
Sure. So health, I think some of us do touch on it a little bit, but I do think it's an important thing to talk about, because a lot of us are looking to do this for a long period of time if we're trying to do this full time. And life happens to everybody. And for a period of time, there was where I would just take breaks or stop trading when I was dealing with stressful things. But then I started to see, well, if I continue to do this, then I'm always going to be taking breaks. Now, I'm not saying that you can't take breaks when you need. So I'm not negating the fact that sometimes that's needed. But I also understood that maybe I need to do the things that'll work for me, that I can work on my stress, handle things better, and then kind of be able to still trade. So, therapy was something that I started doing, I don't know, a few years ago. I don't know if it was during trading or before, but for me, it was something that had helped. But everybody has their different thing, right? Whether it's working out, whether it's journaling, whether it's talking to somebody, everybody has their thing. I just think that people need to be able to have an outlet, because trading can be stressful if you're needing to perform, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for a fund, whether it's for investors. That stress can take a toll on people. And so it's kind of important that you note that. And if you're really having a big negative reaction to stress, for example, a lot of people can be anxious, especially when they're trading, right? So that's kind of why I mentioned it on the podcast, because I really wasn't anxious that much before. But after my mom had passed, I became more anxious, I think, because just the unknown, stress, worry, sadness, all those things kind of added anxiety to me. I guess I became overwhelmed with the thoughts of it all. So I really just had to kind of find a way to handle those thoughts better. So I just wanted to speak on it because, like I said, if you trade for a long period of time, life is going to happen. So you got to find a way to be able to deal with that, whatever works for you. And I just wanted to make sure I at least brought it up, because maybe it'll help somebody who needs to do it and is kind of ignoring that problem and needs to address that in whatever way fits for them.
I think it's a wonderful point. I think it needs to be talked about more. You really were dealing with a lot off of the charts, and I think you conveyed that really well. And I think a lot of people can empathize and are compassionate and can relate. The difficulties that we face as traders, I mean, at times it can seem insurmountable. It really can.
Yeah, the pressure from trading adds to life and life adds to trading. So they're not necessarily separate of one another. A lot of people, it's just like the same way people will, like their job will affect them back at the home. Trading is our job, if you want to put parentheses, or it's what we do. It's our focus, it's our passion. So those things can affect us interchangeably back and forth, right? So we have to see where those things affect us and have healthy habits with that. Because I even had, like in the beginning when I started trading, because I was doing so much in terms of like the studying and the practicing and all that, once I did become better and was able to open up more time, I had to make a conscious effort to do that, because I was so used to being such a hard worker, and that the way that I was getting paid was putting in, 40, 60, 50, a ton of hours a week, that I did trading so I don't have to do that, right? So since I'm used to having, like, I put in this work, I get rewarded because of that work. Yes, that did happen for the initial part in terms of like becoming consistent, but it's like I also did this to not have to do that. So then once I did become more consistent and profitable, I had to learn how to redo my schedule and find like a better kill zone to trade, things like that, where I now open up my time again and work towards that goal that I was actually working towards. And that transition for me was something that wasn't natural. I had to make a conscious effort to say, okay, this is my trading window. This is the time when I'm going to trade based off what I've studied on my strategy and the stats of the pair in the market that I trade. This is the best time and most efficient time for me to trade, and that's the only time I'm going to trade. So those changes for me was something that I had to learn and change.
I know how difficult it is. I think a lot of people can relate. A lot of people try and juggle life. I really liked how you said that you found solace in the charts when you're going through a stressful time, that it was almost meditative, right? Like,
Yeah,
and
that
then
became
we're
my
having a harder
routine.
time
Mm-hmm.
after the fact. And again, I think a lot of people can relate with that story. I do.
Yeah, definitely. I
Being a
mean, mhm.
being being someone that's juggled as much as you've had, having the adversity that you've gone through, being a female trader in a male dominant environment. How would you what would you recommend to a newer female trader who's kind of stepping in? Maybe they're a new mom, maybe they're similarly dealing with a sick parent, maybe they're juggling a couple jobs. I mean, you literally checked every single box as far as difficulty, challenges, and adversity, which is why I think you're so great to speak on this. But for anyone that's new coming into the industry, that's out there that might have watched the podcast or listening in, like, what would be some advice?
So the part that I was mentioning about just not giving a shit about what anybody says, that although that sticks true, obviously, to all traders, it definitely applies to women because, we're not going to be supported not only by people we know, but potentially there'll be people in the industry that won't believe us. Now, contrary to popular belief, all traders deal with this, like regardless of your sex. If you come in as a new trader, people just don't care to. I will say that the online community is helpful with helping new traders in the industry, but I can't say that it's always like that when you're new at a place. It just depends on like the atmosphere of where you're at, but it also depends on if it's a competitive nature or if it's like a team built nature type of thing, right? So like, for example, S&P Capital, they tend to have really good structure with having people working groups and teams, and they do that intentionally to have people work with one another and complement one another. But not all places are like that. There are some places where it's very competitive in nature and it's very dog eat dog. And then not only are people not helping you, they're kind of, wishing on your downfall. So really, you kind of have to build your own self-belief and know that you can do whatever you set your mind to. I know that sounds like so stereotypical, but to me, it's just a matter of how do you build that, right? Because that's a question that I get from a lot of people. How do you build confidence? Well, knowledge will help you build confidence because a lot of the reason why we're scared in trading is because we have no freaking idea about stuff. So the more you learn and you're able to build that knowledge, and you'll have a little bit more confidence. Then also experience. Experience helps that. How do you gain experience? Well, getting experience, right? So continuing to be on the charts, getting around people that know what they're doing, the ones that are willing to be helpful, those are the ones that you need to learn from. And then the other way that I kind of build my self-confidence is by keeping my word to myself. And that's something that I actually find really big because I find that people won't trust you or take your word if you don't believe in yourself and keep your own word, right? So that kind of goes back to discipline, right? People always talk about discipline in trading, but part of being disciplined is keeping your word to yourself. So whatever goals or activities or things that I was setting up to do, it's going to be some type of action for the day. And if I say I'm going to do something, then I'm going to get it done. So little by little, I'm kind of just keeping my word to myself and building my confidence. And like I said, get around people that do want to help, that can help you. And then, believe in your damn self. You don't have to have everybody believe in you. I mean, it's great when they do, and that's fine when it happens. But majority of the time, successful people will tell you that no one believes them in their process. And typically people don't believe you until you're done. And even then they'll say, oh, I knew the whole time you were going to do it. And the whole time they could have been betting against you. So ultimately, it doesn't matter what they think. It only matters what you think. You're the only one that needs to achieve it. You're the only one that needs to have that deep level belief that you're able to do whatever you decide.
I'm in my feels, girl. Oh, that's just so powerful.
I mean, it's real. Like people, but the reason why I mentioned about the Cuban thing was because no one in my past does anything like what I do, right? All of them thought I was fucking nuts. I'm sorry. I have potty. Everybody thought I was crazy.
Oh, well, you can fucking swear here. Trust me.
Okay. Sorry. Just kids here. And it's not that they don't want to believe, like, generally speaking, they support me in general. Like, we want the best for you. but they don't always want the same things for you that you want for yourself. So I just keep stressing to people, like, you don't have to have people to believe in you to do what you want to do. I just can't stress it enough.
I love it. Elise, I want to add, Tanya's another female trader. She's here. And I'd like to just go around the room. If there are some female traders here, Backtest Jess, I saw on here for a minute. If she'd like to come up, I'd love to make this a platform today. I'd love to celebrate you ladies. And more importantly, I think talking about your journey, both for new traders and or where you are on your own path, I think it's a wonderful conversation. Tanya's been on here before, and Tanya, if you don't mind, just kind of reintroducing yourself very quickly. I mean, mentioning your degree and all of the things you've done outside of trading, I think add context to who and what you are. If you wouldn't mind talking about your journey a little bit.
Sure. First, can you hear me all right? Just checking my mic.
We can.
Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
Sure. So I have a degree in biomedical engineering. After I graduated college, I basically graduated amidst the coronavirus pandemic when everything sort of went remote. And that's when I got more involved with trading. But I started off with more involved in small caps, and then I moved on to options because I actually did have a godfather who's very successful in options trading. But I do wish that he was not such a great mentor to me, because he actually derailed me a little bit, because he had like way more capital, for example, and he would just like sort of push me to be risking more than my limits psychologically. So that actually pushed me back in my journey. And then I was really happy because, like, honestly, options can be very, very complicated. So one of my friends told me about futures, to look into it because it's all the same money per point. And that worked out a lot better for me. And I found ICT. And it's been quite a journey. I've been learning ICT for about a year and a half, but I've been trading in total for 3 years.
Uh-oh, Tanya, your speaker. Am I the only one?
No, she's gone, mate. I can't hear her.
I can't hear it.
Okay. Tanya, well, she knows what to do. Just drop off and come back on.
What have you got to say, Kitt? What's your liner for these moments?
Well, I mean, we all know Twitter's undefeated. Twitter is yet to lose, or should I say X is undefeated.
Oh, yeah.
X, formerly known as Twitter, is undefeated. I see someone, Kay. Kay, are you?
Hi.
Hi, Kay. I was wondering if where your name was. Where are you from? How do you engage with price? And how old are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kay. I'm Kolawole. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay.
Trade ICT, and kudos to the founder and everyone here. I trade the part of the concept, looking for liquidation and so on, so on. So I'm good with it. I'm successful in that, and I'm glad to be one of the ICT trader. It's a big success to me. It helps to doing it wasn't easy at the start, right? When I started, it wasn't an easy thing because a lot of things came up. I was trying to change my strategy from BTS and to ICT, and I lost almost everything I got. But actually, ICT brought it back and double, even more than double. So I'm glad to be one of of a beneficiary of the strategy. Thanks to everyone.
Nice, buddy. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate hearing from you. Tanya's coming back up. I think she is. Anyway, she'll be back up in a second. We got just to juggle some of the speakers here quickly, and we'll get Tanya right back in, who is in the process of telling her story. Tanya, you there?
Like, it kicked me off. I don't know where it kicked me off.
Twitter's undefeated. You were just talking about your journey. You mentioned that your uncle was kind of pushing you towards options and almost over leveraging a little bit psychologically, and that you were in your ICT journey for a year and a half.
Right. And okay, thank you. So I was very happy to find futures just a lot easier to manage risk and a lot easier to psychologically for me. And I'm very thankful I found ICT Concepts. I think being a woman in this industry is very interesting because very, very little, like none of my friends do what I'm doing. And thankfully I kept everything sort of to myself as I was still learning and growing. I would lie to my family members, extended family, about like what I was doing for a living, just because I just didn't not need the extra questions. But as I grow into it more now, thankfully I have my close circle of friends in real life. They really lift me up and they support me. But like, it is very interesting now that I've like opened up a couple of extended family members. Their questions are just more like, they're just confused. And I get a lot of questions like, what is that? And why are you doing that, et cetera. So it does take more confidence to stand in what you're doing. And I do think that it's good to delay that until you're sort of come into your own sort of, I like to think of myself like I'm in this stage where the butterfly is coming out of the chrysalis and now everything is really starting to fall into place, and I do like to think about like the market as a metaphor to life. Like I do feel like going through all of these trials and tribulations at the beginning really just helps you become stronger later. In just my own life, I have faced like quote unquote like retracement, right? Where I had just started becoming profitable with ICT Concepts and getting payouts from prop firms. And then I had to face a difficult injury where I tore my ACL and I had to have knee surgery, which is very difficult. I had to just go through a lot of rehab, learning how to walk again, getting out of bed, learning how to lift your leg up again, all these like very basic things. But in all, I would never take any of it back because everything just adds to your personal journey and makes you stronger. And even there's just so many things that can be applied from the market and being a trader that you just learn so much about yourself. You learn how are you the best learner? How do you like to trade? Or even just like, how do you react when you're angry or fearful? And using all these things that you learn about yourself really helps you in all aspects of life. But I really enjoyed the interview today. And I really love to see a female trader because I don't see much of that right now. So I like to definitely learn. And I think it's important to just see your other people like yourself out there and just really being confident and dominating the industry. So thank you so much for this platform.
Tanya Trades coming in. I know we got I Am Boss Lady just took a speaker tag. She's talking to and referencing Elise with her interview with Riz. words of wisdom. And one thing I think a common theme is here is adversity really teaches you who and what you are as a person. And sometimes life is going to slap you in the mouth, and you got to get up, and you got to take on the next day, and you got to really recalibrate that slap in the face. And how are you going to do that? And are you going to come back, and ultimately where and how is it going to make you stronger? Right? I think most folks that go through adversity end up saying that it's made them or given them the strength to be the person they are today. We're highlighting some ladies here, some traders that are female, that are moms, that are on a journey. I am Boss Lady, a funded trader. She's been on Trader Roundup now, I think maybe 6 or 7 months. I am Boss Lady Daniela. Do you mind sharing a little bit of your story? What it's like, how it's been, some of your journey with the rest of us?
Hey, Kitt, what's up?
Not much, girl. It's nice hearing your voice. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today wasn't gonna really be about me, but I was just here listening to someone in the space asking, how do you deal with a losing streak, right? Dealing with a losing streak in trading can be really emotionally challenging and draining. First of all, you have to stay calm and just be aware, self-awareness, like recognize your emotions, and acknowledge it, that losing in trading is part of, your journey. Avoid making impulsive decisions or playing with heightened emotions. And before I continue, I got my daughter in the background as well, so you don't mind?
We understand, Mama. We know how it is. You got a beautiful little girl. How old is she now? She's not even. What's that?
She's gone 16 months now.
Yeah, I was gonna say just barely a year then. Seen lots of pictures of her, and that's awesome. And we definitely embrace parenthood and the journey. I think Riz can speak on that even, because it's having a newborn, then being a trader. That's
not easy.
Not easy, right?
Not at all. But as I was saying, sometimes you have to take a break. You have to step away from the chart. Sometimes a brief break can help you regain perspective and composure, right? Analyze the performance, like review your recent trades, identify where you went wrong and what you could have done to improve, adjust your strategy, consider making changes to your approach, tactics, or your trading plan based on your analysis. Be open to trying new strategies or techniques. Another thing is your mindset. It's hard. You have to cultivate a growth mindset by focusing on the learning opportunities presented by losses, right? I know that part, can be very hard for us, and sometimes you have to seek help, from someone who have more experience from you, than you, right? That can help you a lot as it relates to your journey. Sometimes it's good to have an accountability partner as well that have helped me throughout my journey, just kind of like talking to someone about your feelings, what you go through and your experiences as it relates to trading. But also staying consistent, don't abandon your goals or passion due to a temporary setback. Like, success often involves perseverance through tough times, right? And you got to understand that winning and losing are part of this whole trading journey. Like, you got to set achievable short-term and long-term goals as well. And most importantly, practice and train. Like, if you're in a losing streak, constantly, like, go back to the drawing board, go back to demo trading and just kind of like practice.
Isn't your favorite, isn't your model called rinse and repeat?
Rinse and repeat. That's right.
And isn't it exactly what, you posted something back from March, I believe, and it was like a spitting image of what ICT tweeted. I think it was even last week.
Yeah.
But, do you want to go over how you engage with price a little bit? I think it's a really great model.
I wasn't open to talking about that.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to.
Kind of like wanted to go.
No, that's fine.
That losing streak,
Yeah, losing streak is a thing, for sure.
As much as, winning, passing challenges and all that, like, I do go through losing streak. Besides having a couple winning trades, well, I end the trade the week green, right? But I still had losses. And you got to think about this, like, what is your why? Why did you start this in the first place? And it's just a lesson, losing. Every time you lose, it's going to be different. And I guarantee you're going to learn something different about yourself.
Well said. Well said. Talking about losing, that's a very good point. What do you do with the losing streak? Peter Ward, 369. I know you've been a trader for a while. What do you do with the losing streak, brother?
I just try to reflect on how I went into the losing streak, my mental state, which is what I kind of wanted to highlight today. And then just make sure that I'm not over trading. I'm in control of my entries, my timing to the market, taking a break from the charts, having a meditative process, which I follow daily. Before I even come to the charts, I think that's pretty important for me. So I wake up an hour before 5:30 my time, so it's 8:30 New York Standard Time. I wake up at 4:30 or 4:45-ish, have a 15-20 minute meditation, and then I'm refreshed to take the dog for a walk. Then I sign on to the charts and already have an idea of what I want to do for the day. If I'm just day trading or if I'm in a swing trade, I want to take a look at it before 8:30, obviously. But for like long-term losing streaks, because I've had them and I've gone full tilt on trading other people's capital before, which is a little rough when you have to explain to them, you don't know how oil went to -30. But I'll get back to you. And then having them pull money away from you, that's, a big kick in the balls. It's like, how does, a future asset go to negative? I don't know. But regardless of that, I think, having something else to reflect upon outside of sitting on the charts. And for me, that's, having a little bit more spiritual awareness, which is a whole nother topic. And coming to the charts fresh with a fresh mind, sober, not battling any personal demons. And yeah, I think the one thing, because I'm pretty new to Twitter, like sharing my analysis, and I share my trades on Twitter and YouTube. And one thing that's gotten me, before in the past was just imposter syndrome. And it's kind of getting me now, like, am I really an authority? I know I've been trading for a long time, 8 years, I guess, still a journeyman, if you will. And I don't know if I'll ever be a expert, quote unquote, but I feel like I've had enough experience with the ups and downs, peaks and the deep valleys of my trading experience that I can comment at least on how I engage with the market, and I can make it public. And that's something I'm battling right now. It's like, are people really interested in what I have to say about the market conditions? And I focus solely on XAU USD. And I've had this imposter syndrome before. I started my own hedge fund. I came on here and I talked about that a little bit. And, after like 6 months of a bunch of no's, even when I was already trading friends and family's capital, I got, a bunch of no's at the CTA expos. That was kind of like my first journey around as a marketing a hedge fund, or a track record, if you will. And a lot of no's based on you don't have enough experience. We don't know who you are. You're coming at us with a limited track record, so come back in a couple more years and we'll discuss maybe a little bit further. But regardless of all that, just trying to remain like on an even keel from a mental state. And I've been a Qigong practitioner. I know it might be a little far in the left field here, but along with like meditation, I do, especially if I'm in a losing streak, it's like, man, I got to go get grounded. I got to go speak with, Mother Earth and the Father above and become one. And then, maybe with some clarity in my mindset, I can come back to the charts and perform the way I know how to, and perform to all of my rules and conditions of the market and how they play out. And, over the long run, I've been able to turn this into a profession. I'd like to be a little bit more successful in it as a professional. And, I'm on my way. It's just a matter of time. So, Kitt, I don't know if that answered your question or not, but I'd love to hear anybody else that has like imposter.
Yeah, man. You mentioned I could talk. We could have a whole space on that. I can tell you, the more and more I'm on Front Street, the more I kind of feel the same way. Even listening to the space today, quite honestly, it put me in my feelings, right? Really did. That's kind of I don't want to say it's a separate conversation, but I'd like to keep the conversation flowing, and I want to bring in Ali Khan.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem, brother. We'll definitely talk about imposter syndrome. We could talk for a long time about that. But Ali, bro, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Dude, we finally got you on a space, man.
I know, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. I know. I wanted to bring you in and just talk algorithmic theory and like really nerd out on some like deep ICT concepts. But the conversation and the depth of feeling in the room today, we're talking about a lot of different things that aren't all, they're trading related, but they're really part of the human condition, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And as a seasoned trader yourself, who's been doing it for so long and who has an audience and has students and is on Front Street, what do you do with a losing streak? I think it's a phenomenal, fascinating topic, and I'd like you to jump in.
I used to cry, if I'm going to be honest. Every trader is going to experience it at some point throughout the trading career. And I think if you understand that off the bat, that this shit isn't easy, And every other trader is going to experience that period of drawdown. Psychologically, you're already programming your brain to say, look, it's not going to be easy. It's going to take me time. And I am most likely to have a series of losing trades before I start finding consistency, right? So that journey in itself, I don't know how many of you are aware I have ADHD. So if I go off topic, just bring me back in, right?
I got ADHD too, and
this will be a funny conversation.
I'll be sure to slap you around a little bit, buddy. So don't worry about it.
So, obviously, when I first got into the trading scene, and I stumbled over. I'll cut the indicator and the retail stuff. When I found ICT, that's when I really thought, right, I want to take this seriously. And when going through his content, and as many of you know, and yourself, as you're aware how dense his content was, it worked though. Like when I was looking at how he could call the market, it was when the first time I seen anybody be able to do something like that. And I thought to myself, right, I want to do that. And I thought to myself at the time, I don't care if it's going to take me 5 years or 10 years in order for me to reach that level. I'm going to put the work in and I'm going to get there. But of course, as all of you are probably aware, you have a lot of obstacles and roadblocks along the way. And a lot of that stuff, if you don't deal with it, it will derail you in your career. So you have to, like I said, mindset of this journey is going to be a long, hard journey. And when you're going to have even after coming up to nearly 7 years of trading now, and I will still have a period of time where I'll go into drawdown. Like every trader still goes into drawdown. And I think the problem with social media is that you're looking around on social media and all of a sudden, like, you've had a shit day, you've had a losing trade, and you're seeing wins everywhere. So you start thinking and doubting yourself and thinking, look at all these people making money and I'm sat here and, I've taken a losing trade this morning, I'm feeling like shit. But then you have to and again, ICT talks about this a lot, it's that self-talk. It's that you having that self-belief to say to yourself that I know this is going to take me a while to do, but these losses that I have, it's a business expense. It's a part of the journey. It's a part of trading. And eventually, after a while of you taking these losses, you get to a point where you sort of numb yourself to it. I don't know. It's the only way I can explain it in my own journey is it got to the stage where I was like, hang on a minute. A loss isn't really affecting me. I'm only risking 0.5, 1%, maybe 2% maximum of my whole account. So if I take this loss, I know that this isn't going to derail my whole career. It's that one single trade is not defining me as a trader, right? So the way you have to reprogram your brain is say, right, I'm not going to look at today or this week or this month. I'm going to look at it over the next 6 months, the next year, the next 2 years, the next 5 years. Like where I am at my journey right now as a trader, I'm excited where I'm going to be in 5 years' time. Right? It's that constant pursuit of trying to better myself. But when I forgot what the question was. What was the question? I said this would happen, bro. I said Squirrel. It would happen. Riz knows.
Squirrel. No, we're talking about losing streaks, brother.
Oh, yeah. Don't laugh. What was it going? Right, yeah. So obviously when you... Yeah, I think I've answered the question.
Okay.
I said it would be. I did message you and I said, bro, this is going to be funny.
Yeah, no, you're walking comedy and I love it. Squirrel. I got ADD, but you got it too, bro. That's cool.
The struggle is real, but that's a point. After I did the podcast with Riz, the amount of people that messaged me and said, I struggle with the same thing, it's incredible the amount of people that do have we're all individual. All of us have our own. Look at ICT. Do you know what I mean? If that guy can have the issues that he has and he's the best out there, that gave me confidence to say, you know what? There are other people who do struggle with things. Everybody's uniquely individual. And if you can become self-aware enough to know where you're going to slip up in these markets, for me, having ADHD, my focus and my attention, as you're all probably aware, it's terrible. And I got asked a question this morning, actually. I thought it was something that might help somebody else. Somebody asked me, they do have ADHD, and when they're in the charts and they're like forward testing in price, they're okay. It's when they start having to back test and sit through old data is where their attention switches off. And I absolutely can resonate with that. That happened to me a lot. And how I dealt with it, and this might be a tip for other people, especially if you're in the ICT sort of crowd, is make your charts like as visually appealing as possible. Right? So annotate the hell out of them, make them look like artwork. And what happened for me is I was able to focus. I was able to really take pride in what I was doing. So that back testing almost became like therapy for me, where I could just sit down and zone out and I could just make my annotations really, really nice. And eventually when I would go back and I'd look at them, everything was much more organized. And for me, the biggest thing that I had to do was really find some sort of stability and like find a routine. Like routine for me was like, that was the thing that really started to change everything, is when I got to the stage of like, I need to schedule my day out. I need to revolve like if I just got up and said, oh, today I'm going to do some studying, it would never happen. If I didn't sit down and write down in my diary, right, between this time and this time, you're going to sit down and do an hour worth of work, I would forget and I'd go off and do something else. Like my attention span is so terrible. I could just completely forget what I'm supposed to be doing unless I haven't got a routine in front of me and an actual structured plan that I have to follow. And that when I started working out that, like, when I did that in my personal life, where I would like allocate time to do certain tasks, that mechanical approach is what I started to apply to my trading. So I would say, right, okay, in this time window, I'm going to sit down. This is what I'm risking. This is my model. This is where I think the market's going to go. And I have to wait for this to happen. And I made a checklist for myself. There was an entry criteria. And I said, these are the things that I'm looking at in price. And if I can see them all unfold, that is when I'm going to take a trade. I'm not going to engage, for example, what I did for in the beginning is I wouldn't trade prior to a news event, right? So when I was back testing, I was like, okay, the manipulation phase is going to kick in. Most of the time it does happen after a news, but it can happen prior to news. But that's when you've already obviously hit, like, say, a higher time frame level and stuff, and we've had a change in state of delivery. So say if we're in a buy program, the sell program's already started, and the news driver is going to be a catalyst for it to run the sell side liquidity and to complete that sell program, if you understand. Where was I going? Oh, I forgot where I was going. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, I know.
You're like a cartoon character, brother.
I know.
And,
I know. My wife has to live with it. Like, she's listening downstairs, laughing her head off.
I value it and I appreciate it, and we do have a lot of folks here. We're talking more or less about losing streaks right now. Yeah. We got Gene here. I'd love to hear from him. We got a few folks with their hands up as well. But I mean, the conversation, the topic that I really resonate with within the room right now is how to deal with a losing streak.
Yeah, so, I think I answered that, didn't I?
No, yeah, you did, bro. You did. And please stay on. And I'd love to hear from Gene. Getting him on is he's one of my favorite follows on this Bird app on Twitter. So we'll just keep the mic going and the conversation flowing. And welcome to the conversation, Gene. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, what's up, bro? How you guys all doing? It's been a very long time for me being on spaces like this. And I'm really sorry because I don't often open spaces like this. But let me just go straight to the topic. So one of the major things that actually changed my trading in terms of going for losses, and I can see ICT is on the call right now. He's not aware, but I actually emailed him. I think that was like 2020 or so. And I told him that my performance was very good, but whenever I go through losses, because I learned from him, obviously, and my perception of trading then was if I went for a loss, that means I sucked, okay? And it was a very toxic mindset of thinking. And what I started doing, which actually changed the way I took losses, was what I see a lot of traders do, especially on Twitter, is they judge their performance on a weekly basis or like on a daily basis. So let's say, for example, they would have a loss today and they'll be so pissed off about the loss. And they'll use the mindset from the loss they had today to go into the rest of the week and approach price action from the rest of the week. And that just messes up their week. And it goes into a cycle of them just repeating the same phenomenon because their minds is all fucked up from the first loss. So what I started doing was, rather than judge my performance over like a day or over the span of a week, I'll use a month. And what I should throw to people is, I would say, okay, what I used to do is I'm treating my trading as a business, okay? And I'm not really concerned with like the short-term outcomes. I'm more interested in the long-term consistency over a longer period of time. So I like to use a month. So I measure my performance on a monthly basis. And what I've done really in terms of going away from a profit or a loss is, if I'm trading, I'm not necessarily that concerned about taking a loss or taking a profit. Okay, I'm more interested in expectations. So I measure my trading from the standpoint of expectations. So I'll give an example. So what I do sometimes is, if I have a sentiment of, okay, I think this is a good condition for me to trade in, essentially I have an expectation, because all what you're doing with trading is you are acting on an expectation. I'm sure everyone can all agree on this. If we decide to take on a position on an asset, we are essentially betting on an expectation we have in price. Now, what we could do is we could react to that expectation, which is what we term as trade management. Now, if I'm on a trade and I have an expectation of a market condition, let's say I'm looking for a very strong market, I want to say one-sided delivering price. If the market meets that expectation, then I can go in and systematically add more profits, more entries into my position. If I see that the market is not meeting that expectation, then what's the next plan of action? So my priority, whenever I take an execution, is not necessarily about the profit or the loss. It is about the efficiency of my decisions when I'm trading. So by changing my, and this is something, I'm not sure if it's going to work for everyone else, but this is something that actually works for me. But by changing my value system from looking at profits and losses to trying to make the best decision every time I'm about to execute. And that's why I see a lot of times I'm not trading as much. I'm not trading every single day. If I'm trading, I'm making sure that conditions are favorable. So if I'm going in, I know the odds are in my favor. And one thing that actually even helped with this was ensuring that my lower time frame idea stemmed from an iron time frame level. So if I'm buying with the benefit of like a daily support level or something like that, and that increases the odds of my trades. But if you look at what a lot of people on Twitter do currently, you will see they'll go into the market and they're trying to trade every session. They'll go in a trade long session, they'll go in a trade New York session, they'll go into trying to trade on a close. The next day they're doing the same thing. So I'm like, bro, you're going in and you're almost every session every day. You're going in and trading. Because you're a day trader does not mean you go and trade every session. Now you can go in and you can trade every session of the week, but that does not necessarily mean every session of the week is a hyperability session, if that makes sense. And this is what a lot of people do. They'll go in and say, okay, my high time from sentiment is bullish, so that means every session I'm going in and I'm looking to be a buyer. It's not the way it works. There'll be some sessions where the market will expand in the direction of high time from order flow. There'll be some sessions where it's going to be like squaring up positions. The market will retrace. Your job is to filter out those sessions. And what actually helped me with my trading, what like matured my trading from in terms of reducing the losses. Now, we can talk about dealing with losses. But again, before we get into dealing with losses, it also is really important to understand when not to trade. And I believe this is something a lot of people take as a light thing when it comes to trading. Because if you look at everyone's focus, everyone's all focused on where's the next opportunity? When can I trade? Where's the next chance for me to trade? How many people are talking about when they are not supposed to trade? Okay, and I feel like this is where a lot of people fail because they go in and they don't understand conditions that is low probability for just sentiment. And then they'll go in and they will try to risk. And this is what I see like on a weekly basis. I'm like, the final hurdle or the final thing you need to learn how to do is you need to learn when not to risk your equity. If you had money, and again, going back into trading as a business, if you had money to invest, you're not going to invest in every business opportunity that comes to your table. If I ask you guys right now, if I give you $1 million and you're supposed to use $1 million to invest in a business, would you invest in every business that came on your table? Almost everyone would say no because it's logical. But then you're seeing traders who are going in, they have no care in the world about conditions. They don't know what a favorable condition is, an ideal condition is. It's just, I see my setup, I'm taking setups. And I've talked about how trading is not just about seeing the setups and then just taking the setups. It is also about weighing what are the factors that could reduce the probability of my expectations playing out. Let's say, for example, if I've seen London session meet the average daily range or done like 2 times the average daily range, I'm not going in and trading New York session. Because what's the probability that New York continues to go in my expectation? If my bias is bullish and London session has already done like 2 times the average daily range bullishly, what are the probabilities that it'll continue to go bullish in New York session? And then I already know, okay, this is a low probability session, so most likely I'm not going to trade for that session. And you see a lot of traders going into the session trying to force a buy. They look for every bull shutter block, they're trying to buy the bull shutter block. But again, you're not understanding the reason why price should still see higher prices or lower prices for the session. London session has already done the average daily range for that asset. So what are the chances that New York session will continue delivery? And this is what we call a low probability session. So what I feel like a lot of traders actually struggle with is they lack understanding of unfavorable conditions. So they're going into the marketplace with no concept of ideal conditions, the concept of low probability conditions, the concept of when you're supposed to stay out. And then they'll go in and risk equity in those conditions. And then you're like, oh, the concept does not work, or this sucks, or trading is hard. No, trading is not really hard. You don't just have a concept of what is a favorable condition for a model or not. And just to like kind of like a segue, I used to talk about trading CPI, and I've gone on Twitter so many times and I've said, I never before CPI, I never taken executions before CPI because your risk is elevated. Meaning, I could get my biases correct on CPI like 9 out of 10 times, but that one time I get it wrong, my 1% risk, let's say I'm risking 1% per entry, that 1% risk could be like 8% due to spread or 5% due to spread. I, as a trader, I want to make sure that every time I'm risking money, I am risking that exact money. And when I posted this on Twitter, everyone's like, oh no, whenever I see my model, I trade my model regardless if it's news or not. I'm like, okay, watch this. And I was in this example of this lady. I'm not sure if she's on the space, but she was also on Twitter and she tried trading gold and she risked 1% on gold. I think that was at PPI numbers, and it was a loss. It was a losing trade. Guess what? The 1% risk became 7.5% loss. What was the reason why? Because of the spread. The spread gets opened up in you during those high impact economic release, and something you did not plan for, you're taking a loss in that economic release. And here's the problem. Traders feel like they need to be trading to be profitable. They need to do a lot of activity to be profitable. What I've found for myself is not taking any trades is also a form of being profitable. If I identify a low probability condition and I don't take trades, that to me is a win. Let me give you an example. So you saw probably the trades I did on US CAD, where I did like a swing trade. And I'll be honest, I've not had that kind of return in a long time. Okay, so I did a trade on US CAD. It was very, very massive for me personally. It was a huge return. And I was journaling my trade on US CAD. And I was like, okay, let me journal my cycle because I do it every evening. So every evening, and this is also something you guys could probably add to your let's say procedure every evening. So every evening, if I'm doing my market prep for my expectations the next day, I'm always journaling my psychology. Okay, what did I do today? How was my psychology like while I was trading today? Is my psychology top notch right now that can go into price smart and still trade effectively without emotional influences? So I always do that every evening. So that was 3 days ago. After my trade on US CAD, I was doing my journaling, and then I realized I was very euphoric about my executions in US CAD. I was really, really excited. And I knew that if I carried that excitement to the charts, I will fuck it up. Like, I'll mess things up because I faced that in the past. So what I decided to do was, for Thursday and Friday, I'm not taking any trades. No trades for Gene on Thursday and Friday. It's not because there was no expectations. I was looking for weakness in Euro, right? But I knew that if I went into price with that thinking, it would mess with my entries. And I learned this from, there was this time, 2021, where I took out a loan. So I was trying out real estate, and I took out a loan from microfinance, and I had to pay back the loan with interest. That was on the 19th of every month. So on the 19th of every month, I had to pay back the loan interest. Now, at that time, I was still part of IML back then, and I was an educator for IML, and I used to send out like signals and everything. And then that was my worst performance because I had no money. The only money I had was from my trading account, and I was relying on trading to pay the bills. So I would go into the marketplace, and this is the crazy thing I was doing. This is why I really talk about psychology is really important to trading. So I don't trade Asian session. I never trade Asian session. Okay, most times I'm trading New York session. A lot of times. But then I'll go into the marketplace because I was wanting to pay the bills 19th of every month. So I have to pay back the interest. Okay, part of the loan with interest. I will go in, I'll try to trade during Asian session. I'll barely sleep. I'll be up for London session. I'll take a nap. I'll be up for New York session because I was thinking I needed to trade more to make more money. Guess what? That was my worst performance. I was averaging like I think February was like 11% accuracy, and then May was like 19% or so. But it was so bad. I was losing money rapidly. And then a couple months down the line, I was going back on the charts and I was back testing the trades I took between that February period to May. And I realized, like, bro, why did I take these trades? It made no sense. When I was back testing, literally made no fucking sense while I was taking those trades. But at the time, those trades made sense to me because I wanted to pay my bills. So do you see how emotional influence can like impact your decision making on the charts? And this is why I tell traders, like, when you come to the marketplace and you're going to look at price, you're not just going in and just saying, oh, this is my model here, so I'll just follow this trade and that's fine. No, it's a mental battle. That's the first thing. Okay, after you've gone through having a model, a well-refined model, and again, when you have a well-refined model, it does not just include entry. It includes high probability conditions, low probability conditions, risk profile, position sizing. All these different things have to be factored in. Now, the next part is self-management, which is the hardest part of trading. I'll be very, very, very honest. Hardest part of trading is when it comes to managing yourself. Being self-aware. And I said something a few days ago. I'm like, the first thing I make sure I don't do on the chart is I'm making sure I'm not doing dumb shit. That's the first rule. Number one, if I'm going to take any action on the chart, it was something that was pre-planned. Okay, so I pre-planned the action on the chart. So I'm not leaving. Again, I can be discretionary about the decisions I make. But if I'm going to be discretionary about decisions I'm making on the charts, it's based off of something I've pre-anticipated. So if I'm on a trade, I'm anticipating what would the market do and what are the actions I'm going to take. So if I'm on the buy, do I scale out some partials ahead of an economic release because of the risk? Or do I move stocks to break even when price breaks a short-term high? Or where am I going to scale out? How many percent am I going to scale out? What do I do? I'm making sure that for every transaction on the charts, it's not about me winning that trade or losing that trade, but rather it is about me making the best decisions possible in line with my expectations. So by changing my value system from wanting to make profit or loss on a weekly basis to wanting to be as efficient as possible and only trade in very, very favorable conditions, what I've done is without even noticing, I really increased the odds of my performance in trading. And by also measuring my performance over the period of like a month, rather than going on a weekly basis, it gives a more clearer picture as to your performance when it comes to trading. And what I like to tell people is, if you look at huge companies like Disney and Apple and these huge companies, they're not measuring the performance of like, oh, we lost today, so that's a bad month for us. It's not. They give themselves a more ample time to gauge your performance. So what you're doing is, over a period of a month, which is a very good time span, how is my trading like? Again, remember, you're a human. You're going to make mistakes. There's none of us here that's going to say, oh, I don't make mistakes in trading. I still do. I make mistakes in trading. It's all about being self-aware about those mistakes and quickly self-correcting. So what I do is, I might have some bad weeks. I might have some very good weeks. I might have average weeks. I don't really care. What I'm concerned about is, at the end of the month, how was the equity curve like? Was it a series of like ups and downs? I call it second short profile. Was my equity curve a second short profile, or was it a smooth bullish? Or maybe if I was on a losing streak, was it a series of like smooth bearish? Again, if you're on a losing streak, that does not mean your equity has to suffer. You can take losses like a pro. So, meaning if you're taking trades, your equity is reflecting that you're actually anticipating your risks and your losses. And I know I'm saying too much. When it comes to losses, one thing in life is guaranteed when you're trading. It's unavoidable. You will take losses. Like, there's no way around this. Every one of us here, we've taken losses. We're going to take losses in the near-term future. We will continue to take losses. That's part of trading. That's what you signed up for. But you guys want the profit part of trading. You don't want the losses part of trading. So when you go through losing streaks, you're all like, oh, I suck or something's wrong. No, something's not wrong. It's just a period of time where maybe your expectations are not being met by the marketplace. And what you could do, which is what I usually do, is I'll reduce my frequency of exposure in price. So if I realize after 2 or 3 tries, I'm not getting the result I want trading, I'll reduce my exposure and I will start to be even more selective about the trades I take. Because usually my ideas stem from a daily time frame. So if I'm losing, that means my expectations on the daily time frame is off. So I'm not going to go overexpose myself in price, and I'll reduce my exposure in trading. Now, if I have expectations of price, and every time I go into the marketplace, the market meets those expectations, I will go in and I will add more positions into that move. So what I've done here is, by understanding and by being self-aware, again, I'm not just no ego. I'm not like trying to force my sentiments in price. Okay, if the market meets my expectation constantly, that is good condition. That means I can go in and I can even add more positions into my original entries. And that's what you saw me doing USD CAD. So because the market is meeting my expectations, I know, okay, I can go and add more entries and I could make even more profits. It's not because I'm greedy or nothing. What I do is, when market meets my expectations, I can add more positions. So I'm letting the winners really run for me. And if I'm losing money, I want to reduce my exposure as much as possible. Why would I keep on trading with the same trade frequency if it's a lot of losses? The market is literally giving me a feedback. Again, what comes first is the feedback price is giving you. The first thing you do is you have expectations, obviously. Now, it's not just enough to have expectations. The market has to meet those expectations. That's what we call the feedback. So if I have expectations of bullishness, is the market meeting those expectations? Meaning every time we trade into a discount, is it responding with higher displacement? That's the market meeting my bullish expectations. If I have bullish expectations and every time we trade up down to a discount, the market trades through, something's wrong. Either we're going to manipulate liquidity on the sell side, or I'm just wrong in my sentiment. What's the feedback? How do I take the feedback from the marketplace? Reduce your exposure. Why? Because my expectation is not currently being met by price. So I'll reduce my frequency of trade until I start to see the market consistently meet expectations, and I can trade as normal as like the way I trade. Again, it's all about being, and this is the problem. I'm sorry if I'm going on a very long rant, but it's all about being very self-aware and not trying to fight price. Like when I'm going into trading, again, there's no ego, just know I'm better. And this is the crazy thing I see on Twitter, where people make profit and they'll make profit and say, oh, I made profits today, so I'm better than all of you guys who took losses. Like, we are not fighting against the next trader, okay? It is us against the markets. And our job is, every time we step into price, we are trying to take something out of the marketplace. Now, if we're going to do this consistently and for a long enough time, we have to make sure that we are putting ourselves in the best position to win. What's the best position to win? We're not influenced by external emotional factors. We're not allowing ego to dictate our actions on the chart. Everything we do, it's pre-planned, it's pre-anticipated, we are anticipating this. And if we reach, again, I'm not saying everything the market do is something you're going to anticipate. Obviously, there's great areas in trading. Okay, all I'm saying is, you're not leaving yourself to make dumb, and this is the biggest reason why a lot of people, especially new traders, why they lose money. They're making dumb decisions in trading. If you go through a lot of you guys' tweets, a lot of students will say, "Oh, I have the right direction of bias, but I mess up my entries or I mess up my executions." And I'm like, okay, let me see where you were executing on, and they'll show a picture of them rushing an entry because they felt prices are leaving without them taking the positions on. I'm like, bro, again, it's fine if you have a sentiment and the sentiment plays out without you participating. There's going to be thousands more trades. It's fine if you take a loss. You're going to have a lot more losses in the future. It's fine if you're on a winning streak. You're going to have more winning streaks in the future. You are so focused on the short-term now result that you're losing track of, okay, I am going to do this as a legit career choice. Okay, for years, I'm going to keep trading. I'm going to have a lot more losses. I'm going to take a lot more losses than I'm taking right now. I know definitely in the future, I'm going to take even bigger losses as I continue to grow. And these are things I've accepted as far as trading. And so when it comes to trading, the first thing you always have to do as a trader, which is different from analysis itself, is you always accept the risk. There's always risk in everything you're doing. As a trader, the risk is you can take a loss. But if you are taking a loss, you are going to have to take that loss the good way. Okay? So taking a loss the good way essentially is something you're pre-anticipated, meaning this is what I do. If I'm going to take on a trade, I've listed reasons why the trade should pan out. Okay, like if I'm buying here, because this action I'm buying has a strength behind this on daily time frame, it is supported with intermarket analysis, it is confirmed by fundamental analysis, aka treasuries or interest rates, okay, and I can go on the lower time frame, and I know that if I'm buying, the low of the week is already in place and everything, blah blah, and this and that, and there's a lot of confluence as to why I'm taking that trade. I'll go in and take the trade, and then before I take the trade, I'm writing out reasons as to why it could be a losing trade. Why could that trade be a loss? Am I okay with the trade being a loss? Yes. So what am I doing? I'm taking the trades with no remorse, no fear. Because I've gone in and I know when the trade could potentially be a loss, and I'm okay with the trade being a loss. And that just sorts out the problem. And again, if you're on a losing streak, and this is also kind of like a short-term thinking, if your accuracy, it's let's say 40%, okay, 40% of the time, and this I'll just round up with this because I'm going on a very long run right now. But if 40% of the time you're winning trades and your average risk reward is a 1 to 3 risk reward, you're still profitable. Like there's nothing to really worry about. You're still very massively profitable. But now we all and a lot of people go on Twitter and preach the 70% accuracy or 90% accuracy, which is unrealistic for a lot of traders. Okay, it is very unrealistic that you're going to sustain that over a year. Very, very, very unrealistic. Okay, and the thing is, everyone goes and sees the people on Twitter who talked about withdrawing $50,000 from a prop firm and $20,000 from a prop firm, and they made $200 in profits today, and they're not happy because they saw someone make $50,000 from a prop firm. Why are you comparing the money you made today to all of the people you're seeing making $50,000? Does not make sense, and you're not even knowing the story behind those withdrawals. How many accounts were blown? Because again, on social media, everyone's only sharing the success stories. No one wants to share the losses or the failures online. We like to share when we're winning. And then you go and see people winning and you think that's how it is in real life. It's not. It's a lot of dealing with losses, dealing with wins, self-managing, which is the main thing. If you're a good self-manager when it comes to trading, you can really excel with your model. But again, it's all about managing yourself because for each and every one of us, there's always that ego that pops up and makes us do dumb shit. A lot of times we do dumb stuff because we made $200 a day, which I used to do before, and we go on Twitter and we see someone made $10,000 withdrawal from a prop firm, and then we go back and we want to make even more money because we feel like, oh, if this person can make $10,000, maybe I can make even more money. And then that just leads into a cycle of now you've lost money. Now you're thinking, okay, let me try and make back the money I made before, and I'll be done for the day. And it just goes into a spiral, and it just worsens. That was a long-ass rant for talking about losses. Sorry.
That's all right. We got a lot of folks here, bro.
Yeah, of course.
And we want to give folks a chance to speak. I want to throw in. Hold on.
I wish I had known that this too shall pass. You feel bad right now? You feel pissed off? You feel angry? Yes, this too shall pass. Oh, great. You feel great? You feel like you know all the answers. Yeah. You feel like that everybody finally gets you, and there you are. Yeah. This too shall pass. Ooh, time is your ally, and if nothing else, just wait. Just wait. Just wait it out. I wish I had known that.
All right. I wanted to add that real quick. The original topic of conversation here was women in trading, and we have Sarah here. She's Sarah the Strat Sniper, and I want to bring her to the table, to the roundup, and say welcome to Trader Roundup. Sarah, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing great. Wise words from Tom Hanks there.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I mean, this too shall pass. We've been talking a little bit about losing streaks and kind of mentality and mental health even. But do me a favor, tell us a little bit about more. Tell us a little more about you, your journey, what it's like being a woman in trading.
Yeah. So first I wanted to say longtime listener to these spaces, first time speaker. My community knows that I hate public speaking, but I do it every time. And gosh, there's just so much that I want to say, and I hope I'm not in a massive whirlwind. But I just am so honored to be here, so grateful to be here. Thank you for hosting these spaces. Michael, thank you for all the time and information and education you so graciously shared with everyone. I know it's all consuming sometimes. So my story kind of starts, I'll try to give you the real quick version. In 2016, 2017, I started with crypto. I was a retail manager. And it's kind of funny because I climbed the ladder for so many years to go from what do they call them? Just entry position. And I worked my way all the way up to manager of the biggest and most successful store in our little local area. And then I got there and I realized I hate this. Yes, I had a goal. My goal was to become a manager, make more money. But then I was like, I'm just so tired of managing people and having to listen to my bosses who really think they knew better, but didn't know better. And were trying to manage me. And I just was like, I'm done with this. And then in 2017, my brother was like, crypto. And I know Michael doesn't trade crypto or anything, but that's what sparked my passion for trading. And I just went, excuse my French, but balls to the walls, learning every hour. I worked.
Uh-oh. Can you hear?
No, we've lost her, mate.
Okay, I always question it. I was like, is it my phone? Sarah, Twitter is undefeated. They've yet to take a loss. If this typically happens, what we do or recommend we do is somehow what people think I'm a tech genius at my age before the internet is power down, power up, or just jump off and jump back on. So we can't hear you anymore. So yeah, if you want, just jump off, reset the app, and then come back on. We'd love to hear more from you. It happens. It's Twitter, everybody. I got one more interlude here. We'll bring in a little.
Advice to overthinkers. A quote that has helped me immeasurably. Your advice to overthinkers. A quote that has helped me immeasurably, and it's from a book called The Horse, the Boy, the Fox, and the Mole. The boy and a horse are in the woods, and the boy says to the horse, "I can't see a way through." And the horse says, "Can you see your next step?" And the boy says, yeah. And the horse says, then just take that.
Wow.
And it hit me.
Yeah.
All of the time, we look at the goal, we look at the future, we look at the end game, we look at how long a journey it is, and we feel overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Instead of that, just go, right, I'm not going to worry about that, because that will come. With each step, you will get closer to that. So I don't need to worry about how far away it is. All I need to focus on right now is my next step.
Is your advice to overthinkers?
All right. Just a little sound interlude. Maybe seeing if Sarah comes back on. Kimmel was here. He fell off. Try and get you back on. Steve's here. Kimmel's back. I mean, Twitter is undefeated, ladies and gentlemen. So don't mind the bugginess. It happens. We're here for it. We'll bob and weave. Bipolar's got his hand up. We want to hear from him for sure. Stephen G is here. Excited to hear from him. Sarah was in a thought-provoking conversation, telling us a little bit about her and her journey, trying to get her back on. Again, I understand the challenges and difficulties that Twitter can be, aka X formerly known as Twitter, the former Bird app. Bipolar, you seem pretty excited. You want to jump in? You got something to add?
Hello, Kitt.
What's up? Hey.
Oh, man. Such an honor to be here, bro. Such an honor to be here. First of all, first-time speaker, long-time listener. Let me just give you flowers right now, man. You're a legend. You're a legend, bro. You're a fucking legend. Oh, man.
I don't know about all that.
You are a legend, man. You're a legend. You have no idea what you put together on here. You have no idea what you put. It's literally taking on a life of its own, you know. Anyways, I know the topic is women in trading, and I came in when it was about losing streaks, so I don't know.
Jump in, brother. I mean, it's obviously you're not going to be able to speak quite as well about being a woman in trading. So losing streaks are something we are talking about. Mental health is something we're talking about. And any way you can add to the conversation, we appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the opportunity. So let me just say this. With losing streaks, what I've come to learn is we get frustrated when we all go on losing streaks because we feel like we know our models. You know, it's what's paying our bills. Perhaps it's what's paying your bills. Perhaps you're still refining it, but you feel you're comfortable. You think, oh, I know my model in and out. But the truth is, you do not. You don't. You see, it's everything in life evolves. And so will your model. Ask yourself, how does ICT know that August is a horrible time to trade? It's all data. He's collected this data over years, and it's ingrained in his experience. That's why when he tells you August is a horrible time to trade, he has a reason for saying that. It's not that the concepts don't work in August, but the probability is less. You might have concepts that work in August, fine. But do you have the data to support that over a long period of time? So when you go on losing streaks, respect the risk profile in the marketplace. Adjust your risk. Gene said it all. He was talking earlier. He said it all. Adjust your risk and collect data. It's that losing streak. It's an opportunity. You need to reframe how we all think about losing streaks. It's an opportunity to collect data. And if you know that your personality does not allow you to sit down in front of the screen, minimize the risk and collect data on your model, how your model is performing in this particular market condition, then step the fuck away from the screen. Trading was what helped me find out I was bipolar. People say this all the time. It's going to put a mirror up in your face, and believe you me, you might not like what you see. You might not like what you see because you realize, shit, I am ugly as fuck. I am horrible with my emotion control. I am so impulsive and I have no discipline. That might be what you will see when you put trading mirror and look and take a look at your face. So when ICT says step away from the market, go enjoy your life, step away. He has a reason for saying that, because you might not be self-aware enough to know how you react in these conditions. So he's trying to put a prophylactic measure in place for you for these conditions. So yeah, losing streaks, in my own opinion, is an opportunity to collect data, and don't stop journaling. And when you journal, don't just journal how the market is behaving, how your model is responding to that particular market condition. Like Jean said, self-management. Journal how you are reacting to that particular condition where you've seen your market, where you've seen your model fail. How are you reacting as a person? What is going through your head? So yeah, I think that's the bit I wanted to share. Maybe some other time I'll talk a bit more about myself, but yeah, that's
yeah, man. Yeah, we're here for it. We got a lot of folks here. Riz is taking off and just
Kitt the legend. Kitt the legend. I love you, man. Big ups to the big man ICT. I know. But Kitt, bro, you're a legend, man. You're a legend.
Hey,
thank you very much, man.
So much.
Take your flowers, man. Take your flowers.
I appreciate it. Here we go.
One love, people. One love.
I got.
That will fuck you up. You may be bad with somebody. You may be a bad motherfucker. If I put doubt in your mind, I guarantee you this. You will start to question. You're very good. Fuck this and stay home.
Yeah, that's my boy David Goggins. We're bringing in Riz real quick here. I don't know if you could hear that audio, but we got Billy Sullix coming in. Riz has got to get going. He's got to be a daddy here. He's got to take care of his little one. Riz, just any of your closing thoughts before you got to go on the conversation. We'll keep it going, keep it flowing here, guys. But we want to give Riz his flowers and give him the opportunity or his last word.
Hey, man, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
Perfect, man. Thank you. Thank you, as always, Kitt, for hosting these spaces. Absolutely incredible, especially, the diverse conversations, as always. They cannot be beat. And having the likes of Ali with us, Kimmel with us, even Gene. I've been trying to get Gene on the podcast for a long time. I think I'm just have to turn up and fly out to where he is and just force him into it at some point. But no, as always, man, like all flowers to you, especially on these spaces. I think everyone make sure that you're following Kitt and make sure you're turning up to these consistently. As you can see, the diverse conversations are incredible, and the amount of value that is dropped from everyone, from the people who are big with big followings to the people who don't have followings, but the journey, the lessons, the stories are absolutely incredible. And as Kitt said earlier, it's like a selfish reason, right? It's like therapy. It's like the value that we get as hosts is incredible. Same with the podcast, like the value from conversations, the different opinions, the different perspectives. It's all beneficial, not only to us as hosts, but then as a byproduct to the wider audience. And, we appreciate everyone's kind words, support, and, continued support as well. It's absolutely incredible. And, just to reiterate, the message from earlier as well, because we had less people at the time, but I think there's a huge niche right now for, a female podcast host to really put an emphasis onto the female traders, and anyone who's willing to take that mantle and take that step, I think would do very, very well, because I think there is, like I said, a gap, a niche. Obviously, I will always invite all types of traders on, female, male, whatever, that doesn't matter, but I feel like from the experience now of having a couple on and some of the reactions, as we talked about earlier as well, I feel like that would do very, very well. So anyone who's willing to take that step, I think they should do it. But yeah, I think some really incredible things have been said today, from mental health to the female trader to losing streaks, of course, and the value is absolutely incredible. And I love what Kitt is doing now as well with repurposing that content and getting you guys really high value reels and clips on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe to the Trader Roundup YouTube channel as well, because the bite-sized information that people sometimes miss can all be found there. So make sure you do that. Myself, I've got to go now, unfortunately. I would love to stay. I'd love to chop it up, but I've just got to go now. But Kitt thankfully and gracefully host these spaces at the end of every episode for us to do a bit of a roundup and a recap and a Q&A, and then it goes into much further and deeper things that Kitt continues to host, which is incredible. Next week, just to let you all know, we have a really phenomenal episode. We have Umar Ashraf as well as Raja Banks together on one episode, which I'm sure no one saw coming, but it's an incredible episode of scaling trading, purely focused on the business side of trading and just trading itself, right? Positive vibes, and two people who have innovated in terms of, you know, magic keys for Raja, for example, and of course, Trade Zeller with Umar Ashraf, and they discuss more side the business, like the different business side of trading as well. So it's a whole new perspective, and I'm very excited to get that out to you guys too. And what I'm going to try and do, don't hold me to this, don't hold me to it, but I'm going to try and get Umar Ashraf to attend the space after the episode if he's available. So fingers crossed I can do that. I saw him in a space earlier in the week, actually, on the trader roundup earlier this week. So I'm fingers crossed. If he's available, we'll get him on, and then you guys can ask some questions, and we can get some like deeper perspective on trader roundup here as well. So,
yeah, journaling would be a great conversation. What he's done with the with TradeZella and what it is, and accountability and metrics, and having that platform available to all of us. I'd love to delve into a conversation with him on that. I think that would be awesome. It might be boring to him because he does it all the time, or that's his job, but I would really like to engage with him and the TradeZella platform and what it's all about, and journaling as a whole. So that would be awesome, bro.
I'll do my best, man. Honestly, I'll do my best. I'll mention it to him this week, and then try and get confirmation of that. And but yeah, man, again, Kitt, huge appreciation to you, huge appreciation to every single one of you out there who supports and Trader Roundup, supports the podcast. You know, for us, it's all about providing value and getting value across as well, and sharing the stories of the traders. And hopefully by now we've got such a huge case study. I know that Kitt has like hundreds, if not maybe thousands of hours worth of these spaces alone. And, you know, through that, hopefully you're seeing the reoccurring themes. That's something that stands out to me. The reoccurring themes of everyone's journeys. Obviously, everyone has different, slight uniqueness, of course, but a lot of them reoccurring, whether it's revenge trading, lack of capital, trying to acquire capital, personal circumstances. Everyone goes through something. No one, not a single individual I've met so far, and I'm sure Kitt can agree, has just had like got into trading and bang, they've smashed it, they've done it, and that's it, right? Everyone has this journey, and hopefully that should give some peace of mind. But also notice the ones who have done it successfully, especially at a high level. Look at the work ethic, the drive, look at the attention to detail in order to progress. That's something that always stands out to me. The consistency and the attention to detail when it comes to the learning, not just watching webinars or just turning up to a particular course, but actually going deeper than that to learn specifics, to learn, and again, be self-aware as well. If you notice the patterns again, to be self-aware of their mistakes they personally are slipping up, and where they personally need so what I call the greats. And yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you everyone who criticizes and gives criticism, to improve it as well. Because that's another way of feedback to improve and get it better for everyone as well. So thank you to everyone. I appreciate all of you, and I will catch you probably during the week on a space. I try to attend as many as possible.
For sure, bro.
But if not, 100% next week. And again, thank you, Kitt.
Awesome, brother. Thank you for being here. We got one more clip. Marie is going to come up next. I want to hear from Kimmel, Billy Sullick, Steven. Just 1 second, though. You got to hear this.
Be upset by the results you didn't get with the work you didn't do. All right? Listen to me. Don't be upset by the results you didn't get from the work you did not do. Don't be upset by the results.
Yeah, let's hear that one more time.
You didn't get with the work you didn't do. All right? Listen to me. Don't be upset by the results you didn't get from the work you did not do. Don't be upset by the results.
I can hear that all day. That clip is just like Twitter undefeated. Riz, thank you for being here. Thank you for the podcast, for shedding light on female traders, women traders. Marie, you're up next. How are you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's really nice to hear from you, and thank you so much, guys, for giving me a chance to speak. It's really my first time, and yeah, I just want to say that I just started this career forex trading. It's been just 9 months, and I'm learning a lot of from you guys, and my journey is in process. Soon I will be I'm hoping for the success in trading field, and will share my success story to all of you guys. And thank you for all of you to provide the good material regard trading. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you. So you're new to trading.
Yeah.
Where are you from? And what style are you learning?
I'm learning from the YouTube and purchase the one course from Face. Yeah, there is a guy whose name is Face. I purchased the course from there, and I just started my learning 9 months ago. And after that, I invested some of the amount, but unfortunately, just because of my impatient nature, I lost all the money. And I was thinking it's just not my field, but I took all my energy and I said to myself, don't give up, just try again. So I tried again and make some good profit again with the right strategy, with the right working, and it's an amazing experience. So I'm looking for for a big I'm actually working for something good for me and myself and for the good community. So yeah, my journey is in process, and I'm really hesitate to say words because it's really first time to speak. So I'm shy. So yeah. And thank you so much for creating a good platform over here, like Trader Roundup, so where I can speak and express my feelings. So yeah.
Why, thank you, Marie. We greatly appreciate having you on. And I'm excited to watch you along your journey.
Thank you so much.
So we got a lot of folks here, and I don't mind kind of passing the speaker around. And even in between, I got a couple clips here. So
there, keep going. Just put your head down, keep working, and keep going. No matter what happens, just keep going. And knowing that, I always say, is put a championship routine in place. You know, whatever that routine is, you wake up every single day, and that's what holds you accountable. No matter if you win or you lose, no matter how you feel, you know that eventually it's going to pay off for you.
This is much needed. Thank you so much for giving us a spread and the things like give us a hope that we can do. And thank you so much for this all. You are amazing.
well, we're a collective consciousness, and we're stronger together than we are alone. We rise by lifting others, and the markets will provide. Those are core tenets of who we are and what we're all about, Marie.
That's nice.
So where are you from, Marie? Just curious.
New York.
Oh, you're from New York. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. You've been trading 9 months. You kind of got a model you've been working on. You've been watching a bunch of stuff on YouTube.
And practicing again and again. And yeah.
That's awesome. I love hearing that. Well, Marie, I'm going to keep the mic past circling around. Billy Sullick's had his hand up. Fabio's got his hand up. I want to hear from Steven. I want to hear from my boy Kimmel.
Oh, yeah.
So I
Sure.
hope you don't mind. We're just going to keep the conversation going, keep it flowing. Please stay on as a speaker. Women in trading is a thing. I've invited quite a few of the ladies on the call today, and some of y'all are shy, and I understand. It happens.
It's first time. That's why. Thank you so much for understanding. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Oh, looks like someone cut in line. Backtest Jess. How are you doing?
Hey.
Women in trading.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, I don't want to cut. I've been up here a bunch, so.
No, you can definitely cut, because you're part of the reason of the theme and what we're talking about today. And we don't have as strong of a voice in the way of women in trading as we would like up here today. Maybe because they're shy, maybe not. Sarah, I'm trying to bring you back up. I don't know if you can come back up, but Backtest Jess, tell us a little bit about you and your journey.
So traumatic childhood, rough 20s. Eventually got into a career that kicks ass. I was watching people sleep and studying their sleep disorders, and working overnight for like 6 years. And for that entire time frame, I was just, grinding, investing, buying houses, things like that. Thought I was the shit. And then, eventually it just got to the point where all of the side businesses weren't exactly growing at the pace that I wanted them to grow, and I was, really isolated from working overnight. So that's actually when I got back onto social media. When I popped open Twitter, everyone's talking about trading. And this specific person is saying, join my group, copy my trades. You don't need to know how to trade to be profitable. And I'm like, trading? What is this trading stuff, right? Like, because I've always invested. I just didn't know about, like, the trading world in general. Like, I've heard of day trading, but didn't know exactly what that entailed. I thought it was more so just like buying the asset, selling the asset in the same day, not in the way that we do it with like spot, right? So anyway, I joined this group. It was a crypto trading group. I lost a nice 5 figures while in that group via challenges, live money. It was very painful. But I didn't necessarily learn retail while I was there, right? Like, I just followed directions. And then I got out of that group, obviously, because after 6 months of losing so much money, I was like, okay, this is not working. And then right as I was getting out, one of my friends, Nick, that was also in the group, he was like, hey, you should really check out this guy named MentFX. And you should also check out this guy that he said he learned from, ICT. So I heard that, but then I went to MentFX's videos. He was like, the video that I saw, he was calling every move that was going to happen next in like a replay type of setting. And then eventually he releases a video that says like, yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't truthful. ICT, I learned from ICT, blah, blah, blah. I went straight to ICT's page, started from video 1. I was like, F this, I don't trust anybody. I'm going to go to the first thing, right? And so I started watching from video 1, immediately was like, holy smokes, this is awesome. And then I emailed him, and to my surprise, ICT emailed me back. And I was like, that put me on a whole other level, because I was like, holy shit, here's this millionaire like willing to reply to one of his students. And I was like, all right, F this, I'm going to give this everything. And I proceeded to watch ICT for like 6 months. I wouldn't say I necessarily Netflixed it. I took notes. I didn't apply anything to charts. I took notes for 6 months, very heavy. And I didn't even watch the 2022 mentorship at all. And so, sorry, when I found ICT, this was at the beginning of 2022. I emailed him around March. So I started to, study all of everything. I went through like, what he always mentions as his prerequisites: scout, snipers, market maker, primer, and I think high precision trading. So I watched all of that. And then eventually I started people, like on Twitter, I got a little bit involved. I saw people. I actually saw Elise, which is funny. She was the first like trader I kind of came across, really, or female trader, right? I kind of ran into like the discipline ICT trader early on and really liked his stuff. And she actually, Elise had told me like, hey, at the time she was tweeting like, it took me 5 years to find profitability. Thank God I never gave up. And she was posting like big profits on gold. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, yo, 5 years? If I can be there in 5 years, I'm perfectly fine with that. So that was like my first acceptance of like, okay, 5 years is that's a minimum it's going to take. I'll give this 5 years. I've given my career 8 years, right? So I'll go ahead and do this. And I was like, I've always had a second job. I've always had a side business. So I'll just make studying this my side business and my second job. And that's how I attacked it. And, eventually I find you guys and everyone's talking about the 2022 mentorship. I finally watch it and it clicked instantly. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is the shit. And I started trading demo. I was profitable from October to February in demo, which is when, I started having a lot of conversations with you. I was here in, the spaces often, learning from all the amazing speakers that are willing to come up here and share gems. And that's when, I did that major back test on the opening Judas when ICT was like, look, you want to quit your effing job. You just look for a fair value gap. And you take it, and that's it. End of day, right? And so I applied. I did the back test with the ends model, like risk plan, with the opening Judas. Obviously crushed it, and that just solidified in my head that if, not that I'm going to, but if I wanted to catch a trade every day, I really could. And if I really wanted to just get 5 handles, you really could. Everyone really, really could. Like, even with any condition in the market, like you can just find that one, you can find that one expansion that's going to happen that day. And you can really capitalize on that if you understand what you're actually looking for, right? So to me, what I didn't know at that time is that I was really working on my entry model, right? And then kind of like down the road, I'm like, oh man, I really need to learn like the draw on liquidity. I really need to solidify that. I need to learn weekly expansion. So what I did was I went back to core content month 12. I wrote down the top-down analysis that he provides, and I decided to study those things in that order. So I studied seasonality, studied all that. And like there was a gnawing feeling for me that like I'm never really going to understand all of this until I watch core content. So, as you all know, I finished core content last week or maybe a couple of weeks ago. The very first week that I finished core content, I had the most profitable week of my life. And I don't know if that's like a sign from God, right? Or I don't know if that's just, self-fulfilling prophecy. But like, I just felt that I had to know it because just like going back to that clip that you just played, don't be upset with the work that you didn't put in. And I felt like everybody had watched core content. I'm going to watch it too, right? So I watched it and, I do think because I had watched so many of his old videos, I was familiar with like at least 75% of it. There was a couple of things. And of course, like what's really sneaky about ICT, if you're new to him, is that he'll drag on, right? And then he'll just drop that little gem so quick in like 3 seconds and you missed it completely because you were like, okay, get to the damn point, right? And so you have to go back and you have to listen and find that gem. And you're like, oh my God, he said this long. Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful. It's an amazing journey, And so now, I got funded actually a long time ago. Or it feels like an ages ago, right? And also for those of you that are also trying to get funded, it's not getting funded that's the hard part. It's keeping that account alive and getting a payout that's super effing hard, right? So really the big picture right now, or the headline right now, is that I'm kind of things that I got over or I thought I had over, I have to learn how to get over with this newfound knowledge. So because I know so much, I have to really try to stick to the basics now. And one thing that like really stuck with me that ICT said in either a space or a lecture one day was like, you are not exception, right? Like I thought I was pretty damn successful my whole life. Like I got myself through high school without my parents. I got into a career with no education, and I killed it in the market. But like, I killed it as far as like, investing and things like that before trading. So I thought like, I'm going to get this. I'm smart. I'm going to fucking understand this. And ICT was like, you're not the exception. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you, you think you're going to do it. You're not the exception. And so I just try to remember that every single day. The very first thing I learned when I came to trading Twitter is that I'm willing to invest 5 years because I've already given other people 8 years, etc., to build their dreams. So I'm going to do it for me. So yeah, sorry, long-winded intro, but peace and love to everyone here. Kitt is amazing. I've been part of these spaces for, like 7 months, and it really did. I think it very, very much so speeded up my pace of learning, and then just all the people you meet here, they're so willing to like tell you, and you just, for the people who aren't, just stay away from them. Fuck them, right? Like they don't want to share, they don't want to help you. Go to the people that are, because people like there's a guy in here right now, Nick. He like just was like, hey, let's back test, and we back test together. And I learned from him what we had. And then he invites me to his Discord, and he has like a bunch of good people in there. And then you have people that are like T-Trace, Casper, AM, and like Daredevil, right? Like they're throwing their information at you. So just gravitate to all those people. And of course, all the ladies, right? Sorry, let me give everyone their flowers. I am Boss Lady for sure. Tanya Trades for sure. Say Yes to Jess. Elise the MV, of course. Like all these people are throwing information at you. Just go and study their Twitter feeds. Go and study their YouTubes if they have one. And I don't know if you know this, you can search on Twitter too, right? So you use that search button, and you will be surprised how much more accurate it is than Google. So, yeah.
Well, if you wouldn't mind including, I know you watched Core Content Month 6 and how that was foundational even towards you understanding 12.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. When we talked about this the other day, you were like, oh, yeah, I need to go back and watch that. So the monthly, weekly, daily sequential is so key. And that's why I had such a good week the very first week that I finished. Because when you have like monthly order flow, let's just say monthly and weekly to make this understandable. Monthly and weekly are bullish, daily is bearish, just like kind of like what we're experiencing now, right? Or in August in general. So monthly and weekly are bullish, daily is bearish. So you need to wait for the daily to come back to the weekly PD array. When you come back to that bullish weekly PD array, that's when, and then you move away from it, you respond from it. That's what activates that buy program. And then you buys all the way up to your, bearish PD array, whatever your draw on liquidity is. But learning that, because learning how to align the time frames, because everyone says time is everything, time and then price. But you just like, great, that's fine. And first we're all thinking, okay, kill zones. Then we're thinking macros. Then we're thinking, we short at this minute, we long at this minute. It's not that. It's also the time frames, right? Your charts that you're aligning as well. The exact way that he says it, like monthly, daily, hourly, 5 minute, weekly, 15-1, right? So if you're looking for like a bias on one, or let's say your higher time frame bias, right? The middle time frame, you're essentially looking for like a structure and also levels of liquidity and areas of interest, of course. And then you drop down to your lowest, and that's your entry. So like aligning it that way, and of course you can apply the monthly, weekly, daily time frames. So if you use that ideology across all the time frames, then you really start to see how time and price is so fractal. And that was so key with really getting on side with the market makers.
I love it. Sarah's having tech issues. Madison's here. Would love to see if Maddie wants to come up. Backtest Jess dropping some dimes for those of you who haven't heard her on here before. Lots of love, gratitude, respect to you participating, being a part of the collective consciousness that is. Real happy to have you on. We're gentlemen. I'm sorry to say this, but the ladies are getting the voice today. So kindly, relax. I really like highlighting women in trading. Riz did it earlier on today in his podcast. I think the audience here also has an interest in hearing the voice of women in trading. And Backtest Jess, thank you again. And I want to introduce Madison, who just took a speaker tag. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Doing very good. We're kind of talking about women in trading and the journey and, what it's been like. We watched Elise on Riz's Words of Wisdom, and she just had so many insightful conversations. And she did a lot talking about the adversity, her adversity. Did you get a chance to watch it at all?
Yeah, I started watching it. I think I caught the first 10 minutes, and then I've been recording content all evening, so I'm going to finish it later. But I've seen the snippets and everything, and talking about women in trading, and it's very relatable.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us or tell the community a little bit more about your journey? How long have you been trading? Have you dealt with any adversity along the way? Are you willing to open up about that at all?
Yeah.
What's it been like being a woman as a woman trader in otherwise male dominant kind of industry?
Yeah, of course. For those that don't know, I started trading around 8 years ago. That was just kind of teaching myself how to trade, wasn't really taking it very seriously. And then 5 years ago is when I really started to take it seriously. When I found out that I was pregnant with my son. It all kind of kicked off from there. I would say the only adversity that I've really faced is when I came to Twitter and started building, not even started building because that wasn't even the goal, it just kind of happened naturally. But since I have been on Twitter, it is very apparent that men sometimes just have this issue with women traders. There's a lot of things when it comes to us posting pictures of ourselves. We get a lot of hate for it, which is really strange because at the end of the day, it's a public platform and we can post whatever the hell we want to. Of course, yes, we're also posting about trading and posting about our journey. And for me specifically, this is just literally a platform for me to share my journey, the ups and downs, the realness of it, and just make people realise that it's not all about the luxury. It's fucking hard out here. And yeah, I'm just here to show the realness, really. But yeah, the only adversity that I would say is the fact that men just seem to sometimes have a problem. And I will say it is a very small percentage of men. It's not like I experience this all the time or like it's an overwhelming thing. But if there is any adversity that I have faced, it is that some men just don't seem to like us posting pictures of ourselves. And I think sometimes women are kind of looked down on in the industry because, as you said, it is a very male-dominated industry. But I personally love that. I think being a very small percentage in a huge field and representing women on a very small scale is amazing because it gives us as women a bigger platform, if anything, because we are very few and far between. So I personally love it. the fact that women are such a small percentage, because as I said, the women that are in it do kind of tend to stand out, and we do have a bigger platform because there are so few of us. But yeah, in terms of adversity, that is pretty much all I have faced. It's just posting pictures of ourselves that we get hate for. In terms of actual trading, I've never come across anything where people have like looked down on me or anything. Yeah, it is just the aspect of us posting photos.
Nice. Any ladies that are here that want to jump in and build off the conversation?
I totally agree. I mean, it's just, that part is just really sad, even though it's few and far in between. I mean, I've seen a female trader on my timeline post just like a simple video of like a selfie and then turning around to show like the beautiful location she was at. And someone, I'm not going to even name any names, but somebody retweeted and just said blocked, and like, and they had a very large audience, and it was very just weird to see people just pit against somebody for posting a selfie. I don't understand. Which is why I'm hesitant to even do any of that. Honestly, it's just like, why even put yourself up against that? I mean, it's stupid that it's just like even a thing that you have to think about. Even though it's few and far in between, I mean, but like still, like I've gotten like for every like 50 nice like just genuine like nice comments, I'll get like one that says like something stupid, like you belong in the kitchen. Like, okay, you're really real original there. I don't really care, but instant just block and whatever. And it's just sad, but I do think that because there's so few females in the space, I think it's that also contributes to why we can be better traders, because it is a risky profession. And Alexander Elder wrote about this in his book. In a lot of risky professions, there tend to be fewer females, such as skydiving, maybe free solo, poker, etc. So like the ladies that do get involved sort of are already made these decisions and are maybe quote unquote built different, or they're already headstrong enough to be in this industry. So because they'll have a better understanding of what they're getting themselves into already.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. That's also something that I spoke about on the Trader Roundup with Rodrigo and Kyle. The ladies one we did, there was Jess and Elise was on there as well. And we spoke about the fact that we are women in this industry anyway, it just goes to show that we are kind of a lot more headstrong than majority of the women out there. And I think we also have somewhat of an ego, just for the fact that we are in this industry, we want more from life. That is just a natural ego thing. So because we have that, it's almost more difficult because we're fighting against the ego that we naturally have in a male-dominated industry. And it's like we're literally we're fighting ourselves because we've got this ego and we want a lot more from life. But we're also focusing on the fact that we're in a male-dominated industry, so we have to be strong. We sometimes, obviously we are females, so sometimes we do fall into that like emotional hole, let's call it. But because we are very ego-driven, it's just natural that we have kind of fell into an industry like this that is very male-dominated, but it is like a constant fight against that ego.
Yeah, it's like being in a big locker room. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, yeah. So I mean, you know, in school when I was not doing my own sports, I was managers of like sports teams. So football manager, track meet manager. Like I've been around a lot of guys, so it's, you know, great. I've always been like the girl with the homies, right? But it's basically like, especially trading Twitter, it's high school here. You know, like it's very cliquey. Kitt knows, but it's high school, and guys will be guys, right? And it's in one ear and out the other. And I mean, for really, like you guys hit on the head, like us being women and being in this industry, like the fact that we can make it to the industry alone says a lot about us and us being headstrong. And it's ridiculous that we have to put up with this in 2023, right? But it goes to show that we are resilient in a lot of ways, because we put ourselves out there for scrutiny, right? To share our journeys with everyone. And like there was a long time that I wasn't even letting people comment on my stuff because I didn't care for people's opinions. But I opened up my comments, and I was like, it was an overwhelming response of like, oh my God, thank you for opening your comments. Now I can talk to you and ask you questions and blah, blah, blah. And that's happening so much more than people are attacking you. Like we all know who the guy is, right? He DM'd me, he called me fat, and it was just like, bro, get a life. So like, it is what it is. And like, that, and again, like, it's just, there's a reason God put certain things on women, and there's a reason that God put certain things on men. And I'll just leave it at that.
I'll say it for you, back test Jess. Anyone doing that has got little dick energy. And if you're tweeting that some other chick or another woman is fat, then you got a micro penis, and I'm making fun of you anyway. So anyway, I had to say it.
I mean, that just like reminds me of like on Twitter, I think like a couple of weeks ago, something was like circulating saying like Margot Robbie is mid. And like there was like a picture of her with no makeup, and I was like, okay, just say you've never seen a woman before with no makeup. Like, just say it. Like, okay, you're just outing yourselves at that point, right?
I had to request a mic really quick. I wanted to tell Jess and Tanya, you two are some of the coolest people I've ever met on Twitter. So I hope you guys really don't care what people ever have to say about you, because I mean, I enjoy talking to everyone on here, but I've had some great conversations with you too. So shout out to you guys.
Thanks, Taylor. Love you, man.
Nice.
Hey, Kitt, can I give some advice on this?
Pretty please, bro. I know you're going to drop some dimes.
All right, so this is a subject that I hold near and dear to my heart, right? For multiple reasons. The first reason, I was in the infantry for 20 years, right? And the infantry is an all-male contact, real contact sport, right? And then, they brought females into the infantry a couple of years ago, and I had the honor to be the first platoon in an infantry unit to have a female medic going on combat patrols with me. I volunteered for it. I got so much harassment, so much hate from my chain of command, from my leaders, from my peers. I was like, guys, we're in Afghanistan. Like, I don't give two shits what's between their legs. I need medics on all teams, because in the Army, you have teams on different ridge lines, different mountains. You only get one medic, et cetera, right? And she turned out to carry more weight. She was such a strategic thinker and because in the infantry, like, you have strategic thinkers and you have executors, right? You're either an executor, a problem solver, and a reactor, or you're a strategic thinker that thinks about third and fourth order effects. And honestly, nothing but loved this girl. And everybody was telling me she's not going to be able to carry the weight that's required. She's not going to be able to shoot back at the enemy. The boys are going to get emotional attached to her. I had no problem whatsoever. And, then I started slowly seeing the female presence come into the infantry world, right? Like females going to ranger school. Some of my good friends were the first female rangers that have ever existed, right? And they did it just fine. So, like, with that being said, now I actually work on a large side firm. I can tell you right now, this isn't the same Wall Street that it was back in the 90s. Like, there's a 1-to-1 ratio of female versus males in these firms, and I don't even think people think twice about it anymore. Now, like, with that being said, obviously there's going to be the 10% of shitheads out there, right, that take all the attention for themselves, but don't get distracted by that. Keep going out, doing what your purpose is. And back to chess, You know, like, I really, really respect what you do. And, you know, like, I really respect, you know, like, you're one of the very, very few people that I've reached out to in trading to kind of, you know, kind of guide and all that. And I really respect everything you've done in the space. So with that being said, just ignore the bullshit.
Matt, I love you guys. If you guys need help on risk management, Matt is the guy to talk to for sure. I'm sorry, don't blow up his DMs, but yeah, thanks, Matt. Much love.
Jess, you are literally the best backtester I've ever seen on this app. Like, it is crazy.
Thank you.
That's why we affectionately call her Backtest Jess.
If you guys don't know, Kitt gave you that name.
I did. With a lot of affection. I want it to be known too, most of y'all, if you're young, you're not a dad, right? And if you're not a dad, you're definitely not a girl dad. So fuck off. If you're gonna offer hate, you're just showing your own immaturity. You're just showing your own inability to understand what it is to be a person. Fortunately, not only am I a dad, I'm a girl dad, and it has brought a whole new understanding to female traders, and women as a whole. So I respect and appreciate you, and that's coming with a little bit of dad in me. And I know there are a lot of you guys, men, that are out there that are dads and that do understand what I'm saying. And it's the jerk offs who haven't crossed that bridge, who have no clue, that are the ones being like that. Kimmel's got his hand up. Jump on in here, Kimmel.
Yeah, I just want to say, for what is worth, for someone that is also like putting themselves out there on social media just for the sake of it, it's like, even today I tweeted something and someone was commenting like, "Oh, you're just sucking someone's dick," and I actually checked that person's Twitter, and the reason I'm saying this is because Madison and the girls in here are talking about the hate they receive when they post a picture. And normally, like, what I always see is that those people that are throwing out hate, their whole page is just hate. And I think back to the days that, like, I look back and I have a story actually where I don't know what I was doing. I was like the typical gamer, 16-year-old, like, unhappy with life in general. And I just went into a stream with like 3 people watching, and I started throwing hate in the comments. And I'm like, oh, that's the type of people that are throwing hate. It's like the people that are really so unhappy with themselves that simply find pleasure in making other people go down to their level. And so, like, when I received this hate in this tweet, and I saw that the whole person's Twitter was just replying to people saying, "Oh, like you're gay or something." I was like, "Okay, it's not worth my time. Like, why am I even?" I never replied to him because Twitter automatically hid it. But either way, it's like most people that are throwing out hate, most people that see a picture of a woman and are like, "Oh my God, like, go to the kitchen or something," like, they're so down bad. Then I'm like, nah, it's not even worth giving it attention. But I also understand that it does get to you. That's the thing. Like, we can talk about all the love that we get every single day on social media, because it's true. Like, if we even talking to the guys and the girls, like the people that have social media, you receive love back from the people. But those small hate comments, they really get to you, and it's unfortunate, but that's how our mind is wired. But yeah, either way, like, just want to throw out a appreciation, also an appreciation, like, audio, basically, because hey, I know what it's like to be on the hating side, and it's not good. And so I understood now, being on the being hated side, that okay, there's a whole story behind the person that is sending these tweets or whatever it is. And so, yeah, much love to everyone. And yeah, thank you, kids. And thank you for everyone that is here. And it's also funny that it's so funny to see the tweet from Riz that that Alice's video got popular because people were offended by her saying that girls are better traders. And I'm like, dude, you're kind of just proving the point if you're getting emotional about like just a simple statement. It's like, why does that rally you up? I was like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Like, if I can listen, if people are saying, oh, but Elise is a better trader than you, I'm like, yeah, she is. Like, look at the level she's at, and look at where I'm at. And so it's like, can't people sometimes just admit that some things are simply true? Like, and if that offends you, normally what I say is that if the shoe fits, then it maybe is true. So so yeah, that's the last thing that I'll leave here. And
I mean, honestly, like Kimmel brings up such a good point. Like, this stuff is backed by science. Women, on average, right? There's going to be outliers on both genders women on average are more emotionally intelligent. And there's been studies, right? This is backed by science, that risk taking is highly correlated to testosterone. So it's part of why I've actually optimized my trading to where I don't like trading in the morning, because I have so much energy when I'm waking up, right? That I want to release that out during the day and then take my trading to where I'm a lot more lax. So it's just like, if you guys just accept like biology and science, you could optimize it instead of being like, oh, this or that. Like, just like use it as an edge, right? Like, there's no shame in that.
Well said. Sarah's back. We're talking. I got to change the title of this trader roundup. I love it today. Women in trading. How's it going, Sarah? We missed a good part of your conversation earlier.
Yeah, I'm heated. I swear I was dropping bars, and then nobody told me that I quit talking. So I want to know what you guys heard. Where did I leave off? Because I'm
pretty sure it was right around the once upon a time. Like, we heard nothing. Like, it was very little. I think it was right around you were managing a retail space and you were just getting into trading, and I took us back like 5 or 8 years ago. And then we had, Twitter, be undefeated, like it is. Dropping bars, girl.
I never been so confident in a spaces ever, so I couldn't believe it. All right, let me try to get back to where I was. Did you hear me say what my worst fear in life was?
No, feel free to repeat that. Again, we heard right after once upon a time you fell off.
Okay, so that's where I was going with that. So I clawed my way to the top of like the corporate ladder and was miserable. And I fell in love with trading in crypto from 2017. And that's when I decided, dude, I've got to do this. I spent every day at work listening to technical analysis because that's all I had at the time. I hadn't found the strat yet, and certainly not ICT yet. So I spent every waking minute at work and at home learning with an earbud in. And I was like, my worst fear is waking up. I'm 65 years old, and I just regret not taking more risks and following my heart and being held back because of fear. Because so many people do that, right? Like, they're just trained the 9 to 5, you have to work. You can't go and make money somewhere else. And when that trading bug bites you, and it's all that you can think about, talk about, read about, learn about, listen about, it gets you. And so that was my motivating factor in everything. Now, I have a daughter. She's now 18. She just moved out. But what I was saying was I had worked so many years to get to this goal, and I had all this money saved up, but I couldn't spend it because I spent my life working, and I never got to enjoy anything. I never got to go on vacations. So I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm going to become a trader. And I quit my job in 2018, September, and I I make a joke. I say I crashed the market because literally 2 days later, we had a huge market crash in 2018.
Thanks a lot, Sarah.
Yeah. But let's see. Hold on. Oh, and to talk about the girls and the guys and how hard it is being a girl. Like, yes, some guys are assholes, but they're just letters on a screen. So they have no power unless you give them power. And just remember that they're nobody. They're nothing to you. Nobody should be able to tell you anything about yourself because they don't know you. You know you. And your confidence, if you're posting on social media and you have a following, that already tells me that you're a confident person. So don't let these non-confident people try and tear you down because they will try. But what a troll hates more than anything is the silent treatment. So get real good at giving them the silent treatment. And I've been very blessed. I don't get much hate, like at all. So, and it's because I don't feed into it. So if you don't feed into it, you're not going to keep attracting it. You know what I mean? What else did I talk about? I talked about how in 2019, I found this strat. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Affirmative.
I've got like PTSD. So in 2019, I found this strat. Thank God I did because I don't think I would have made it otherwise. And why ICT resonated with me so much is because Rob Smith and Michael Huddleston figured out price action. And the genius behind them is they both figured out the concept of liquidity and why breakout buyers get killed. And they both created their own language around what was happening, right? So like Rob Smith has broadening formations. So when we get to what, technical analysis consider to be resistance, Michael calls that buy-side liquidity. Rob called that the top of the broadening formation, and it's where we look to go short, not long, as long as we don't have a higher time frame draw or pull. So they both figured it out, and I'm so lucky that I got to be trained by Rob, and I don't think you guys heard this either, but Rob just passed away 3 weeks ago. So I lost somebody very, very near and dear to me, a mentor, a really good friend. I mean, we talked all the time for 4 years. So it's kind of crazy, but the strat legacy will live on. And I also was talking about, I don't know if you guys heard this or not, so I'm sorry, it's not as good as it was before, but did you hear me explain to you that I loved what you said when you talked about adversity and struggle?
Negative.
Damn, you guys really got nothing. Okay.
Nope.
So what I was saying, because you had said that people that, have dealt with adversity and struggle, they tend to be the more fearless and strong people and the ones that don't give up and don't quit. And you're 100% right. And without getting into too much of my childhood, my background, I come from a lot of loss, a lot of heartache. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just not supposed to be here. But I survived my my very rocky teen years, and I am here. And for some reason, I have a huge following that I didn't ask for. But it happened because I found my passion. I found why I'm supposed to be here. It's not to be a retail manager. It's to help other people and to help other people understand price action. and I don't take it for granted. We're also blessed to be here. Somebody earlier was talking about imposter syndrome, and I've fallen victim to that from time to time, where, you know, you just don't feel worthy of your following. And that's just, you know, our subconscious and our, you know, our little bad demons trying to tell us that we're not good enough. And when we know we are, and we can't listen to that, and we have to gravitate towards all the positivity that we are given. And it's so much more positive out here than it is negative. And again, like I was saying, don't fall victim to the negative. It's a time vampire. It does no good for you. They just want attention. Don't give it to them. Trolls hate silence. And I'm the queen of ignoring trolls. So,
I call the trolls clout chasers.
Hey, Sarah, can I say something?
Yes.
So, like, I've been following Sarah since like 19, and I think it's because you're genuine. You know when to say, I don't know what price is going to do. So I have a 12-year-old daughter, and it's one, like, she always watches me with price, or whether I'm doing company fundamentals, like analyzing a company or doing economic stuff. And she asked me about 6-7 months ago, like, if I would teach her, and I was like, absolutely not. But I do have her watching your material. Like, we talked 2 years ago. I'm the guy who sent you the article about being homeless and then joining the army, and then now I'm on Wall Street. But like,
oh my
it's
gosh.
because,
You're gonna make
it's
me
because,
cry.
it's because you're genuine and you explain things well, and you keep it simple, stupid, you know, like, and so now she watches your stuff, and she's only 12 years old. And like, that's a good point, because she's going to middle school right now, and she's already, like, weird thing happened on Twitter a couple months ago. Like, I posted a picture of her, and I said, I don't know if she's a teenager or a kid. She was at Carowinds. And then some weirdo DM'd me and was like, how old is she? And let's just say that didn't end well for him. You know, I got very, very secret people in very low places that can find out information and location. But, like, so now she's dealing with that at, middle school level, because middle school is brutal if you're a girl. For a boy, it's nothing, but for girls, I guess it's like the worst thing ever. But like, I'm glad you said what you said today, because she's listening and she's definitely getting a lot out of this. And it's good because what you got to realize is, like, for traders, like, your kids watch and listen to what you listen to. They take hints, you know. It's very important to know that. But from the bottom of my heart, I do want to reach out and say thank you for everything that you've done for the community, because you personally impacted my life, my daughter's life, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow.
I knew Rob Smith. I'm sorry about his loss. It was sad to see him go.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. That was amazing. I wish I could go back in time, or I wish I knew what I knew now, like 6 years ago, because when my daughter was 12, in middle school is the worst time in a young girl's life. It's horrible, especially with social media. And we went through those struggles, and we went through horrible struggles, you know, depression,
Girls at this age
self-harm.
are so mean. They're so mean. Like, I was a drill sergeant
That's
before. I know how to be
crazy.
mean, but
That is
the
crazy.
stories that my daughter tells me, I'm just like, God, girls are brutal. And my wife's like, yeah, you have no idea. You're a boy. The worst thing that happened to you was just getting in a fist fight, and then you guys were friends 5 minutes later.
And I wish that they would do that. But now with social media, they carry it with them 24/7, and it occurs 24/7. So it's kind of like, I tell my daughter all the time, like, I'm so sorry that you had to grow up at this time. Like, I wish you could have grown up when we grew up, and we just played outside and had fun, and we weren't bullied all the time. She was bullied because she was pretty. And, you know,
What a stupid thing.
I got one for you guys. This is just real quick. So my daughter went to a high school football game, and one of her friends goes to a rival school. In the student section, they found out that she went to this rival school, and they kicked her out. They literally made this little girl leave the student section, and they were like, they ostracized her. They're like, you're not from our school. You got to get out. And I mean, I can imagine how you might act like that doesn't affect you, or you might laugh it off. But man, an entire student section rallying against you being, you know, a kid hanging out with your friend innocently.
No, that's traumatic for a person that age.
I mean, I agree. That's why I just wanted to drop that. But like, my daughter told me that we were talking, and I was like, What?
Yeah, Alexis got all kinds of stuff. Kids were writing graffiti that she's a SLUT at the park by her house. Just terrible years. I had to put her on medication, and I didn't want to, but I had no choice.
Wow.
It's terrible.
Wow.
So, but I'm so glad to
hear
hear that she's watching the content because.
Sarah.
No, Sarah, no.
Sarah.
Oh.
Sarah. No! Sarah, we lost you. Come back. Don't keep talking.
I'm so glad we're learning about this stuff, dude. I'm like just preparing like for when I have kids. Like this is it sounds like a war zone, dude.
Someone DM Sarah and let her know that she's not being
just pop her down. She'll probably get the
she'll get the I say someone. I have her DM right here. I've been DMing her. We lost you again.
That type of thing, though, that happens to these girls, like, I mean, it happened to me, and this is like one of the reasons why I'm very, hesitant to expose myself on the internet, to allow people to criticize me and to speak in front of crowds. And like, public speaking is scarier than death for most people. So like these types of experiences in middle school, so tough, and they stick with you forever, which is unfortunate. But yeah, man, yeah.
I wouldn't say it's unfortunate. Any kind of there are some adversities that don't make you better with life and wiser, but like from my experience, like the hard times and the adversities and like the conflict, they were building shelves to get me to where I am now. Like if I didn't live the life I live, like I don't think I would be able to emotionally handle a lot of the stuff that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. Especially with my daughter and giving her advice. Usually my advice would be like, punch him in the face. Like I taught you how to fight, but now it's like, okay, now we can talk about emotions and being emotionally intelligent and resilient and what matters and what battles you fight, et cetera, et cetera.
You make a good point though, Matt. And I want to say this. I mean, my daughter does BJJ and she's done it for a while now. And part of the reason is because the world we live in is big, bad, and ugly. And she's got to know how to rip a motherfucker's arm off if they come near.
Yeah, don't ever listen to the podcast. Let's Not Meet Again. Like I listen to that every night, me and my daughter, and it's just of these creepy dudes that target women. And I'm like, look, this is what you're going against. You need to learn.
I mean, there's a lot of like self-defense kind of things, and I think, I think it's added confidence. I can say for my daughter's sake, personally, I feel like she walks around a little taller, knowing that if she did have to roll on the mat, or if someone were to put her in a situation that she was not comfortable in, that she knows how to snap their mother effing elbow,
kick them in the balls.
Yeah, well, that's one thing, right? It's another thing to, and I'm trying to remind myself that Matt's little one is listening, and I'm dropping.
Oh, sorry.
So,
sorry.
Anyway, excellent point, excellent conversation. I'm loving the flow. Umar's here. Kimmel's here. Wall Street. AB, I haven't heard from you, bro. You have like your 2022 mentorship model distribution, second leg distribution on a high time frame. Like, I don't know if you're there, AB, but I mean,
hey, what's up?
Your model is beautiful, and I love seeing it. How are you doing, bro?
I'm great, thanks. And yourself?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, man. Yesterday I lost like 3 years of track record. My laptop broke and I lost everything and can't be fixed. So I'm pretty bleak about it, but it's okay. I'm gonna send it in and see if I can get everything back.
It's not anywhere online?
Nope.
You didn't make a Notion
I
or
saved
anything?
everything on my PC, and I was supposed to get a new hard drive and send it over there, but I just lost everything. But it's okay. I know what I have. I have the skill set and everything. Now it's just about building. And I'm almost funded with my accounts as well. I'm so close to passing, so that's good. 3 months, bro. 3 months of hard work, but it's paying off.
No, I mean, I know you were putting in, I mean, since you and I spoke, I know you tweaked your fib levels.
Yeah, for sure. It's been so good. Like I would normally get like a 1 to 3, 1 to 4 RR. I mean, I've been taking more losses now, but when my trades work out, it's like 1 to 7, 1 to 8. So it's like really, really good. So it's just about consistency and, following risk management. I mean, if I look back like 2 years when I started trading, I would take losses and I would feel like a lot of emotions about it. Like I would feel really sad about taking losses. But now last week I had 8 losses in a row and I really didn't care because like I knew that it's not a big knock on the account because I only risk 0.10% on my account. I know some traders risk 1%, 0.50%. Different percentages, but for me, I'm only risking 0.10%. So if I take, let's say, 6, 7 losses in a row, that's completely fine with me because I just need 2 trades to cover those losses back. So that's why I say risk management is very important. You can have a model that works, but if you don't apply strict risk management and, trade within a certain time window, for me, I only trade London Open. I don't trade anything else. So I mean, it's working for me, and yeah, it's just about time now.
You trade Euro GB, you trade EU and GU, right?
No, I left. So I used to trade US30, remember, but I left everything.
Oh, you're in US30?
Yeah, the only thing that I'm trading right now is Euro USD, and then I use the dollar index for confirmations with it.
Well, London. I mean, London Open for EU and GU that's a pretty legit for your model.
Yeah, it's really amazing, and I need to give a massive thanks to ICT. Like that 22 mentorship model, man, it changed everything. Like I've been trading for close to 7 years, and it literally took 3 months to change everything around. So for everyone that's here and you haven't gone through all of the mentorship, trust me. You might think you know everything, but I promise you there's some stuff that you do not know if you didn't do it, and it will literally change your trading career. It's so good.
I mean, Advanced Market Structure episode 12 changed my life.
And I mean that
it just changed my life.
All that we had together, when I think we were on the call for 2 hours, it was just me and you guys.
Yeah,
We
were.
I've got fib level, so So a lot of traders that just trade normal price action, you would understand. So how I would trade is I would normally just trade a third touch of a trend line, but that third touch needs to add up with either 50% or 61.80% fib retracement. And with that retracement, there needs to be some type of either level of support or level of resistance, depending on which way you're trading. But now I don't just trade the setups. I need to look for other confirmations. So I will look like, okay, cool, is the weekly bullish? Okay, now I know that the weekly is bullish, and now I'm going to shift down to the daily time frame, and then I'm going to look for break instruction. If I know that we're finding new candle closures, new daily candle closures above the previous day's body closure high and wick high, then I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to try and trade price into the next level. And then I will look for entries on the 1 hour. So for me, I only look at the weekly, the daily, and the 1 hour time frame. Anything below that, I do not trade at all. And I promise you, I've been taking less trades, but the winning percentage has been so much better. I used to trade the 15-minute for entries, but now it's literally just the 1 hour time frame. And then using the weekly and the dollar for confirmations with the dollar index for confluence. And it's so good. You guys really, for those traders that's profitable, you'll understand what I'm speaking about. For those traders that's struggling and you jumping through all the different time frames, I promise you just focus on one time frame, one setup. For me personally, I would recommend the 22 mentorship model, and everything will change. It's so good. My goal in the next, I don't want to rush trading. For me, it's not about how much I can get funded tomorrow or the next day. I'm just focusing on the process and what trading will allow me to gain. So for me, it's just about focusing on trading itself. And if you're good within trading, the capital will follow up with you on that. So yeah, don't try. We all trade for money, right? We trade to make a living. But you also need to understand is that, if you're just going to focus on money and trading different risk parameters, et cetera, you're going to burn yourself out. Because I've done that multiple times. And there's been times I would blow my account, in my first 2 years of trading, I'll be damn, fuck, I blew my account. And now I need to try and do this again, and then I'll go risk again. But so what really changed for me, my third year of trading, I literally spent the entire year just trading 0.01 on Euro USD and using the dollar index as confirmations. And that's where I started finding profitability. And then, joined Twitter just for chatting with friends, planning surf trips and all of that stuff and posting stuff. And then I came across the trading community, Kitt, and I was like, damn, this is pretty cool. And then, yeah,
The best community there is.
ICT, and man, everything changed. And I'm really excited for the journey. And also what I want to say is I know there's a lot of people that, you're comparing your journey towards other traders, and you've seen all these people getting funded like $2-3 million. Like, yeah, it's really cool and motivating to see, and you get inspired, but you also need to remember you need to stay focused in your own journey. You need to stay in your own lane and just focus on yourself, and everything will work out. And everyone here is to support you. I know like Madison, Umar, Taylor, and so many other amazing individuals, JCap as well, Rodrigo. You have so many people here to help you, and the man himself, ICT. Like, you guys, these spaces, like, make a priority to join, and just study the content and be around people that's willing to help you and do well. Because if I have to look at other social media platforms, and I don't want to speak bad about other people, but like, I left Instagram, I deleted my account. Like, if you want to surround yourself around real traders, come to Twitter. That's where everything is happening. So yeah, this is the place to be, and I just wish everyone the best. I love to see people win, and yeah, let's aim for the moon and just get it. I'm excited.
I'll just say this quickly. Closing price, not a candle, but closing price on a high time frame when you watch and you understand advanced market structure taught by ICT in the 2022 mentorship. That's what we like to call around these parts BDE. Because damn, I'm just saying. I mean, it's not even a candle. It's closing price, okay? If you understand market structure, whoo, boy, it is impressive. Anyway, I got to hear from my boy Stephen G. I know he's here. I want to hear from Rod. I want to hear from Umar, who's here too. He's been struggling with Twitter. I've been getting a lot of DMs. So we're here. We're having fun. I'd like to say we're ending. We're not. I'm not going fucking anywhere. So, I mean, if y'all want to hang out and stay, we're here. We're not going anywhere. I realize it's another marathon space. The editors.
Yo, follow Kitt. Everyone, you got to follow Kitt. This is for the community. This is for everyone.
I mean, it's. I wish I would do a little self-promotion. Part of me does, but I don't. It's not about that for me. But I appreciate that, Taylor. Yeah, give us a follow. There's a free trader roundup. We have a lot of really good ICT traders that trade. We talk mindset. We talk psychology. We have a lot of really, really good information. Guess what? It's free. All we're trying to do is reinforce and help you on your journey. We got lots of models, lots and lots of different ways in which you can engage with price, even if you're just watching someone trying to trade the silver bullet. We got Billy Sullix that does that pretty much on the regular. He shows up in live streams and just kind of puts a little music on, creates a little vibe. So if you guys want that, if you want to jump in, feel free. It's just an extension to when we are not on Twitter. But with that said, Steve G, bro, my man,
yes, sir,
bodybuilder from New York.
It's so funny. That's how you identify me, because I don't identify
because myself. I know I've seen what you look like. You're a fucking brick shit house. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, too kind, my friend. But listen, I had mentioned it yesterday. It's just consistency over the course of 25 years, and what does that do for you? It creates discipline. How many times do you really want to do what you're supposed to do? Whether for me it was exercising or eating a certain way or whatever it was, probably a quarter of the time. But that doesn't matter. You have to do it anyway. The keys to success are doing things that you have to do that maybe you don't even like, but do it like you love it. And that's discipline. And how does that apply to trading? Well, we all know that. I mean, it's kind of live in a crazy time, and I know the space was about females and recognizing female traders, but Kitt, what is a woman? I'm only kidding, right? You have a crazy world we live in, but man, I get so much value out of listening to this stuff, and so many nuggets and gems today were given. I know backtest Jess, and I'm writing down things. I'm like, I have to go start to dive into myself. Trading can be a pretty lonely endeavor sometimes, right? You hours on end in front of the computer, and what's one to do but be left to his own devices? And that's where your inner strength has to come from. But when you're a part of community, like you provide, man, it's amazing. You know, even though it's a lonely endeavor, well, that's great, right? Do eagles fly in flocks? No. Solo, man, they're up there soaring and whatever, thousands of feet, coming and going as they please and doing what they want to do. Do lions run in packs? No, they actually lock arms with a few select that like-minded individuals that are on the same path, you know, that they're hungry. And it's funny how they call the group of lions a pride, because Kitt, I can't help but just keep thinking about how thankful we are for you for putting this together. And I just hope that you have an enormous sense of pride for providing this community for us. So got to throw that to you.
I appreciate it. In reality, sometimes I have imposter syndrome, but at other times I do feel very proud. So just the two sides of the coin, it's very real.
Kitt never gives himself credit, but like when me and him talked 6-7 months ago about like what we were going to do and like what we wanted to see the trading community be, it was experience doesn't matter. It's a level playing ground where we are the sheepdogs and we protect the sheep from the wolf, right? And it's about equality, it's about respect, and it's about, you know, really just looking out for each other, because things happen better in teams that are that have a like-minded purpose, right? And so like that's why like Kitt does an amazing job here, because he naturally thinks that way, where some people have to actually try to think that way. So Kitt, like, to kind of kick off what Stephen was saying, you do amazing work here.
I can't help but today it actually came into my head listening to this space, and it was, no matter who you are or where you're from, we are all one. And that's, you know, obviously probably one of the most true statements you come up. But when you're, you know, everybody wants to be a part of something, and why not be a part of something that's full of a bunch of forward-thinking, positive people that are just driven? You know, look at what we talk about. I mean, you know, successful people talk about certain things, you know, ideas and vision and future, and broke people talk about other people. I mean, you know, and I'm just so over that and just done with that. I mean, you know, I know you had mentioned earlier too about, you know, dealing with failure. Man, get used to it, bro. It's just life's design. You know, no human being has ever became interesting by not failing, but that's okay. You know, the more you fail and recover and improve, then that's going to be the better person you are. I know I touched on this yesterday, and maybe some people have already heard it, but for those that don't, I believe it's a life truth. And anything that's true today, you know, that was true yesterday is true today. And if it's true today, it's going to be true tomorrow. And as far as dealing with failure, as far as a side topic, right, women, and then how to deal with your losses, part of the design of life. But I had mentioned yesterday, you know, we look at opposites. Opposite of left is right. Opposite of up is down. Love is hate. What's the opposite of success? Failure. Yeah, that's a given. No. What if you changed that and created a new meaning for that, and actually really understood that not only is it not the opposite of success, failure is the root of success. It is the foundation that success is built on. It is inherent in every way you look, any way you look in life. If you ain't failing, you ain't trying. You know, we have a ton of sports analysis that depict that. I mean, some of the greatest underdog movies are always, you know, I was littlest, I was this, I was. The most greatest success stories all begin with, I had nothing, I was broke, I was tested, I had, you know, whatever handicaps you, whether it's a physical illness or, you know, life situations, you know, whatever cards you were dealt, whatever you want to do, maybe inherently those things weren't your choice. You didn't choose to have these things happen upon you, right? So you at that point were victimized. Whether you choose to remain the victim in your life now is a choice. And that's going to be up to you and your mindset. We all these things that everyone's saying is so amazing. Everybody has their own spin on them, but it always comes back to the same thing. We all have the same markets. and the same instruments and the same maybe indicators or style, or, you know, like as far as we have the ability to listen to all these wonderful mentors. And so what separates the fact of somebody being successful and somebody not? You are the biggest factor. So again, you know, what are you doing? How can you take control of that? Well, you have to have, first of all, a burning desire to obtain this goal. And that's what's something amazing about the human spirit. When a human being makes a decision, there is no other outcome. That's it. It's a finality. And, you know, somebody says to you, oh, I'm going to try quitting this. I'm going to try quitting, whether it's smoking or drinking or whatever. Come on, man. You're trying? No. Then you didn't make the decision. Like Yoda, bro. You either do or do not do. And the same thing when it comes to this trade. I'm not going to try trading, bro. I mean, I guess in the beginning, we all dip in and find out if it's something we want. But when you see what is possible from this industry, you know there is no other way to gain what you want in life. And again, whatever your definition of success is in any other vehicle, it's impossible. For me, my definition of success would be, first of all, your health. You don't have your health, you have nothing. And then time freedom. What other place can you make this kind of money and have your time freedom? And then finally, it's to have enough resources, i.e. money, to make decisions without limitations. So whatever that means for you. Again, I have 2 small children, 2 boys, 11 and 8, that I'm taking care of and raising. And if I wanted to take them somewhere, I would not want to be limited to only be going to a certain place because I can't afford the place I really want to take them to. So that my kids are my why, and your why has to be strong. And understanding that along this journey, everybody's on their own journey. It's going to be filled with bumps on the road. You think the road to success is not full of potholes? You're out of your effing mind, bro. Let's be realistic. You think you're going to make neurosurgeon money, a defense attorney money, they go to school for 8 years and spend multiple 6 figures on their education? You think you're going to make that kind of money from the comfort of your own home in your pajamas, and it's not going to be hard? You got it twisted, bro. Reality is going to let you know that. The markets are going to let you know that. As much as Kitt says the markets will provide, they will slap you around, bro. But that's okay, because understand, every time you're failing, you have an opportunity to learn from that. I teach my kids something I do every day, and that's you could go back and revise events throughout the day. So I say, kids, how'd we do today? Is there anything we could have handled different? You know, sometimes we're laying there, it's quiet time. You know, maybe they had an outburst. Maybe they were fighting as brothers. Maybe I let them get the better of me today, and they were on my last nerve. And I says, well, you could revise your day. And that means go back and replay the events of the moment and realize what you could have done better, and then actually replay it in your head. And you're going to create a new synapses connection. You're going to be able to create a new memory if you feel the correction, right? Anytime you have an event that is coupled with an emotion, it can be locked as a memory. So I say you got to feel that. Say, man, I messed up. I could have done better. Right? We're all trying to just be 1% better as human beings, as we are every single day. But you also got to do this as a trader. And so how can we apply that to trading? Well, I don't know about you guys, but when I have a great day, I actually go and continue my day, whatever it is, and come back later in the evening. I look at the charts again and see, could I have managed that trade even better than I did, even though I'm proud of myself? You know, that's a fun thing to do. But then if you lost that day, you go back and re-engineer that trade because you missed something. Look left and find out what you missed, file it, notice it over and over again, and then rewind the chart and replay it again, and then take the trade successfully. But you have that choice. Revise that. That's going to lock things in your brain, and you're going to see, your eyes are going to be trained to see it. But that doesn't happen one time. It's going to happen over and over and over again. That's why we're all on our journey. And we all want to fly like this eagle and soar in thousands of feet, right? Well, we're human beings. We don't got wings, but we have airplanes, right? And I like the analogy of when an airplane is at cruising speed, 36,000 feet, it's comfort time. We can use that as an analogy for trading. Bro, you made it. You're at your definition of success. You're a living off the income you make from trading consistently, you've made it. Whether it's a 6-figure trader, 7-figure trader, man, you made it. You're soaring, you're flying. Well, wherever you are on your journey, if you're at the beginning stages and you're just you're trying to get off the tarmac, how much effort does it take to get that multi-thousand-pound plane off the tarmac and in the air and through turbulence until it's finally cruising? An enormous amount of effort. So in the beginning, on your trading journey, when you're realizing how hard this is and you decide to yourself, well, I don't care, I'm not quitting, I'm a dog on a bone, and I know what I want, and understand that that journey is going to be extremely difficult and require an enormous amount of your energy, right? So you have to have relentless work ethic, and you're going to have to make sacrifices. And when your friends are going here and going there and partying, they're watching some, I couldn't believe when I hear people, what's the next thing I could binge watch on Netflix? What? You're going to binge watch anything mindless boob tube shit when you have access to the most brilliant people in the mind that could literally set you free on YouTube for free. There's people that get $5,000, $10,000 an hour, $100,000 an hour to go deliver speeches at conferences, and they're on YouTube for free. I can't imagine wasting my life watching nonsense when you have the ability to pour into yourself. But again, that comes down to who you are. And if you're part of this community, then you're part of the pride. And we're on like-minded individual. We understand what's ahead of us. Yeah, difficulty, good. You're going through hard times, you lost trades in a row, good. Those are the times that you can capitalize on and learn from those times and say, I know what it takes, right? Discipline and self-esteem, man, and belief in yourself. It's funny how so many people look to external sources for self-esteem, right? Like it's self-esteem, it's on you. And I tell you, Kitt mentions it a few times. I mean, I'm over 50 years old and it took me quite a long time to figure this out. We all come from our own background, and briefly, I was in foster care. My father passed when I was 2. I have no brothers and sisters, yeah, man. Okay. I have the choice to say I'm victimized with his life, and I spiral and I do drugs and I become a criminal, and because that's what life did to me. And I went the complete opposite. I went in as opposed to that. But I believe everybody here obviously must be on the same page, because I hear very similar stories from a lot of people. You have to overcome and become, but it's self-belief and what,
exactly.
What I was trying to
I love that you brought that up, Stephen.
I'm sorry.
I come from the same scenario as you.
Yeah.
And so many times in my life, I got the opportunity to choose the hard wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, the easy wrong, the lazy wrong over the hard right. And because of that childhood that I was brought up in, I was able to learn my identity and my purpose very young in life, and what I wanted and what I didn't want, and how to get there. That's a huge impact that I had in my life that got me to where I am.
Kudos to you. And again, in some level, you understood that if it's got to be, it's up to me, bro. This world, they're not going to hand you nothing. Nobody's going to give you the keys to the city. You don't get what you want. You get what you deserve. I mean, as much as we want things, we want to desire it, that's good. But you don't get what you want. You get what you deserve. And what does that come with? Sacrifice, effort, day in and day out. It does not stop. So sometimes you might hear me repeat things. Oh, he said the same thing. Yeah, I do. Every fucking day. You say the same thing. You apply the same principles over and over. Focus. What does it mean to focus? Follow one course until successful. So you're not jumping around. You're not trying to, I'm going to go over here and do this now. I gave it that try. I tried that. No, man, laser focus, discipline, self-belief is what I was trying to get back to. Man, we're all looking for external love. Like, somebody love me and somebody, validate me, and look at how successful I am, right? If they're posting cars and people go, you're the shit, you're the best. Bro, that first comes from within. You have to love on yourself. That's why on my wall, I have a quote that says, hey, man, everything I've ever been up until this point in my life, good, bad, or indifferent, mistakes, I don't want to use the word regrets, but mistakes, makes me who I am today. And I'm proud of that person They made it. I survived. Hell or high water. I'm here. I'm proud of you. I love you. Right. But from this moment on, I got it because I had a mind shift. The lens I see life through changed. And I said to the old guy, great job, buddy. I'm proud of you, bro. I love it. That's to myself. And now I'm going on to the next level. And to my future self, man, I got this. We're going to have everything we desire. I make a promise to that guy. I'm a forward thinker. You know, you're driving through a car. The rearview mirror is tiny because we don't look back, bro. The future is unwritten. It's in your hands. So to sit here and listen, it's not complaining. We're all going through the same thing. I lost this. It's difficult. It's hard. You know, wow, or good. Let's fucking go, man. Look, success is not final, and failure is not fatal. So what does that mean? Success is not final. Is ICT successful? Hell yeah. Is he done? By no means. Did Kobe Bryant win X amount of championships in a row? And the day after the championship, there's stories of he's in the gym for 6 hours and they go, Kobe, what are you doing, bro? Relax. What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm getting ready for next year. What? That's the mindset you have to have. And it's ongoing. Again, it's not a matter of, you know, failing. It's the courage to get back up that counts. Oh, how many times? As many times as it takes. I don't care. You know, we have a purpose. I'm sorry if I blasted it.
Well said, Stephen. Well said. I got someone I'd like to bring up.
Please.
If I could.
Well, Kitt, like I always say, man, the best is yet to come. So giddy up.
Giddy up, my friend. Giddy up. We're here for it. I mean, we got a lot of folks, and we're Trader Roundup. It's Sunday. We're talking women in trading, losses, mental health. We're talking adversity. We got a lot of awesome speakers up here talking, sharing knowledge, alpha, lots of great information. And, I mean, we're here for it, man. We are here for it. Madison, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to, well, first of all, Stephen, I've never heard you speak before, but that just gave me some absolute fire hearing you speak. But I would just like to add on the back of, you mentioned like your definition of success. The definition of success that I take, I actually took it from an audio book. Some of you guys may have heard of it. It's called The Stranger's Secret. If you haven't heard of it, go and listen to it. It's literally 30 minutes on YouTube. But The Stranger's Secret, it was written by Earl Nightingale. And in the book, his definition of success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. So that basically means that if you're progressively realizing your worthy ideal, whatever it is that you want to be in life, if you're progressively realizing that, then you are successful. So for all of us as traders, from even when you begin your trading journey, you're progressively realizing your worthy ideal. So in that, you are successful. And the only way that you're going to fail is if you quit. So yeah, I just thought I'd add that onto the back of that because I loved everything that Stephen just said. But I think that's just something for anyone that is struggling mentally at the moment, just to take that, because yeah, that was an absolute game changer for me in my confidence, just in general as a person. So hopefully you guys can take something from that as well.
So much value being dropped. Back test Jess.
Yeah, Stephen, man, I love you. You were dropping gems right there. Everything you were saying was fantastic, and you really got everyone fired up here. I want to touch on two things really quick. One, the female lions do the hunting and the leading in their prides, right? So women traders, here we are. And two,
yes, they do.
Two, early on, you need to fail faster, right? Like we fail, we stop, we regress, and we work on something else. And really, we just need to keep failing until we just stop failing, right? Because everything gets easier when you put in more reps. So it's not like you went to the gym, had a shitty session, and never went back. No, that's not the mentality. You keep going. You fail faster. So that's the goal. Fail faster until you succeed.
Yeah, find me one CEO who didn't have 99 failed ideas before they finally hit it big. right?
So true. Billy.
Yo. I just want to quickly drop something in about the people that were struggling earlier with a losing streak. Just want to read you something out of my journal from Friday quickly. What I wrote is kind of irrelevant, but the last bit will be a gem for some people. This may help them. So I kind of put in my journal something that I call Faults of the Week. So most of this is gobbledygook. For the yous that don't know, I've got ADHD, OCD, and dyslexia. I struggle really bad with reading and writing. The way I journal is very picturified and different to other people, but I do write some things in there. I reflect on the week. So the faults of the week is what I put in at the end of the week. Most of this won't mean much, but what I've wrote at the end, I thought fitted in well with the topic for the people on the losing streak. I don't often have losing streaks. I do lose. Have losing days sometimes. I do lose a few times a week, but I also win quite often. So I wrote this down. So I went on tilt last week. So if I don't really focus, my ADHD and my compulsiveness comes out, and I kind of go on one and break my rules. So this is what I wrote. Absolutely lost my shit this week after losing. Let my ADHD and OCD get the better of me. Broke my rules. Moved my stop stupidly when I shouldn't have. Revenge traded. Made it worse. Did not journal. Found it hard to readjust to small prices. Just explain that bit so you understand. I've been trading 100k accounts for the last few years, and I've gone back to micros after Michael's. I think it was a space. I can't remember the other week. So I've wrote in here, finding it hard to readjust to small prices. $50 is great on a small account. I see this on the screen and keep pushing as I think it's peanuts. So in my brain, I'm used to seeing 500 quid, 1,000 quid sort of thing. And I've put on here, gave back hundreds instead of taking it off the table as I wanted more because I think it's peanuts. Let it come back on me and didn't take no profit from it. Really need to realise that them small wins are great on this account. And then I've put here, this is the important bit. Next week, I don't care if I win, lose or draw. I just want to stick to my rules, and then that's a win for me. I'm upset, but I know what I need to do, and I will do it in big, bold capitals. So for me, it's not about winning money next week. It's about sticking to my rules and keeping myself in check. If you haven't got what I've got, it might sound pathetic, but people that have got ADHD or OCD, or all of them, and dyslexia, when I let myself slip, if I can't wind myself back in and control myself, things get messy very quickly. And so sometimes I go off tilt, and it's very difficult for me to focus, concentrate, and do what I'm supposed to do. So me coming back, writing that down, it's like it will be on my to-do list for the morning. Like, I must stick to my rules, and if I do that every day this week, then I've given myself a pat on the back, and that's a win for me. It's not about winning trades, it's not about money, it's not about nothing, but that might help with people that are having losing streaks, because if I have a losing streak, I've done something wrong, and I don't think your strategy can be that good if you can have a complete losing streak. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but my strategy doesn't lose continuously. It's me that's done something wrong. So that's why that's in my journal, and that was just me reading directly off my journal there. So hope that sort of helps. I wanted to get that in because it's very late here. I'm going to go to bed soon.
Thanks, buddy.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Billy. Takes a lot to come up here and read that. So I think at the end of the day, I think we all can aspire to hold ourselves accountable. And that's what you're doing right now by being on Front Street, by talking about it. And I know how hard that is. And I think a lot of us here understand just going into your journal and reading it in front of folks. I hope and I believe and I aspire for you that you stick to your rules, mate. Because it's not the model. It's not the concepts. It's us versus us. Great speakers today. Almost got another one in there. Steven was just dropping bars. And love him for it, man. Appreciate it. Guys, we're a collective consciousness. We're stronger together than we are alone. We can learn more together in 1 year than we can by ourselves in a lifetime. And we all got one goal, one purpose, one focus. And that's that the markets will provide. You've heard me say it before. You hear me say it again. That's why we're here. That's what we do. That's why we stay on. That's why we go hours on end. Yes, sir, Mr. Huddleston.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I was not trying to interrupt you. I was going to let you finish, and I'm going to try to do the request. So whatever you were saying, if you could, finish that, and then I'd like to have a couple minutes with y'all if I could.
Absolutely, and ironically, I actually did just finish.
So I've enjoyed again today listening to everybody, and since you made a change in the title, I want to kind of like touch on all three of those things: women in trading, losing or losing streaks, and the mental health and the management thereof. What most people don't realize is, I have like a locker room of gentlemen that want to get out here and like prove to the world that they themselves and what they have learned is an amazing new skill set. And it is. And the quiet females that are actually better traders in my fold, they're not interested in doing any of that. Now, I'm not trying to say that the ladies in this community that are outspoken, which I'm so impressed with. I love the candor. I love the ability for them to articulate and communicate their place. Okay, they're not in a position where they're asking to be a part of this community, a part of this industry. They're just stepping in, just like a strong woman would. And my better students, my best student is a woman. And while teaching and training her, one of the things that was quickly apparent is when she would make a mistake, she was never, ever talking to me in a tone where she was very judgmental of herself. She would ask me, this is what I did. What should I be observing in this? And how should I think about it? And how do I go forward so I don't repeat that? The choice of words, the terms that she used to nail down the core issue was never judgmental. It was never self-reflecting in a negative tone. She was open always for the reinforcement from me as her educator. And she trusted the fact that what I was going to tell her was sufficient. In all of the time as an educator, even back in the 90s when I wasn't really equipped to be teaching, I was teaching ahead of schedule. But even then, the gentlemen that I have trained, whether they're the successful ones that you've seen recently or the ones that are quiet and haven't really found themselves yet, they have this characteristic that repeats among all of them. They take every minor setback as a major defeat. You would think that these guys have trained for the NFL Super Bowl, okay? They've worked very, very hard, and it's all on the line now. They got to get this trophy. This is it. This is the time. This is the trading opportunity. This week coming, some of you gentlemen are thinking that's exactly what it's going to be like for you. And the ladies in my fold, my best student, she doesn't think like that. She knows that she has models, not one model. She has models She knows that one of them will speak to her every single trading session. How does she get to that point where she can trust not only that it will repeat, but she doesn't fear losing? She has losing trades, very few of them. But why is she confident? Because she's done a lot of work before making money. She's kept herself away from judgmental criticism from everyone else while she was very influenced by the opinions of others in our community. My community, the community that was behind a paywall. She didn't want to, and she still doesn't talk. She doesn't make herself known. She's never brought herself out in a position where she can be judged. Apart from my criticism about what it is she did, either incorrectly or correctly. And I've been very careful to guard that responsibility that she's given me and trust. The gentlemen, they want to be hard on themselves because they think it's like high school football and the coach needs to put it in their ass and say, hey, you screwed that up. Do some laps. No. You don't defeat yourself even further when you make a mistake. If you fail a funded account challenge, if you blow an account and you've been doing it not very long, that's not something to be upset about. Every single football team, and it kind of sounds weird me talking about this because I'm not a football fan, but I'm trying to speak in terms where the gentlemen in here, they can draw a parallel to this. It kind of makes it more palatable. But you're doing the same thing by equating the next trading day, the next trade, or this future coming week as it's the be-all end-all. It's the be-all end-all that defines whether you are successful or not successful. And then when you are met with short-term adversity, getting stopped out, getting chopped up on a day where you're not really fully equipped, you're not following your model, you're chasing price, you're getting impulsive about, oh, well, this doesn't really look like anything I've ever really trained to take a trade on, but, I got a gut feeling it's probably going to go up here. I just want to make it real easy, strip it down, and it's just going to go for the buy side liquidity. I'll just do that. Why overthink it and make it complicated? And then you lose your ass. And then you'll want to communicate to me either by a direct message on TradingView, or you'll send me an email that I'll never get to, or you'll send something that is very judgmental on yourself in a tweet. And the ladies don't do that. They don't do that. They're wired differently because they know they're more emotional and more sensitive. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a weakness. That's a strength. Men, and I was this way too when I was younger, when I lost and when I blew an account, it would just piss me off. And I'd say, okay, I'm pissed off. I'm mad. I'm going to go out there and war against it even harder. Instead of going back to what was I trying to trade? Am I trading something that's viable, that's going to repeat? Because if it's not there, I'm doing something that's not going to succeed at all. Is it sound logic to do what I'm doing? Think about when a woman gets pregnant. I've used this analogy before, but I know some people are in here the first time hearing this. When you're in a relationship with someone and you decide to either get pregnant or you happen to find yourself pregnant, and as a couple, the guy usually is like, man, am I really ready for this? He puts it on himself. He's not giving birth. He's not carrying the baby. But all of a sudden he's thinking inwardly, man, am I ready for this? Am I going to be able to handle this? And what's the first thing the woman's doing? She's nesting. We got to get the house ready. Blah, 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 blah. Like, what the hell just happened? Who are you? Where did you come from? And everything is urgent about making sure things are ready. We have to prepare. What is she doing? What is she doing? She's following a model. The focus is on the model, not inwardly punishing themselves like the male does through fear, judging him. Am I going to be a good father? Am I really ready for this? And some men, sadly, are weak and they run away. They can't stick to the model. They can't stick to it. That's weakness. The female has got all the hard work, the job, the task of letting a human being grow inside of her, getting enough rest, managing the stress so that way she can do what's necessary for her body to grow this individual that will be birthed 9 months later. But the male thinks about things in terms of, man, what am I going to be able to do? What am I going to have to deal with? And a weak-minded man runs. They run. They can't handle. They can't stick to the task of following the model. The female understands the personal responsibility here. They're a team player. They're the birthing parent. The husband can only do so much. The work's going to be done predominantly by the female. And because they're wired that way, the trading is it's not surprising to see how men struggle egotistically, psychologically, more than a female. Because if you get down to the brass tacks, men are very, very one-sided. Women are multi-functioning, multitaskers. They can do things that men just aren't equipped. But you give a man a task of slapping the shit out of somebody that has offended him or his woman or endangered them. Now he's in his element. Now he's formidable. You do not want to stand in front of that guy. He's not going to second guess anything. I have a sledgehammer in my hand. I'm about to mow you down. You are now in caveman mode. A female student, I've learned that when I have a new student that comes in, they're female, they're very organized. They're very organized. They're so highly organized, it's impressive. The guys are like, just give me my sledgehammer. Just give me, go ahead and just start breaking shit up. And the only thing that happens is they have discovered that they're not equipped or organized to follow the model. Swinging an axe. It sounds simple, right? Go there, pick up an axe, hit that piece of tree. But a proper procedure would be hold the axe like this. Don't swing it like that. Wear eye protection. Make sure there's no one around you when you swing it so that we don't hurt anybody. There's a trading model in that. Now, usually it's the mom that sees the dad out there swinging the friggin' axe right next to their son who's got headphones on, looking at his phone. He's walking in the striking distance of that axe. And she's in there thinking, this sumbitch ain't watching what he's doing. He ain't following the model. He's out there just swinging an axe. What is she doing? She's following the model. Parenting. It takes a great deal of personal responsibility to go into this industry, number one. And you have to be personally responsible and organized and also prepare for adversities. You have to prepare for it. And when a woman gets pregnant, she understands there's going to be a whole lot of responsibility and changes, and they have to do things while they can before the baby comes. Your model is much like that. And you have to have time getting prepared for that model, getting your house ready for it. And if you rush out there and try to do things that you're not equipped to do, rushing, trying to make money with something you have not convinced yourself that this model repeats. Losing streaks are going to happen to everybody. If you have 2 losing trades before another winning trade, you just had a losing streak. Don't call it anything other than that, because that's exactly what it was. You had a loss, and then you had another win after that. You had a loss. But if you had 2 consecutive losing trades, you just suffered a losing streak. There's nothing to be ashamed about. That's normal. It's extremely normal in the beginning. But some of you think that that's a knock against your ability to eventually be successful at this, or that somehow that's a weakness. Oh, we got to prune that. We can't have that. We can't lose money. Losing a little bit of money, and I just showed this on Friday, knowing where you do not have the advantage, letting a loss do its job, limit how much exposure you have to that risk. Determine by following a model, I have multiple models. You're going to have eventually more than one model too. But in the beginning, it's unrealistic for you to have multiple models that you haven't even done the work to learn how to do one well. All of you are capable of doing this. Some of you are incapable of allowing yourself to develop properly. And losing trades and how you deal with losing trades or losing streaks, the easiest solution to that is understanding your model. How many times have you seen a silver bullet form between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock? A lot, right? How many times have you tried to trade it and did it incorrectly and had a loss, whether it be demo, tape reading, or a live account, or a funded account challenge, and you lost? And then immediately, I guarantee you're thinking, oh no, ICT's wrong, man. He said it was never going to change. They're never going to change the algorithm. Here it is. It's proof. I lost on this trade. I did something wrong. You felt like that, didn't you? Why did you feel that way? Because you haven't been doing enough of the back testing to trust that it's there all the time. But you don't have the skill set and the experience to see the right one, the right draw on liquidity. There's days where the economic counter and the market structure implies that even though that there's a high degree of probability there's going to be a silver bullet between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock New York local time and 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock New York local time and 3 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock New York local time. There's 3 setups per day. Even though it's likely the invitation is there for it to manifest itself in the price delivery, does not imply or need for you to be in there expecting it to happen for you. That's a gambler's mindset. Knowing that this will repeat, knowing that the model is sound, the logic is based on real fundamental delivery of price. It's going to happen. You will not, you should not, and you cannot get emotional about that loss. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. If you've done the work of back testing and you've seen how many times it's done it, how many times you would have seen it and potentially failed, but yet the next day or the next trading session, it materializes and there it is. But if you over leveraged and you placed more emphasis on the outcome of that singular trade, because you just got $100 more and you can get to that funded account, you'll pass your challenge. When you have that small little obstacle and you want to do more than necessary to overcome it so that way you can get to some feat, some plateau, a funded account, and then you lose it. And you feel like, oh, I should have never done that. Let me hurry up and fix it. And you're jumping in when there's no model there to be entering on. You're impulsively reacting to what price is doing right now after you've taken a loss, whether being squeezed out of the marketplace or actually getting a hard stop hit. At that moment, your brain's going to revert back to what you know. What have you been trained to observe in price? If you've done no backtesting, if you've collected no journals of these things occurring and growing comfortable with, sometimes you might get it wrong. The model's not incorrect. You are. When I mess it up, I did it wrong. But when you have a loss, you should not go and start imagining the end of the world like you have to hurry up and fix this. Lord forbid you go home with a negative drawdown. Lord forbid, that can't happen. I mean, we're supposed to be profitable every day. We're supposed to be profitable every trade. That's not practical. You're learning how to do this. In the beginning, you got to give yourself permission to, hey, I'm going to make mistakes. And you want to learn how to make those mistakes safely in the beginning and make lots of them, because that's where your learning is going to come. And the mistake of trying to avoid losing or losing streaks only invites more of that. It's a weird paradox. The more you try to avoid taking a loss, the more likely you're going to have them. Why? How could that possibly be like that? Because you're trying to do something psychologically, Emotionally stimuli is forcing you to act impulsively instead of following the model. How many silver bullets can form in that 1 hour? You're looking for one. That's all you're looking for. It's not going to be 6 of them. It's not going to be a baker's dozen. It's one. And if you missed it or you did it wrong, don't go back in. Let it go. It's going to be real, real hard for the men to do that. But the ladies in my fold, they're like, you know what? I'll just tape read the rest of it. I'll journal it. I'm not going to beat myself up about it. And it's just more experience. Next. No, not the guys. Just imagine John Wick, okay? They just lost. They just got stopped out of their trade. That's it. Where's my sledgehammer? I'm going down in the basement. I'm busting my basement's floor up. I'm pulling out another weapon. I'm going to war. I've done it. Trust me, I've done all that stuff. And every time I did that, the account got blown. You turn one small little insignificant loss into a comeback story that becomes a tragedy. And you do it to yourself. It's very easy to unplug. If you have the data, the resources of collecting these back-tested results, studying a model, sticking to the rules. You're not supposed to be going in there taking multiple entries between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. You're not supposed to be doing that. That's not the model. If you missed it, don't chase it. Let it go. The ladies in my fold, they can do that easily. The men, nope, it's an invitation to a street fight. They're wanting to bring a knife to a gunfight. That's exactly what they do. And I love them for their tenacity and their willful commitment to go in there and just do battle. But you have to pick and choose your battles, man. You can't go in there expecting your weapon to do what's usually formidable and capable of doing what's necessary in a silver bullet or whatever model that you're trying to work with. If you've missed that opportunity, the probabilities of you being successful at that moment have shifted to less likely. Not impossible, but less likely. So why would you want to push at that moment where you're now highly sensitive to the fact that you have taken a paper cut? And that's exactly what it should be, not 10% of your account. Not, well, I lost the max loss on my funded account challenge today. Why? Why? Why are you opening yourself up to that measure of risk? Because you want to get through that funded account challenge fast. Because you think that something magical will happen. You're not going to have losing trades when you get to the funded account. You're going to be scared to death if that's how you feel when you're in the funded account challenge portion of it. When you get to the funded level, you're going to be scared. You won't want to take a trade. And you're going to wait and watch price start moving outside of the entry time when you should have taken it. And then you're going to exit way too soon too. So you're going to chase price where it's not in a very low risk, high probability entry, silver bullet. You're going to wait for what you think is confirmation. The price is going to move. And you're thinking, okay, yeah, it's right. It's definitely going now. It's unmoved 8 handles in the S&P. And I could probably eke out 4 more because it's about ready to go to that buy side. So yeah, I'm giving up 8, but I'm going to make 4. So, it's not real money anyway. It's a funded account challenge. If that's how you're thinking, and folks, you need to be real honest with yourself. If that's what you're doing right now, you're not prepared to be trading with a funded account or live money at all. And I know that doesn't feel good to hear that, but that's exactly the medicine you need to take right here, right now. If you're ignoring that, if you're ignoring the fact that you're not prepared, see, my female students, they bring those observations about themselves to me with those very things pointing out. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking about at the time when I take a loss. This is what I'm considering. Is this right? If it's not right, tell me what I should be doing. The men want to complain to me that it's hard. What's different there? They went out to battle and they got their ass kicked. And they want to be coddled. The women understand that they're not going to win every time. but they got to make preparations. Things still got to get done, even if they take a loss. They still have to keep their account. Men think, well, I can respawn. It's only this much money to restart the account. My son did the same thing. That was the mentality. That was his words. It doesn't cost that much to reset it, so I'm just going to try to do it really fast. When that's not doing anything but fostering poor habits. You're inviting difficulty in your trading when you think like that. And what do you think is going to happen over time? Trading like that, ill-equipped, you haven't done time back testing, you haven't collected data to support the idea that the model you're trading with or trying to trade with, if you're even following it, what's the sense of even going through learning a model if you're not going to adhere to it? What's the whole purpose of even studying certain things, whether it be by me or someone else, if you're not really going to follow the model? I have lots of students, male, that say, I follow this. And I said, okay, show me your trades. They're real uncomfortable with that because when they show me their trades, they're entering way outside the boundaries of where the trade should be taken. What's going on there? They're not following the model. Or they're not good enough to identify it because they haven't spent enough time studying old moves and getting bored with that. Then tape reading it and seeing repeat. Think about why I gave you that model. Why did I give you that model? It's a high frequency trading model that repeats every single day, 3 sessions per day. I already know what you're looking for. You want to have experience quickly. You don't want to be waiting on a daily chart setup. You want to learn what it is that you're supposed to know. You want to get out there, do what you have to do, and start making money. I get it, folks. I understand. But there are certain things that you cannot speed through. You can't just rush through it and think that, well, I'm going to be the exception. I'm really good at this. You don't understand ICT. I was made for this. I was built for this. When you include money in that, you have now changed the whole dynamic. It's not enough to be right or wrong anymore. Now you have to be right. And if you're wrong, not lose more than that's reasonable. So if you're not going to follow the model, if you're not going to train yourself to see what it is that should be followed and allow the data to support the idea that the model's sound, you're not going to have the mentality to follow it because you're not going to trust it. You haven't seen it enough. You're familiar with it. Oh, yeah, that's a fair value gap. That's easy. They've been around since the 1900s. These are people that can't follow a model. You don't want to be that. You want to be someone that says, you know what? I'm treating this like a business. Okay, I don't have time. Things are changing. I want to be ahead of all this stuff. I want to start making money consistently, and I want to be able to weather losing streaks and know that it doesn't mean that the model's broken. It doesn't mean that the algorithm has been canceled and done away with. The markets have now shifted into some kind of unknown randomness. You're going to trust that you did it wrong. Okay, there's nothing to beat yourself up about. There's another opportunity coming around in a couple more hours. Just sit around, wait for it. Don't rush to get in there and get it back. Don't fear losing because the fact of you trying to prevent a loss, you are going to do things that actually invite it. And that will be a repeating loser cycle that you will go through and won't identify it. You'll swear up and down you're following the model. You'll swear up and down that the broker did it to you. That so-and-so did it to me again. Them guys did it to us guys. When you just didn't do it right. That's all. And mental health is managed, and I understand I'm bipolar, and this is going to be something of a rich topic to touch on, but I think I'm equipped to do so. I wrestle with a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's very hard for me to focus. I have to imagine my son being in front of me when I'm talking like this, because when I allow myself to think about how many people are actually listening, it messes me up. Doesn't sound like that, does it? But that's the truth. Your mental health as a trader needs to be guarded. You got to keep all the bullshit out. No negative. Don't give these jokers on the internet time to give you any kind of second guessing or doubting of what it is that you're doing, or inspire you to want to go out there and bring them evidence. Fuck these people. They're broke. They want to see if they can get a rise out of you. And if they can, they own you. For that moment, they own you. Who's in control of yourself at that moment? They are. So you want to be guarding your mental health. And the way you keep yourself on the right road in progress is by following the model that you've back tested, that you have seen sometimes it doesn't work well in your hands, and that's okay. You ever had a car accident? Did you ever hit a manhole? You ever hit a curb with your tires? What happened? Something costs money, right? Did you stop wanting to drive a car because you did that? No. That's the same thing that you need to treat your trading with. You need to look at your losses. If you cannot make, let me make sure I say this correctly, because the focus is you're starting to learn how to do this. So you don't really have a baseline yet. You need to determine what you can realistically make. Well, I've given you a target, which is 5 handles. That's very low-hanging fruit. It's very easy to get to. Admittedly, for someone new, it doesn't feel so easy, does it? But over time, you'll get there. It's easy. And then it'll grow exponentially beyond that. But if you're trading 1 micro, not many, micro, what are you really risking if you risk 5 handles to make 5? $25. Man, I don't got time for the $25 thing, ICT. Well, then I can't help you. Because what you're saying is you don't want to condition your mind to follow a model. Because if you can do that very, very well, what do you think is happening when you apply it to 1 mini? And then eventually 5 minis, 10, 15. You're not equipped to appreciate the level of focus that's required for you to trust the model, not looking at the money. The ladies in my fold, they do it right. They go from the lowest potential risk, the leverage that they can use the least of. They work with that until it becomes so easy for them to stick to the model. They don't care about the money because they're following the model. They use the aspects of money management and proper risk management. That means my better traders only risk half of what they know they can make every single day easily. What? Mm-hmm. Let's assume for a moment that it's very easy for them to go out and get 10 handles in the S&P on 1 mini. That's $500. Never let your loss be more than $250, because it's easy for you to recoup that if you're going to trade another session. And you're going to be able to do it with half the leverage. You don't think about it like that, do you? You think about, well, I took a loss. Let me just double up because it's only got to move just a little bit now. I can get it back and get even. Or I might get lucky and it might run. Are you sticking to your model? Nope. You're trading impulsively. You're gambling. You're doing a scratch off. That's a scratch off trader mentality. I'm going to spend $1. I might win $500. Yeah, or you could have wasted $1, the gas money to go there, and the time you've been doing all that nonsense. Your mental health is rewarded by following a model that you've investigated, you've tested, back tested, collected data on. Your management of losing trades improves over time because you know that losing trades are going to happen and you can't avoid every single one of them. It's not going to happen. There is no way to possibly avoid every single one of them. And when you have a model and you have a loss, you reflect on the market internals at the time that you took that loss. And if everything is still there and the trade's still viable, okay, go in with half the leverage or don't do anything at all. But don't plow in there with the same amount of leverage or chase it looking for confirmation because you're not following the model. You're trading your P&L. And trading your P&L is a loser's game. You're trading the ebb and flow of your equity curve. Losers do that. Every person on that leaderboard that ever makes it that way on the Robbins Cup, that's what they do. They trade their P&L equity curve. And that's why they go up and down, they up and down, and they fall off, and you never see them again. It's a wonderful psychological study of watching that every year. And you're doing the same thing many times in your funded account challenges, or when you get your funded account, then you just can't wait to get a big win. And you use the maximum leverage because, hey, I got through that funded account challenge pretty easy. It didn't take me any time at all. I over leveraged, I didn't understand, but it's cheap. If I would have failed, I could have just paid for it a reset. You have to treat that account like it was your money. All of it. Not just the reset. All of it. Are you doing that? I would humbly submit that probably less than 5% of you do it like that. And that's what you're doing that makes you ill-equipped to be successful. You're not being responsible with the risk, and you're not being responsible with the money management aspects. The female traders that's in my fold treat it like that. Males don't. Sledgehammer, swing, bust it up, take it home, big payout. Caveman language. The ladies in my fold, I want to be scientific about this. I want to measure the risks. I want to stay within a risk parameter that I know I'm comfortable with. And if I take a loss, it's okay. I have a model I'm going to trust tomorrow or the next session. Nothing changes. The men would do well to learn from successful women traders. But little dick energy prevents that. I don't want to learn from a woman. If that woman's making more money than you are and more consistent when trading, why wouldn't you? You'd be a fool not to. But society says that, women are beneath men. No. They're under the arm and the companionship of a male. Together, they're strong, real strong. That's why they're designed to be that way, a partnership. You lean on each other's strengths. The woman usually relies on the capability of the male to defend the home and the family. That's their strength. Usually, the female is good at keeping the home and keeping things organized. So that way the male doesn't have to worry about that. Men are generally really good risk takers. That's not a strength. That means they can over leverage and feel no fear about it. Look at extramarital affairs as a testimony to it. And the women, they're historically better risk managers. As a community, I would love for you all, and I see it today, but the ones that are in the offing outside saying, the women this and the women that, and guys are always better than women in trading. No, they're not. And I have data to support that. Got a lot of students, and I can tell you the best ones are the females. And I'm proud to say that. Because I have science behind me when I was going into this teaching venue that I expected the females to stand apart. And you can say, well, look, the people that win competitions are usually men. I'm not saying that they're not willing to take exorbitant risks, and they may get lucky and it may pan out for them. That's not equivalent to skill. What did you just say? You heard what the fuck I just said. You heard it. That's equivalent to a guy going out on the weekend and having an affair and getting away with it. Does that make him a good husband? No. Makes him a piece of shit that got away with it. But he keeps doing it. Eventually, it's going to come home to roost. And mama ain't going to be real happy about that. You're going to come home with something and leave without it. And stop loss ain't going to help that. So I've listened to all of you today. And again, it's really nice to hear the back and forth interactions with everybody and how you deal with certain things and how you've come up. And maybe I don't have a voice in the conversation that was had today. Maybe I don't have an opinion that really holds much weight here in some of your eyes and think that, who are you to talk like this? I've seen the lives of many people change for the good and the bad when they got involved in trading. And the results are going to be determined by the amount of organization, adherence to impeccable risk management. See, the males, they want to be that sniper. They want to be extremely precise because that's equivalent to having, size in a man's mind. They think like that. If I can get in with the least amount of drawdown in my entry and get the highest exit strategy implemented, where I'm getting the maximum amount of the move, then I'm alpha. Women ain't thinking about that. Women saying, hey, I'm going to trust my model to pay me, and I'm going to do all the heavy lifting through money management. All I got to do is have a cookie cutter. And if I apply sound money management, that same little trade, $5 per point and 5 handles, risking 5 handles, 1 for 1, I can turn that into whatever I want it to be. Think about it. My grandmother had one cookie cutter, a snowman. As long as she had dough, there's no limit to how many cookies, as long as that dough remained. When she ran out of dough, that's it. Gotta get more money. Your model is that cookie cutter. You have to keep the dough in the account. If you do that, it'll multiply. You'll have more than just one cut of that snowman for a cookie. It'll repeat, and it'll be exponential in its delivery in the results. But it will not happen because of luck on a consistent basis. It's not going to come to you by way of shortcutting the growing pains that you're trying to avoid. It's by you embracing it and saying, yeah, I'm willing to submit to this because I know it's worthwhile. And if I have a losing trade, if I have a series of losing trades, I'm not going to lose sight of what it is I'm trying to do. That means there's opportunity for me to improve upon what did I do wrong there. And I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I'm going to go into the data and say, okay, this is what I should have done, and now I'm going to learn from that, not beat yourself up about it. And over time, in closing, you will have learned to trust a model that you can use and implement at your disposal. You can go in there and any given day, trade it, and not have any fear of the results, but expecting what you have proven to yourself already, that it works, that it does pay out if you follow the model. But if you do anything outside the model, the results are garbage. That's the mindset you should have. Your mental health needs to be focused on, am I trading the model? Am I following the rules? Am I keeping risk at bay? Because in the beginning, that's what it's all about. It's not about making a lot of money. It's about being able to be profitable and lose very little and being comfortable like that. And over time, your losses become more infrequent, more upside in terms of profitability is available to you because you've done everything that's correct. And you've guarded your mental health by not allowing anybody to talk you out of what it is you're doing. Because life in itself the stars will align and you'll have a day where you have a losing trade. And at the time, it wasn't that much of a loss. But then you're going to invite the opportunity for someone that doesn't give a shit about you to give you their 2 cents, their opinion about what you did. and they don't know how to trade. They can't make money. They have no idea. They're going to tell you, you sure you want to be doing that? And now what did you just do? You invited something that you're going to hem and haw over, thinking and worry about. Am I really equipped for this? What did I really do today? It really sucks. This person knows this about me. I wish I never would have said it. What are you doing? You're spending mental capital. Is that good for your mental health or no? No. Profitable traders don't give a fuck what other people think about what they're doing. They don't care. They're not inviting other people into a conversation about their finances. They're not inviting them to tell them how to trade their model better or what they should be doing differently. That's someone that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Would you feel confident going in to see your surgeon on the surgery day and they turn over and they say, hey, listen, do you think I should do it this way, to a person that's not dressed like a doctor? That wouldn't inspire confidence, would it? No, it wouldn't. But that's what you're doing. You're the surgeon in this. And you're taking the investment advice from Carl, the temp. He doesn't even have a full-time position yet at your job. He's just working in a cubicle doing bullshit work. And you're letting him tell you what you should be doing, or having the influence that he gives on your outcome of a trade. That's the equivalent. That's exactly what it is. It's silly, I know, but that's exactly what you're doing. And I love the fact that this community guards everyone's mindset and keeps everybody on the right path. That's exactly how you use social media. You have to have a hive mentality. And people want to call it a cult. Fuck them. They're broke. They're going to be in the same position or worse 2 years from now. You won't. You're going to be somewhere better. Because what you're doing is you're keeping yourself around other people that are positive. You're not hanging around toxic people. It's draining. You're upbeat about it. You feel good, and you're doing it on a fucking day that you can't even trade. I mean, I guess you can in a little while, but right now you're all hanging out on the weekend when everybody else is out there trying to get drunk, eating fucking potato chips, pork rinds, getting fat, not exercising, and doing everything else about life that isn't correct for living a very successful, healthy lifestyle. What are all you doing? You're hanging around people that want to be winners. You're hanging around people that are aspiring to do the same thing you're doing. That's the right way to do it. Because if you hang around shit, you're going to start smelling like it. Who in your friend's circle are negative? Who in your family do you avoid at all functions? That's what this community keeps out. And that's fucking awesome. It's not weakness. That's strength. When bullshit comes in, bullshit gets booted. There's the honeybee. They're pretty good together. They work real well. They collect honey and produce honey rather, gathering all the nectar and such. But there's a wasp that comes in and can really do a lot of damage to them. Cut them all up real quick. But these honeybees, when they get an intruder like that and it comes into the hive, they all mount around it and they call it a murder ball. And while they can't physically pierce that larger bee and do any kind of damage with it, the fact that they group around it, they swarm it, and they shake themselves violently, and they raise the temperature up, and they basically microwave it and cook it. That's what this community does. When an asshole comes in here, they produce a murder ball around it, and they can't stay. They die. You have to guard your mental health. You can't let assholes in. You can't let shit come in. You put shit in, you get shit out. You're trying to learn how to do the most difficult thing in the world against the most smartest individuals and shrewdest, corrupted motherfuckers that ever walked in the planet. And you're doing it in their backyard. You think you're going to have some adversities? Yeah, of course you're going to have adversities. But there's advantages that you have to learn to wait for and take them when they're there. and avoid it when the probabilities are low. Pick your shots, caveman. So, anyway, I've taken enough of your time. I've enjoyed everyone's input today, and I look forward to the next one you guys do.
Michael knows way too much about women. I don't know if it's a red flag or a green flag at this point.
I just think that man knows what he's talking about. I think we can all agree with that.
I just need to add, Michael, you can never take up too much of our time.
I was going to say, yeah.
Time.
Feel free to take more.
Yeah, can I just quickly say thank you so much? Because going into the new week, I kind of needed a psychological or a mind refresh to go into the new week. So I really, really, really appreciated this. It's going to help me tremendously going into the new week. Thank you.
Well, Mona and Dime, two ladies, excellent traders. We haven't really heard from either one of you guys today, so I would like to invite both of you to kind of talk a little bit, following up on Mr. Huddleston. And I would just love to hear your story, your journey, what it's been like. And I'll take a quick segment here just to make it sound professional. Or I can't do that if I hit mute. Dang it. I'm sorry. Never mind. It won't sound professional, but I'm going to do it anyway. Trader Roundup, everybody. Let me klutz through this. Bring in Dime and Mona. You want to hear their story? Was almost a clean segment, almost. We'll go one at a time. Pretty please, Dime, jump in. Mona next. And I just want to hear you tell your story as a woman trader. What's it been like? What are some of the adversities? What are some of your successes? I'm excited for you to communicate this to the community, really.
Yeah, happy Sunday, guys. It's a pleasure listening to everyone. Michael had some great analogies. The pregnancy and childbirth and mother one is something that definitely hit personal for me. I do have a 5-year-old boy, and everything he said was hit the nail on the head on absolutely everything in regards to women and pregnancy and the household. After having my son, I think I became a lot more resilient, very patient, very graceful. And the little bit of ego that I did have when it came to the market, I think I lost it because I gentle parent with my son, completely different to how I was brought up, the complete opposite. So that requires a lot of patience and really going to war with yourself and figuring out what your triggers are, why you are a certain way, and how it may reflect on your trades in the market. So became a lot more forgiving, took my losses with grace, still do. And my responsibility in my personal life and trading the markets definitely shifted heavily as I became a mother. That's a big part of my identity, trading, being a mother, because he has helped me so much on my journey. Like I said, your responsibility shifts. You're not doing it for yourself anymore. You're doing it for your little one or your little ones. And it plays a huge part on my mental health. And, it's already isolating being in the market, and it's also isolating being a mother and finding other mother friends who, aren't judgmental and are supportive. I think I've said it before where I didn't really understand what support meant because I've been through a lot in my life and I felt that I never really felt support. So it's hard to miss something you've never had and then you get hit with, you know, big adversities in life, and then you're like, oh shit, that's what needing support feels like. And then trying to find that, you know, as a mother, I think is really tough. It's difficult. So that's something that, you know, I openly talk about. But I started trading when I found out I was pregnant is when I started taking it more seriously. And yes, it's definitely been a journey. Went through an extremely tough childhood, and then a divorce, moving countries, having an unplanned child. It's a lot of shit that I went through. But I don't think I ever looked at myself once as a victim, and I think that's what really helped in my journey. Like, it's not cool to be a victim. I mean, yeah, you should, you know, take things and embrace the emotions and embrace the feelings to heal and get over things. But I never looked at myself as the victim, and I think that helped with the healing process. And it kind of, I don't know if it's good or bad, but it helps that it is what it is mentality. Like, and that's how I am with the market. Like, it really is what it is. Hits stop loss, it is what it is. Hits TP, it is what it is. Whatever happens in life, I feel like as long as what is close to me is okay, my son's okay, my health is good, then, you know, the priorities are in check. I'm cool with the outcome of the market. If it's something I really need to change, then I'm going to go back and change it. I'm going to backtest what I need to fill in those gaps of what I did and didn't miss. Like ICT was saying, it's not the model. It's how you're approaching it, how you're dealing with your rules. Are you following them? Are you not? Did you have a bad day? Are you taking it out on the market? Whatever the case is. So yeah, it is what it is. Mentality. Bailey was talking about OCD and ADHD, and that's something that I suffer with. And it's, you know, definitely a curse and a blessing, because you can have all of these monitors open and you can backtest for hours and get lost in the charts, and have so many instruments open, and you're focusing on all of those things because you are hyper-focused in that moment. But then the downside to that is, what about your other responsibilities? You've lost focus on that. And sometimes you're focusing on other responsibilities, and now your brain is clouded and fogged when it comes to the markets. So it's definitely something that you have to constantly remind yourself of and be aware, self-aware, aware of everything around you, and really prioritizing things. So when it comes to like losing streaks, that's definitely something that I can relate to, because if I lose focus for a day or two in the market, I'm probably going to be out of whack for the next week. And then do I have the discipline to know that that urge is coming and I need to step away? Or am I going to let myself explode and continue going on this losing streak? And then feeling like shit about it. And then I'm 2 weeks behind, and now I'm feeling some type of way about it. So mindset is definitely everything when it comes to life in general and how you approach the markets. That's me.
That's awesome. I love that. I want to follow up, but we got more. I want to pass the mic to Mona, and I know I know she's constricted with her time, so I want to just pass the mic and keep it rolling, keep it flowing. Mona?
Yeah, thank you for having me up here. Yes, I'm going to keep it pretty short and quick, but I kind of want to like speak on like the female traders for being a female as a trader or whatever the case is. I think that trading is great for the one thing is that the market doesn't care who you are. Like, you could be a woman, you could be a man, you could be a gender of any sort. That came out in 2023, and it really doesn't matter who you are. It's you against you, and the market doesn't discriminate, and that's the one thing I really like about it. So when like a lot of female traders talk about being like a minority, I don't really relate, not gonna lie, because I feel like it really doesn't affect me. Like, I get the list like negative comments every day that I get, like, oh, what's your OnlyFans and stuff like that. And I don't have OnlyFans, but that's literally the only negative thing I have to deal with as a trader being a female. But the market never judges, and it's you against you. So that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Wow. I could talk to you guys all day. Such a good vibe up here. The room's definitely got some real positive energy in here. I just want to quietly pass the mic. Say, Madison, you got anything you want to add on that? I mean, being a mother, being a trader. Any of the other ladies that are up here, I'm bringing you up. I like highlighting.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely relate to being a mom and trading. It's definitely difficult. And I spoke about this with Rodrigo and Kyle on the Women's Trader Roundup. And as much as it's difficult, I also don't have to miss any moments of my kid's life because I work for myself. I do what I want when I want. I don't really have anyone to answer to. So I can literally see every milestone of my child's life. So it is definitely a struggle. I mean, like, I'll be getting the kids ready for nursery and I'm like checking the charts. There's definitely like no balance realistically when it comes to it. But yeah, like, you just have to take the positive of the fact that I get to spend every single moment with my kids. Like, I don't have to go to work and leave them. So yeah, it's definitely overall a positive. But while I am on here as well, I would like to thank ICT for unblocking me. So yeah, that's my final thing. Thank you for unblocking me.
Well, shit. Twitter's undefeated. That's all I got to say about that. Marsh, we're highlighting women in trading, and Marsh has come up. Marshana Tonya, did I say that right? I'd love to hear from you. And you're still on mute.
Marsh, you
Marsh?
got this.
You there, boo-boo?
Marsh, you better just unmute yourself.
Girl, we're all in the group chat talking. Come on, talk.
Well, there you go. There you go. The baddies of FX.
She hates us right now.
Oh, you know the group
What's
chat?
that?
Oh my god.
Of course I know
Oh
the
my
group
god,
chat.
you
Who
be
you
knowing.
talking to? Who you talking
Oh my
to?
god.
Who's got their finger on the pulse of this community? I think I know all about the FX, the baddies of FX.
There's a lot of crazy shit that goes on in that group chat, so.
Yeah, I know. You're telling me. You don't think I know that?
Mona. Yeah, let's keep that on the hush.
Yeah, that's right. Your boy's plugged in.
It was not me, sis. Chelsea, where you at? I know it's Chelsea. Where the fuck that bitch?
Whatever. I talk to all you women. Don't even act like that.
Marsh, you gonna speak?
Yeah, we're kind of waiting.
Oh, she said she's at dinner.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, then, Women in Trading, Trader Roundup, Sunday. We're also talking losses and mental health. Not sure if there are more women speakers that would like to speak. We just need you to come up. We've invited Chelsea to come up. Backtest Jess, we've heard from her. I am Boss Lady. There are quite a few folks still here requesting to speak. We're here for it. And yeah, we'll do a little transition. That's right. Trader Roundup, not on mute this time. Oh, Greco, I've wanted to hear from him. Want to hear from Greco? He's coming up. We got a lot. If you guys got a speaker tag, you want to step up to the mic if you got something to say.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
I identify as a female, so I hope I can talk.
I was gonna say, are you wearing a wig today, like Miss Greco?
That's all right. That's why. Hey, we played the music so that we could transition. That's and when I say transition, I mean top.
Hey yo. I hope you guys are doing well.
We are, brother. We're talking losses, mental health. I'm sure you heard what Mr. Huddleston had to say. Maybe you can add to it.
Yeah.
At least do me a favor. Start with your age, where you live, and how you engage with price.
Easy. So, I'm Greco, 24 years old. I come from Germany and living in Germany, but I am half Greek and half Turkish. And maybe if you guys know it, I trade in the prop firm industry since 1 year. And before that, 1 year on eToro, I was just only investing. So real trading experience, I only have like 1 year. And now people think like, this can't be possible. Yes, it can, because I was a freak. I literally traded every day, 2022, legit every day. And I lost like over 25 challenges in total. And in my first year, I lost literally $16,000. And I am not a rich guy. Like, I'm a student. I work for $800. And I swear to God, I paid $800 for challenges every month. So like, I technically had zero money. And I lost every challenge. Like, I lost the first 10 challenges until I get one time funded on TFT and made my first payout, and it was big, like $10,000. And then I thought like, I am the king, like I will be rich. But then I literally lost every single challenge after that payout, like for 5 months straight, like until 2022 November. And then it was like October. Then I had no money for 2 months. For real, no money. I couldn't buy a challenge. I was like literally, maybe you can call it depressed. Like, I was confused. I was thinking like, bro, I traded 20 challenges. How can I lose that much and not get at least twice money out of this? And I started reading books. A lot of people already know it, but I can tell the names. It was, the first book was The Zen Trader. It was like Buddhism and trading. Like, this book changed my whole perspective about life, because I was all in my early years thinking big, like philosophing too much, going too deep into religion and life and reality and frequencies and quantum physics, And after this 2 months, January, my first challenge I bought, I got funded and got 19,000 funded profits out of it. And I was like, holy shit, 19,000, this is my prime time, out of the worst time in my life. And after that, I was buying another challenge and passed it, got funded, and got another payout of $22,000, like in the same 30 days. Like, it was mid-February. And after that, and now that's why I blow up on Twitter. I think I got every month like at least 15% profits consistently over until now. I mean, right now I'm still profitable, and this all happened after 2022 at my lowest low ever. Like, I had no money to do nothing. I couldn't even buy like a pizza or something to eat, It was like broke, rock bottom. What changed? The mindset shift, I learned from a very wise person, true change can only happen if you suffer through pain. So without pain, there is no change. And I felt a lot of pain. It was really hard. Like, it was not easy, but I was never giving up because I knew it's just a process. Yeah, trust the process. You're learning, failing, learning, non-stop. Yeah, I mean, right now I'm still failing and learning. It will never end. And therefore, to all the people who are listening, we all gonna reach our dreams. But one thing is key, and two things are key. It's discipline and a healthy curiosity. Like, we need to build interest into this business. Like, what is the candle showing you? Yeah, what is let's say 10 candles in a row? What is this telling you? Okay, you really need to deeper into this, and if we are not doing it, you can't, or at least in my perspective, you can't reach very, very high levels of trading. So you need to build true curiosity into this, or into the charts. And yeah, I'm a philosopher of the charts. Literally, I didn't have a mentor, sadly. Let's say sadly. I wish I had one, but I never had a mentor. I was just living through books, trial and error, and like cheap YouTube videos. And most of them were like bullshit. So the most of the part for my change was like life market experience. And now I'm here, happy to be a part of you guys, happy to be seen. 18,000 followers within like 5 months is like crazy. It's all organic, also on all other social medias. And I hope I can motivate or open eyes from other people, because I know how hard it is. As I said, I lost all my money. I was at rock bottom. I lost my safety money. I even spent my safety money into challenges, lose them, and then I buy with debit cards challenge, because I was so sure I will be funded with next account, and it was like a downward spiral. And therefore, to everyone, if I can give a few tips, because I think I talked a lot, my final tips would be trust the process. Yeah, just be better 1% every day. Yeah, you don't need to hit a home run today. You don't need to trade every day. These are all like wrong images of trading. And yeah, that's what I can say. Like, I am the proof. Yeah, I don't overcomplicate trading. I trade on every session. I don't have a favorite session. I'm literally just opening the charts, looking at it for like 20 seconds, or let's say 30 seconds. Yeah. And if I don't like what I see, I just close it and will open it maybe in a few hours after maybe I eat or do sports. Yeah. And that's it. So I maybe technically spend like right now 5 to 15 minutes per day trading, like actively. I don't sit on the charts. Yeah, just set your trade and forget it, because why?
He said set it. He said set it and forget it, and then Twitter got a little frisky. Greco, I had a follow-up question for you. I can't hear you, but well, that's unfortunate. He literally said set it and forget it. Maybe that's the jinx. It's like, yeah. But I mean, anyways, there we go. Got another female, another woman in trading. Sniper requested to speak.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm amazing. How about yourself?
Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you engage with price.
Appreciate you having me up.
And
your
story.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question? It just cut out.
No, yeah, I was just saying if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit more about yourself, maybe how you engage with price, how long you've been trading.
Yeah, absolutely. Been in the market for about 3 years or so, a little over 3 years now. As far as how I trade personally, so I'm a tape reader. So I'm essentially looking at real-time orders that are being executed that come in on the tape. And then I'm also looking at level 2, which are orders that have been placed and submitted, but they haven't been filled yet. So that gives me a pretty clear picture based off of supply and demand in the market, kind of, figuring out where those imbalances are, right? Where the aggressive buyers are coming in. If they're coming in at the ask and above the ask, that's for me is signifying an aggressive buy. Whereas if the selling pressure is coming in at the bid and below the bid, that's an aggressive sell. So I'm just strictly a tape reader. I've been mainly scalping. I scalp the market as well as a day trade. I have some, long-term equity positions as well. So, but I don't really trade equity as much as I trade options and futures. Just something that really appealed to me. I believe in something called the 60-minute workday. I like making my money in the first hour of the market. I love coming back for power hour, super volatile session, and being able to scalp, just small moves when it comes to SPX in particular. Really, really enjoy that. On a psychological standpoint, I really like what you guys are talking about. I was up here for a little bit just as a listener and kind of paying attention. One of the things, though, that I always talk about, I love teaching trading psychology because I believe that that's where your true edge really can come from. You could teach technical analysis, right, to really anybody. But I always say that, in reality, 30% of the game is your technical analysis and what you're looking at and being able to decipher that information. And then 70% is the psychological aspect of trading, right? And the thing is that a lot of people don't really understand this, but a lot of people, specifically on Twitter, right, they love to predict. They love to predict price action instead of just playing what's in front of them. And I think that comes with, my number one rule, something that I always talk about is the market it's random. You got to accept that. You could do whatever you want in predicting the next action in the market, anything that you want. And there's going to be times that the markets might adhere to that analysis, right? And it makes you feel like you're in control. But the reality of it is that there's a lot of times that the market's just going to pass through your plans and all your levels like they never existed. So you really have to, on a psychological standpoint, being in the market, you got to be able to understand that human emotion is huge. We always talk about fear and greed, right? I always add in hope as well. Hopium is what I call it, right? It's like a drug, right? Like opium is a drug. Hopium is a drug as well. People are always, they want their analysis to be correct at all times, right? So they'll buy something and they'll hold it for their life, right? Because they think it's just going to come back because maybe last time it hit their stop loss and then it went back in the profit. I always say that bringing baggage from a previous trade into a new trade is just terrible. It's the quickest way for the next thing not to work. So that's me. That's pretty much what I always look at. I always adopt the next mentality. I think that's day trading is super fast, right? And there's really no value in bringing that baggage of past trades into new trades. So whether you're killing it in the market or you're getting smacked in the market, you got to be prepared for the next trade at all times. Because you could sit there and you can dwell on your loss, but there's 50 other tickers that are going off at that time and you're just paying attention to one, right? Then let's talk about the opposite. You could dwell on and sit there on your wins, and then you become ego-driven. So human emotion and that psychological aspect, right? I mean, all of this combined together and understanding it is really what is key into developing a winning attitude. So there's a lot of people on here, and I see it every single time. Been a part of the FinTwit community for about 2 years now, and one of the things that I always see is everybody has this I am right attitude, right? Majority of people, they just want to be right instead of having the can do attitude. The can do attitude is way more important than the I am right attitude. I am right is a bunch of bullshit. I think that the reality of trading is losses are, they're expected. Now, they're not expected every single day, but they happen, and it's a real thing. I've had streaks of, phenomenal green days, but I've had my red days too. I've had, last year, I always talk about this. June was my worst month that I've ever had trading. I lost 160K, right? And why was that? Because I mean, everything was working out in my favor in terms of what I was doing, what I was able to control. Essentially, my risk management, my position sizing. That's what I had control over during that time. Every time I jump into a trade, though, I noticed that there would just be times that the market would reverse. And again, it was because of that aspect that the market is random. Now, looking back on that is something that I love to speak on because it taught me a huge lesson. It taught me to never change my rules. And one of the things about what happened last year in June, I remember one day I took like a 17K loss and I was sitting there, and this was like my third losing day in a row, and it wasn't typical for me, right? It was just a weird, shaky market, and it just wasn't performing the way that I anticipated it to perform in my favor. So, there came a point on a psychological standpoint again where I was sitting there and I'm like, you know what? Maybe my strategy, my edge isn't there anymore. Maybe it's just not working. But then I took it back to this analogy that I always talk about. I always talk about the casino, right? And how the house always wins. So I'll give you guys a quick example of that. And then, I don't want to take up too much of other people's time here, but I'll give you a quick example of it. So what I always think about is this. I always think about Vegas, right? I think about being a casino owner. Let's just say I own MGM Grand, right? That's my casino. And you come in as a player and you come into a blackjack table and you take my blackjack table that night for $3 million, right? You take it, and what happens at that point? I'm going to sit there essentially as the pit boss or the floor manager, and I'm going to, and hook you up with a host, probably hook you up with some free dinners, whatever I can to keep you there and potentially alter your mindset. Maybe send some nice bottles up to your room, maybe even send some hookers up to your room, whatever I have to do essentially to get you to stay and hope that you're going to come back to my table. Why is that though? Because you took my casino for $3 million, right? And I want to essentially get that back. But how do I get it back? By you essentially coming back and playing. Because when the player comes back and their mindset is altered, right? They're now changing their rules. Maybe you're a little ego-driven as a player and you're coming in and you're playing a larger hand than normal, right? Or maybe you're not playing as progressive as you were before. But what happens, right? Normal circumstances, a player comes into the casino again, and what happens? They end up giving it all back, right? Because the longer they play, the longer that they're sitting there and they're altering their plan, right? Every single time, changing their rules every single time, they're going to lose that money and essentially give it back to the casino. But what doesn't the casino ever do? They never change their rules on blackjack. That's what gives them the edge, that they don't change their rules. So it's something to think about. If you've been in that point before where it's hard to take losses, it was hard to face myself, to be honest with you. It was very tough. Right? But you got to get over that hurdle, and you have to understand that your rules, your risk management, your position sizing, that's everything. All the stuff you don't want to look at and you think it's boring because you just want to make money, that's the stuff that actually saves you in the market. It's crazy that I had to find that out, obviously, months down the road into me starting off as a trader. I think risk management and position sizing is a foreign concept for new traders. It definitely is. Right, but you have to understand that is essentially the safety of your account. Making money is one thing. How do you keep that money? You keep it with that correct position sizing, having a good risk management profile. Thanks for having me on, man. If you have any questions, I would love to answer.
Wow. Really, really, great vibes. I see Rod's reacting there. I know he's into performance and kind of coaching and talking about psychology. Rod, do you want to build on that at all?
Hey, everyone. Hey, Kitt.
What's up, buddy?
No, I completely resonate and with everything that you just said, Sniper. And my question to you is, like, how... When it comes to dealing with success in itself, like what is your mindset when it comes to dealing with success? Because you mentioned about dealing with losses, but the responsibility of having more money, the responsibility of that from your perspective, how do you sort of plan things? How do you think about wealth and how are you going to distribute it? How are you going to pass it on? I'm just a bit curious on that.
Yeah, so really important question, right? We talk about losses all the time. What about your wins? And like I had said earlier, it's very easy to become very ego-driven. It is. It's natural. Because in reality, especially when I scalp, for example, right? It's the fastest money that I can make, essentially by clicking a few buttons, right? I mean, within 1 hour, right? If I'm done within an hour, I'm normally making a nice 5 figures on the day, right? It's very, very fast. It's very easy to become ego-driven. It's very easy to that had a call coming in. It's easy to think that, I just mastered the market at that point. I'll give you an example. When I started off trading, I started off with $3,000. And I was very lucky. I came in during a great time in the market, essentially a market recovery, a linear bull market to the upside, right? And it was during 2020. COVID was now so-called disappearing. It's still around, but the rates were kind of going down, and market was phenomenal. You could have really swung anything overnight, right? You could have swung some calls overnight, and you could have made money. That's the reality of what that market was. And being a part of that, right, I took $3,000 to $8,000, and I didn't have a lot of money at that time. So that was a lot to me. That was huge, that I was able to essentially almost triple an account, right? And I'm like showing everybody my Robinhood, and like this the typical like individual in the market who just started out, and I'm getting very lucky a lot of that time. What happened? I blew the whole thing. I blew 8K. And it was like a straight gut punch, because I was sitting there and I'm like, wow, I had all this money, right, that I didn't have before. And I made it all. But just as quick as I made it, even quicker than that, I lost it all, because that ego set in. So what changed it for me? What really changed it for me was understanding position sizing. Position sizing is everything. And it was funny because during that time as a new trader, I didn't want to watch those videos. They're not appealing, right? They're not sexy, straight up. What they are is, essentially telling you how to be the safety of your account, but it's boring. If you watch a video on risk management and position sizing, guys, it's boring as hell. Even teaching it is boring, right? It really is. But it is the most important thing. As boring as it is, it's one of the most important things. It's the one thing that'll save you as well. So I think about that a lot. When it comes to my wins, I'm a big, big believer in managing position sizing accordingly. I have a clear defined risk before getting into any trade. Any good trader will tell you that you have to have a clear defined risk before getting into a trade. You have to know what your risk is before you jump into that trade. And with that comes managing your position sizing and understanding what that is. I'll give you an example of it. Let's just say on, last week, for example, on Friday, I made a really good amount of money in the morning, right? I had a pretty large position sizing. Right at the open, I was able to scalp SPX to the upside. I took about 35% off of my first trim, 50% off of my second trim, and I was holding all my runners at break-even stop. So essentially, if we had a pullback in the market and it hit my break-even stop, I already secured about 90% of my profit, right, based off of my position sizing. Now, what did I do for the next couple of trades? Did I go in that full sizing? No, not necessarily, right? Instead, I went in maybe a half position sizing or maybe even a quarter position sizing. As the volume started dying down in the market, now volume is something that one of the most important aspects for me, right? When it comes to having confirmation bias in a trade, I need volume. And when I noticed that the volume kind of started dying off, but a couple of these tickers were holding, and they were holding really well. For example, this happened a couple weeks ago on Tesla. Tesla just chugged all the way to the upside. Low volume, but it was consistent to the upside. It was just a straight trend to the upside. During that time, what did I do? I managed my position sizing accordingly. I made a lot of money in SPX in the morning, so I knew that I could risk about 20% of my profit, if anything, at max, right, into that trade. So that way, at the end of the day, hoping that I would still end up green. So that's something that has really helped me actually really control that ego, right? I'll take big wins a lot of the time, right? And I'll become that ego-driven person. I'm only human, and it happens to me as well. But having the discipline to understand that position sizing is really everything. I always talk about something else as well, walking away. And what I mean by that is just a very simple thing. Walk away from your desktop. Whether you take a loss, or whether you take a win, because you need that. You need to realign with the right energy, come back and sit down, and then be in front of your monitor. And this literally means, like, I would walk to, my backyard, maybe, throw the ball around for my dog or something like that and come back, or walk outside for a little bit, or even walk to my kitchen just to get away from that, and then be able to come back and then be able to perform at the level that I want to, with the correct discipline, without all the human emotions, because again, I'm only human. So, these are things that are really important to me. So on the other side of that, and not becoming that ego-driven individual, you gotta have that discipline.
Nice. I think that's a phenomenal answer. ICT Vet was in my DMs asking to speak. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue the conversation. We have lots of folks here, so with respect, Mr. ICT Vet, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Kitt, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. What you got?
I just want to talk about how women can be really, really good traders, and I believe that's the case because they can manage risk and they respect risk so much. But I'm gonna speak about myself as an ICT trader. I studied ICT I gave it so much time, and I took it really, really seriously. And like I said, I was telling my friends that the other day, I'm so good at studying, but in terms of risk management and in the psychology aspect of trading, I'm really, really bad. So, and that's what I want to where I want to talk about how women can be really, really good, because they can respect the market, because if you come to the market and trade 5 trades a day and not taking a good, if you don't know what you're doing, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you don't respect the market, you'll get burned. I used to trade and take 10% a day, Kitt. 10% a day, and I go back to 2%, and some cases I lose my account. I've lost a lot of money doing that, and I was like, what the hell? What is wrong? And I didn't understand that the risk management is my weakness. I didn't because I'm new to trading, guys. I know I've been doing it for a long time, but when I was trading, I'm new. I don't know retail stuff. I don't know nothing. I only know ICT, and I'm an anesthesiologist. I'm an anesthesiologist assistant. That's what I used to do for a living. And when I met ICT, I left everything and start studying ICT solely. But my participation in this conversation is as a male, I wish that I could have the respect that the women traders have. I don't know a lot of women traders, honestly, but I watch a lot of them on YouTube and see how they talk about the market. Not so much trading, but they also they all have something in common, which is the respect of the market, respect of the risk risk management and all that. So we would love to see women talk about the market, and specifically the risk management and the psychology. If can you imagine, Kitt? If you see 4 or 5 of these women, they talk about the risk management, and they will take over. ICT is not.
I mean, you're just to add to what you're saying, bro. Riz mentioned it earlier that I mean, the market is ripe and ready for a woman in trading to really take over with a podcast space and do precisely that. And I mean, all the support from him and myself towards any of you, it's an invitation. If you're comfortable, confident, articulate, and I think if you're passionate about it, I think the community as a whole would love to help support you and your voice. So that's an open invitation to anyone.
Yeah. Like I would definitely.
I think you're making a great point as far as topics, bro. I mean,
I would rather listen to a woman talk about risk management than ICT himself. like so like if because like I said, they respect, it's in their genes. It's like, so I remember when I used to work. I'm from Libya, by the way, and I was in the war back in 2011. Used to work with the Red Cross, and I used to work like in one of the biggest hospitals in Tripoli. And my boss, my senior, she used to be a woman. Like when we talk about anesthesia, guys, it's very, very like, it's a very like nerve-wracking job. So you have to take care of all like their vital signs, and I had previous like male like seniors, doctors, they don't do it as good as women, and I can relate with trading that if we can find a really, really good trader and like applying or talk about risk management.
we got plenty in here, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm saying that like a podcast, like what Ray's doing, or like the other podcasters. Yeah.
There you go, Mona and Sniper. You got it.
I'd love to. I'll be all ears because I'm invested to this, guys. I came to the United States with $700 and a pregnant woman, and I was like, I had a scholarship. I still have it, but I don't give it enough attention because I love trading. I think I'm 35 years old, and I said like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, and I joined ICT, and it was like a turning point to my life. And my wife, she's also an anesthesia. Right now, my wife, she just passed the MCAT, and she's trying to be an MD. She can't stand the fact that I'm throwing everything about my career as an anesthesiologist assistant in like medicine in general, and moving to the trading career. And it's just so funny that how we argue about ICT. Like, oh my God, it's so funny. Right now, like as we speak, right now, she is. I'm sorry, I know it's like extra information, but right now we're going outside. We're having a good time with my daughter, and she's taking care of my daughter, watching her, everything. And I'm in my car right now, listening to you. I was doing that while she's with me, and she talks to me, and I'm not giving like that enough attention that I should. but like it's not like, it's not bad, it's not good. It's like I'm having a great time with her. But it's funny that I wish that my wife agreed, like, and supported me in terms of like turning to be a trader and all that. That was like the only thing that we fought about. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but it's
good to get it off your chest, bro. I can relate.
No, that's real.
I've got two ex-wives, aka 2X lives, and it was choosing between the charts and the fat ass and the charts won. So it happens, and it happened to me twice. And I mean, I'm just keeping it real.
No, like we had our like problems, and now we're in a way better than Blaze. She's a very smart woman. I don't know if you know the MCAT, the medical college admission test.
Yeah, bro. I know all about that.
Nah, she's obviously wicked smart.
I swear to God.
Yeah,
guys,
if you're an anesthesiologist or if you're studying to be, then yeah, bro, for sure. I mean, she's smart.
I came here to the United States, and I spoke the language. I grew up listening to Pink Floyd and Nirvana and all that. I spoke the language, and I traveled before. But she never spoke the language, man. And she smashed that test. She's like smashed it really good. I failed on that test. And that's what made me think about I think I could do something else. And that's when I got with ICT. So, but like going back to the point, like it's gonna be so cool to listen to a female trader talk about risk management and all that, because I believe ICT talked about it in the private ICT in the private mentorship when he said that his best student is a female. Like he appreciated how she is so on point, like in terms of what he teaches, and how we are as males, like we're going all over the place.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt. I just have to add this, and I screenshotted it, and it might not last, but I'm the first person ICT followed. It kind of feels kind of special. I just thought I'd mention that. He only has one
Wow.
Whoa. I
That's
screenshotted it. I don't know if it'll last. You know what I'm saying? But all I got to say is I'm feeling a little warm and tingly, and it feels good.
Yeah, I got with ICT when COVID hit, and I did not take the vaccine because I studied virology. I'm not saying I'm a scientist, but I have like so many certificates because I had the I had a lot of like when you work in a war zone, like they like that here in the United States. They like that you have that experience, but they didn't let me work because I'm not vaccinated. And I said, I'm like unapologetically, like I said, I'm not going to take it. And I live in Colorado, guys. It's I know it's a purple state, but I believe it's going really, really blue.
It's all right. We don't talk. We don't get into too many divisive topics here, and that's okay. But what were you saying?
I'm so sorry. I was just chilling.
No, I got you, bro.
What made me think about something else, independent, like something that I can control and I can make money of, and that's how I got introduced to ICT. And I swear to God, not because he's here or like he's listening to it or whatever. I swear to God, that's the best decision I've ever made in my whole life. It's a tough experience. It's a very, like, when you tell your dad, and I'm like, when you tell your dad that I'm not gonna pursue what I came here for, like, they will not understand that. Like, I was the best in my, the reason why they gave me this scholarship, it's because I graduated the second top in my bachelor degree, and also like I was teaching my wife. That's how I. That's
the attraction, bro. I mean, that mental stimulation. It's a thing, man. If you're with someone who's really smart, then having those intellectual conversations is it's a real attractive thing.
All my point, guys. It would be so cool to listen to like women talk about trading.
I mean, I think the podcast should be called FX Baddies, and I think it should just be that little chat group that I happen to know all about in detail. And I think all y'all FX Baddies, each one of y'all that are in there should start a YouTube page and have a little conversation and bring in a bunch of folks And if you ever are searching for someone, just jump in my DMs, because I think we know quite a few traders that would be pretty interesting to talk to, even if it's the female hosts with other traders, if it's females interviewing females. But I think ICT Vet makes a great point. Risk management and psychology are two elements of trading. And a lot of people want to project a bias or talk about a weekly review or go over previous price action. I'll say just quickly, in talking with ICT one-on-one, I mean, he thought it was, we do these spaces, but also the live trading and making it a point to try and create analysis and real-time analysis over real-time price action. It's different than a lot of the hindsight folks that magically know where price went or where it was going to go. So I just want to make that point quickly.
One last thing before.
Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
one last thing.
We got a lot of folks here, my friend, and we can talk about this all day. ICT Vet.
Yeah, I swear to God, I'm gonna give the mic to someone else. I want to talk to ICT about my like the Telegram mentorship. My daughter accidentally like deleted your thing, and you didn't answer my email. Please put me back, because I know it's still like we still have like 2 months of.
Yeah, you asked them this last time, bro. You asked them this last time, and the one rule in Fight Club, and as long as I'm the host, we don't talk about Fight Club. So,
well, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Right on. I want to bring in Pips LLC next.
Love you, bro. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. You know we got mad love for you, bro.
What's up, bro? How you doing? How's everybody doing?
I'm from Puerto Rico. I'm coming to see you in November for your shindig, whatever your trader thing you're doing. I'm coming to see you. And
absolutely, bro.
I have to. I can't
wait to see you.
I can't make it to Dubai, man. My fucking passport got stolen by my ex-wife. God damn
that
it.
Sucks.
Yeah,
that sucks, bro.
Dude, I mean, she's hateful.
But yeah, man, I joined in kind of late, so I'm just hearing support and loving what I'm hearing from the community. You know, just want to tell everybody, hope everybody's having a great weekend. Hope you had a great trading week last week, and I hope you have an even better trading week this upcoming week. So I'm just hearing support and listening, bro.
Right on. I mean, there is a woman trader I would love to hear from, and that's Keo Matayo, Fairy Trades. I know it's super uber extra late there, and it might not be as conducive for a conversation, but if you were available by chance, would love to have you come up. Love to hear your voice and talk a little bit about your journey and where you're at. So the invite's there. Otherwise, we have quite a few folks here that would like to speak. Next up would be Alfred. Mr. Alfred, I know it's super late there in South Africa right now. What is it, 3:45 in the morning? Damn, bro. You manage real estate this late?
Yes, Mr. Kitt. I just jumped on your space and I'm like, freaking hell, might as well do it. You know, I'm listening to you guys while looking at the charts. Amazing.
Nice. Oh, well, Alfred, I don't mean to cut you off, and I do want to hear from you, but Miss Keo Matayo has decided to join us, and the topic today, first and foremost, is women in trading. We're trying to be a bug in these FX baddies' ear and suggest and recommend that there be a page on YouTube called their private chat. And I think, Keo Matayo, how are you doing today? And I know it's late.
ICT Concepts, good evening. Yeah, it's pretty late. It's been a while I jumped on your space. It's nice to hear from you again. Trust you've been good.
Yeah, I've been doing great. We're talking a little bit about women in trading, talking about your journey, talking about risk management, psychology, what it's like to be a mother, potentially, and a nurturer within a relationship, and where and how that translates into the charts?
Women in trading. There's this notion that women are better risk managers when it comes to trading, which I quite agree on. And also the fact that the pressure is lesser on women than it is on men. And I think that kind of influences how we trade and how we tend to manage risk and our perspective of money. I mean, the need for money affects the risk appetite of every trader. We want money, and then focusing on money affects how we trade, affects how we manage risk, affects how we blow accounts, basically. So that makes us tend to be better traders at the end of the day than men, right? Mental health and trading. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know. This has nothing to do with the gender. The learning curve in trading is crazy, and it will definitely mess your mental health. I mean, taking losses, nobody likes to take losses. Nobody likes to fail. So it will definitely get to everybody. The fact that you're losing, I mean, the sleepless nights, the trying to study, learn, unlearn, relearn. I mean, mental health in trading is a thing, really. Handling losses, it takes taking several losses to eventually make peace with losses. I mean, it took a long time before I could say, okay, you know what? Losses are inevitable. And I still made a video today still saying losses are inevitable. So just focus on the risk reward ratio. And it takes so long to actually accept that, make peace with that, and focus on it, because nobody wants to take losses. It messes with the emotion. I mean, there's greed, there's fear, you're scared of losing, and it takes a whole lot, and it takes time to eventually be able to master your emotions and control all of this, right? The pain isn't inevitable for anybody at all. I mean, it messes with your head, messes with your psychology. The struggle is real. That part of trading is very real, and there's really no shortcut to it. You just have to endure, deal with it, make peace with it. Then eventually it becomes a normal thing. It just comes naturally. You focus on what you need to focus on, which is the risk management, which is trading well, which is mastering your edge in trading. I mean, it's easy to say or speak about, but it's not easy to master. It's really not easy to master. We keep hearing it, but before you master it, you'd have to feel the pain. Nobody will teach you the pain or teach you discipline or teach you patience. It's still you. You know you're doing the wrong thing, and then you just have to make peace with it, like, it was my fault. I mean, ICT Concepts works. My entry model is correct. I just panicked and closed my trading loss, or I just didn't hold to TP. You know, all of these mistakes, all of these errors, you just have to make them. You just have to feel them. You just have to learn from them. It's tough, man. It's actually tough having to go through all of this part of trading, and it can't be taught. I mean, I can hear someone say it, or someone can share their experience with me, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, so I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to just sit on my hands. But you know you won't just sit on your hands. I mean, you just have to go through that pain first. When you go through the pain, then you'll be like, okay, you learn from your own pain. This thing, it cost me money yesterday. I lost money to it last week. So it's better I just walk away from my running trades or something. I mean, you just have to go through it yourself, personally, learn from your own mistakes before you can master it. That makes it difficult. That makes your journey different. I mean, you can learn from other people's experience, but then these mistakes, I mean, we are just human. We all have emotions, and you just have to make your own mistakes. Mistakes are personal. You make it, you you learn from it. Some people say trading is not for everybody. I think they just mean trading is not for anybody at all. I mean, who wants to go through all of this tough process? I mean, facing your own demons, accepting your own mistakes, holding yourself responsible, being honest about your own flaws, your errors, your losses. It's not for anybody. Yeah, but there are some people who can be honest with themselves, face their own demons, just say, you know what, I don't want to work with anybody. I don't want to work for anybody. I want to be my own person. I want this financial freedom and blah, blah, blah. And then it motivates you to just stick your head out to it and keep it going. That makes this journey different for everybody. That makes it like, do you want to do it? It's not for anybody, but do you think you can do it? If you can do it, then you enjoy the reward. Otherwise, you give up and, do something easier. But is it worth it? Definitely worth it. The idea of YouTube thing is actually really nice. Really nice.
Well, I mean, Riz, who's really big on YouTube. I'm not really that big on YouTube. But I mean, I think we're trying to grow an audience as well. But if any women are interested, understand that the community is going to really try and support you guys, you gals. And I think it would be awesome. I have a question for the ladies. I know as a man, I have a lot of demons. How do you wrestle with your own demons? We have a few folks. I'd love to hear. I mean, Kay, since you were just speaking, I'd like to ask you, and then any other of the women here as well, Sniper, Dime, and Mona. How do you come to terms with the demons? I hope that doesn't sound abstract, but you mentioned it. And I know I wrestle with that. I mean, self-destruction, fear, self-worth, discouraged, anger. Like, I mean, I got a whole bunch of them. I could keep going. I'm just curious from a female perspective, your own demons, and where and how do those manifest within the charts? Kay, I was going to give you the opportunity, and it looks like Sniper, Dime both have an opinion. And I want to hear from everybody, obviously.
She can go ahead and go first, man. I'll wait. No problem.
I will go first.
Yeah, Kay, if you don't mind.
Okay. So even before I started trading, I like writing. I like writing my feelings, my emotions, whatever it is I'm going through. I really like to write it out and then make peace with it first. That's my coping mechanism. So I like to, before I discuss with anybody at all, I'm writing it down. And that made it easy for me in trading because I don't joke with my journal. I honestly do not joke with my journal. So facing it is more of me versus me. I mean, writing it, thinking about it, just meditating. And I also don't joke with working out. I mean, I'm thinking about myself. I'm being accountable. I'm meditating, I'm just in my head. I'm mostly by myself, like not always, but anytime I have a lot of things in my head, I want to face what my problem is. I want to be honest with myself. Even if I run away for a while, I'm coming back to the gym. I'm going back to my journal. I'm going back to listen to affirmations. I mean, these are my core coping mechanisms to face my own demons. I mean, to refresh my head, listen to audiobooks, listen to affirmations. I don't joke with gym. I don't joke with journals. These are my coping mechanisms.
I love that answer. I really do. On my screen, I've got Sniper, Dime, and Mona. And Dime still got her hand up. Sniper had her hand up. I'm going to go Sniper, Dime, and Mona. again, that's just how the flow is on my screen. So go ahead.
Yeah, sure thing. So, I kind of base it off of kind of where I came from. So, before trading, I worked in law enforcement pretty much my whole life. I was hired on I started with an internship at about 13 years old, and then I was hired on at 18. So, my, whole life being a part of and working in law enforcement, it's a pressure-based job, right? And I think trading is similar to that in a lot of ways. A lot of people will say, is trading an art form? In a lot of ways it can be, but to me it's more of a sport. So I pinned to the top something that I always like to talk about, and this is how I essentially proceed in the market on a daily basis. So I enter in the morning like I'm a boxer. That opening bell, that's the round one trip gong for me, right? So I'm going to throw some jabs, and those are going to be some of my winners, right, that I'm going to essentially compound. And then I'm going to take some hits. Those are my losses. And then I have to block some of those hits. That's my risk management. There's going to be certain times where the opportunity presents itself, and that's where you go for the KO, and those are the big winners. But then there's going to be certain days that I'm going to lose by decision. I'm not going to get knocked out. I'm going to lose by decision, and on those days, what happens? I don't cry. I don't victimize myself. I really don't second guess myself either, because I just like to put my energy into what's in front of me, and then I'll go for the knockout the following day. It's important to refocus and realign with the right energy, because that's what gives you that motivation and the discipline to bring the heat the next day. And that's what a winning mentality is, right? A lot of people will come into the market and, it's just a get rich quick. My thing is, making money is one aspect of it. How am I going to keep that money? And that's where that risk and that risk appetite, and you have to be able to understand that every single day coming into the market. Another thing I always talk about is really being a surfer in the market, right? I'm not a surfer, but I've observed many surfers out on the beach, and what happens normally? They don't ride every single wave, right? Waves go by, and they let them go by. They're not riding every single one. Similar to being in the market, I'm not taking every single trade that presents itself to me. I'm looking for A+ quality setup trades. When those A+ quality setup trades come, they're going to come. They're not going to come every single time, right? So I'm going to let some pass by that maybe just don't look good to me. I have a mental checklist in my mind of essentially what my confirmation needs to be. And maybe during that time my confirmation isn't there and I let that trade go by, no big deal. I'm going to go look for something else. So similar to a surfer, right? They look for the A+ quality setup and then they paddle out, similar to me essentially buying at that time, right? I'm going to go ahead and jump into the market or jump into a position during that time. Now, what happens during that time as a surfer, right? They're riding this wave and they need an exit strategy. They need to know essentially when to exit before getting wiped out in that wave. Similar to a trader, I need to know when the right time to exit is as well. So that plan doesn't stop until I'm fully out of that trade, right? Something that I always think about. So, again, coming back to kind of what you're saying is how do you battle those demons? It's a simple concept. It's discipline. A lot of people are motivated in the market. Where's your discipline at? Having discipline is understanding what your confirmation is and being able to, every single day coming into the market, only take those trades based off of that confirmation. There's times that, journaling is great. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing. But you have to be brutally honest with yourself in order for journaling to work. What does that mean? When I started trading, I was journaling. And I would say, essentially put my rationale next to my trade and say, okay, yeah, this is my confirmation is a bull flag. But in reality, was it a bull flag? No, it was a bullshit flag. And I just decided in my mind that I wanted to think that it was a bull flag. And I wanted to go ahead and be a part of that trade because I was chasing that position. So again, right, being brutally honest with yourself is really everything when it comes to journaling. And it's a great way for you to improve on your trading because you look for the things that worked for you as opposed to the things that did not. You do more of what works for you and you do less of what never worked for you, right? It's very simple, but discipline is number one. If you can and really, think about that on a daily basis, right? Having that motivation again is one thing, having the discipline is bigger than that, and you can utilize that in the market. You could be unstoppable in a lot of ways. But maintaining discipline is very important too, right? Just having it one day is not going to work. You got to be consistent.
I like that. That's a very different answer, and I love it. Dime, I'd love to get your 2 cents.
What I'm thinking is you guys fight your demons. Shit, I sleep with mine. I bounce with my demons. Embrace that shit. But self-help is the best help. The way I dealt with my demons, childhood demons, cognitive behavioral therapy, and you can literally do it yourself. Like, you can see a therapist, but you can do it yourself. Ask yourself why you feel the things you're feeling, whether it's in the market, outside of the market. Use your own personal experiences to answer those questions of why you feel that way. Why do you feel anger at this moment in time? Why do you want to shout when you feel what you feel? Are you triggered by shouting in your childhood? Why are you impulsive? Where does that impulsive behavior come from? So once you identify your triggers and you identify why you feel the way you feel, that makes you behave the way you behave, you can take action against those demons. So if I'm feeling impulsive that day and I'm just wrecking my account and I don't see why it's happening in that moment, and I walk away and I identify my trigger, my OCD got out of hand, I'm overwhelmed from ADHD, or whatever the case is, I can come back with a clearer mind and tackle that demon and not let it, manifest, and keep going. And then, I also have mantras for myself that really help, get in the habit of making an effort to give myself credit for what I've changed and how I've learned something new or unlearned a bad behavior. Reward myself for it. I said the last time that I'm very mute and just neutral when it comes to taking a loss or having a big win, like not celebrate it too much either way. Aside from that, just celebrate something that I've stuck to and have changed and have learned. Instead of looking at the dollar amount, look at the action, the behavior behind it. Don't dwell on the past. Forgive yourself. Don't feel resentment for what you went through and how it made you act the way you acted, as long as you've made a different move in the future. I tell myself all the time, I have the skills I need to get through this. So don't let those demons come and fuck with you to make you feel like you're inadequate and you haven't made the necessary changes that you need to make to win this shit. 3, 4, 5 years down the line, is what I'm doing right now, is this gonna matter? This tiny little obstacle, this small demon that's fucking with me, is it gonna prevent me from getting to where I need to get? And is this minuscule problem in my life gonna be an issue 5 years from now? So why should I give it this much energy? Preserve your energy for shit that really matters, shit that really needs to change in your life to get you to where you need to be. Sorry, this edible just keeps, every 15 minutes it keeps hitting. And I'm trying to catch my words. That's that good shit. Like, I took a bite and then an hour and then another bite after an hour. So it's hitting in segments. But yeah, there's those mantras that you really need to refer back to when you start to face those demons and have those feelings. I keep them on my notes too. So, it's something that I can, go back to and read whenever I feel a type of way, if I'm slipping back to an old behavior that I've already corrected and unlearned. Why have I felt back into that category of things that I've already healed from, or supposedly healed from, or moved on from? what is triggering me. So to sum that all up, accountability, self-accountability. You are your biggest asset and you're your biggest problem and biggest liability. So no one's going to hand it to you. No one's going to give you the handbook. No one's going to give you the secret sauce. The work is all within yourself. You cannot seek healing from others. You cannot seek others to change your behaviors. You cannot seek outside validation. It has to come from within. Whatever you're dealing with is personal to you. That demon is within you. Nobody brought it to you. Nobody handed it to you. It's yours. It's for you to take responsibility for you to heal from it, for you to block it, for you to tell it to fuck off, for you to change. No one is going to feel what you feel because it's personal to you and your journey. How that happened to you, why it happened, how are you going to change it? Nobody on earth can do that for you except for you. So keyword, self-accountability.
Boom. That's great vibes. I like that. We're talking about demons, fear, anxiety, regret, FOMO, amongst many others. How do we deal with those? We're looking at a female's perspective, a woman's perspective, and specifically how she conquers those demons. I love every single one of the perspectives. I think we all do. And I'm excited to hear from Mona and her 2 cents on the topic.
All right, my 2 cents on this topic. Personally, I don't know if I'm like the right person to speak on this because I don't think I came in terms with my demons yet. I feel like I am the demon, and I feel like a lot of the times I get in my own way and self-sabotage. And the great thing about that is, like, if you know who you are and you tend to do that, you will kind of like avoid to put yourself in that situation. So what I've started doing is, if I know I'm not like in the right mood to trade for the day, I'll just not trade that day. I used to think like you have to trade every day, but that's not the case. Like, you can totally just watch price action and not take any trades, or even take a trade on a demo account, whatever it is. You don't have to trade every day. So I kind of like just took myself out of a place where I just don't do well in or excel in. And yeah, I think that's what I try to deal with the most, but that's all I got.
What are those cues? Like you said, you know when you don't feel good. Like, what is it?
Oh my God.
Feel?
Okay. So like, believe it or not, this is like a female thing and it might be too much, but if I'm on my period, I am not trading. Like, I'm too fucking emotional. And I've realized that like over time that like every single time I'm trading when I'm on my period, I do not do well. Like, I fucking do terrible. So if I'm on my period, I'm not trading, period. Like, I am not trading.
Yeah, no, that's legit. I think self-regulation is the thing. That's
yeah, other than the obviously like days I don't get enough sleep, if I wake up like at a time that I shouldn't trade, like lunchtime when like the volume is super low, like it's just not a great time. Honestly, the thing is, I started with penny stocks and I went to options, and when I was trading options, I did a lot of dumb mistakes, like trading during lunchtime when like the volume was really low. And with options contracts, data decay really fucks up your position. So like playing during the lunchtime is like really fucking terrible. Thankfully, I made the switch to trading forex and indices on like futures type of platforms, so I don't really have to worry about that anymore. So I can like, I don't really necessarily have to worry about, oh, is this like the right time to get in? More like the right place to get in or right price to get in. You know what I mean? That's the one like difference that I made. And I realized that I'm really, really good at like figuring out where the price will go, just not exactly when it will go. So that's why I made the switch as well from options to what I'm doing now.
I mean, I just want to sprinkle a little bit of this in, and this might, I don't know if any of you can relate, but like sometimes, like I had a dream and it was like a bad dream and it was real vivid. And I woke up to trade London and that, like, I was just kind of in a funk because of that dream. And yeah, I mean, the easy answer is self-regulation. I'm going to trade and demo. But do any of you battle a voice within of where you might know that you should do something the correct way, but then you go against that and you go in and you hurt yourself? And I mean, I'm asking legitimately, and I hope you all can relate. Like, I don't know if anyone has a comment on that. Like, I like what you said, Mona, about if you're on your period, then you don't want to trade. So you just kind of have that self-awareness within your own cycle of saying, yeah, no matter what, I'm not doing it today. Fuck that. I mean, maybe this is that self-awareness that a woman might have, or a specific personality, not even being gender, right? Like, but I'm curious because I wrestle with that. It was like it's like Thursday, this past Thursday, perfect example. Thursday's my motherfucking day. And for the account I was trading, it's only Forex. I'm mostly an index trader, but I'm trading Forex, and I'm like, EU's my jam. And there's a news candle on there. And, you know, I'm engaging with news. And I know that goes against my rule. And I woke up in a funk. Like, I had a dream. My ex-wife fucking haunts me. And, yeah, it's like I woke up with a funk, and I'm just curious, legit. Like, do you guys, like, I don't know, like your little one or your relationship, or, I mean, we all have factors, but I'm trying to keep them uniquely specific to being a woman in trading. Is it just a question of being more self-aware? Time.
Some demons are just unfightable. They're the final boss. And you've got no more fucking ammo. You don't even have a pocket knife. You just gotta embrace that shit, is what I say. When I find myself dealing with that shit in the market, and it's like insatiable feeling, I go and play with my son. That's the only thing that will save me from self-sabotaging, is I'll literally get so busy with my son that I cannot focus on the chart, and I cannot go to my office, and I will not open my phone. And even if I do, I'm going to have seconds, and it's just before I'm distracted again. And that's literally the only thing that saves me from that side of my demon. To me, that's the final boss that I cannot beat. I'm stuck on that level as of yet. So that's me. If you have children, go engage with your kids. They're the best distraction.
Yeah, well, mine's in high school, and my ego, I think, got in the way.
Go on a shopping spree for her.
That's a great idea. That's a phenomenal idea. I really like that.
You can literally take notes of all of the things she says she likes, or maybe things she needs that are in her bathroom. New creams, a hairbrush, a skirt style that she mentioned that she likes, or a cap that she always wears. Get it for her in a different color. Make notes. Brings you closer to your children, makes them happy, gives you something to take your mind off the charts. You know, it's a win-win situation.
I like that. Alfred Taylor.
I wanted to add, just because Tanya's not up here, to get more of the woman's perspective. But she made a tweet just now that I think kind of answers your question. Like, she said, if there's one thing she's learned, it's to systemize everything, right? From your method of analysis to the entry criteria, the exit criteria, how you're going to partial, if you're going to partial, like controlling your risk management, and then reviewing and journaling your performance after. Like, I mean, systemizing, like, that's the answer. Like, just making things robotic so you don't even have to think. Because just like Dime said, like, I embrace my demons because they're signals, they're cues for me. So I think how Tanya put it was very well put, and Dime.
I like that. And it's a proven approach that the more systematic you become, your brain starts to take those cues to where I'm just going to let it do what it needs to do. I don't need to touch it because these previous 20 times that it's been done, it has worked. You're just teaching yourself not to touch it because something else is going to happen that's going to do it for you. So you're literally rewiring your brain, and it's something that's scientifically proven. So how bad can it be? You know, they say if you go to the gym 7 days a week, for the first week, you're not going to hate it anymore. You're going to, your mind is on go whenever it thinks about the gym because it's gotten used to it. You can train yourself to do anything. You drink water for a month straight, you're not really going to want any other beverage. You cut out sugars for the first 2 weeks, those cravings are gone. So take the cravings out of the market. Simple, right? But it comes with adversity that we need to battle to get there, to reap the fruits of the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, see, I love this topic, and the thing is, like, I'm so young, and I know I speak for a lot of people my age when they're like, how do you even identify, like, what is your demon? What are you feeling like in that moment? For me, I think something very helpful that literally anyone can do is like monitor your heart rate. And if you're gonna, get like a Fitbit or whatever that you could check your pulse on your wrist or whatever, because oftentimes I forgot what doctor I listened to on a podcast. I'm a big podcast junkie, but this doctor's talking about like if your brain is going to get like your emotions are going to give the cues before you're even thinking of like before you're even able to process it. So like listen to your body. I think that's really helpful too.
Nice. I like that. Tanya was here. I keep trying to bring her in. Tanya?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hey, what's up, girl? Hopefully you've heard
Yes.
and are engaged in the conversation, and you can pick up what we're putting down.
Yeah, I really like what Taylor said about noticing your heart rate. I have an Apple Watch. I like to do that. And what's really interesting is I know I've grown because in the past, your Apple Watch will literally tell you like your heart is beating too fast right now, and you seem to be sitting still. I like maybe months ago, and that was like when I was in a trade and literally over too many contracts, over leveraged, and I saw it retracing back close to my entry point, closer and starting to turn around. I think it's super important to systemize everything, just so then you're setting yourself up to perform at your best. It doesn't mean you will perform at your best, but you're making it possible, whether it's getting a good night's sleep or setting up a good morning routine, working out in the morning, whatever you need to do, but also down to the automatic journaling. Like I have my software already opened up, so it's very easy to just automatically log in the data. And along with having like a system of an emotion journal. And at the end of the day, then regarding your performance, I like to have my performance review based on like Jared Tendler's worksheets, but also I use the TradeZella software because you could have a losing day, but you could still have performed well, right? Like that. It's really. I by the way, Taylor, I'm like already I'm like a third.
I hear
into
thinking and bets in you right now. I hear it in you.
I'm like a third of the way into the book already.
Hell yeah.
And I was like,
hey, please reference the book one more time.
Thinking in Bets by any dude.
Yeah, I was like, wow, because like every trade has its own probability of working out or not working out, and you could have taken a high probability trade, like 80% chance of it working out, and it could have came back on you. And that's just a 20% that it didn't work out. It doesn't mean that your decision was bad. You still performed well. It matters what you do next, that you're not going to get upset about that. Try the same exact trade again, even though it's not viable anymore. Double down and then like derail yourself. So that's where the system comes in play.
Nice. Just want to add the market moves in 4 standard deviations across the board. Every move, you can calculate it. It's just a side note.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
So, anyway, we got lots of folks here. Professor Gambler, thank you for that, Tanya. I'm trying to like juggle all of this. I don't mean to like not address your point. You make an excellent point. Taylor compounded on it. So, I'm trying to anticipate as I'm reading tweets, as I'm seeing DMs, as you know, my phone's heating up and I have to charge it for like the 4th time. But I digress. We do have a lot of folks here still, and I mean, I am going to have to call my little one, so we are going to be wrapping up here shortly, and I gotta, holler at my boo-boo. But Professional Gambler, we want to hear from you. Brought you up with a speaker tag. Thank you for being here at Trader Roundup.
Yep. Thank you, Kitt. And, I want to say that my English has an accent. Maybe it's because of where I'm from, but I still pass on my message.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want to thank Michael. I know he is listening because this man has impacted our trading. He has prepared us. And as he is heading for retire, we hope we'll do great. So for me, I want to say that this community is something else. It's on another level. It cannot be compared to whatever people are doing out here, showing cars, food, selling their lifestyle and services. I found out that most of ICT traders, they don't sell anything to anyone. And that is good of you guys. So the next thing I want to say that I've come a long way from earning $80 a month as a security guard in my country. It's a third world country, it's Kenya. And it's hard out here. And, people are making $300 a month and they are barely surviving on that money. And I was like, okay, I'm making $80 a month, bro. What can I do and better my situation? I had to leave that job and get a good job in a hotel. And from that job, I was able to learn ICT without any hassles. And right now I'm funded. And there's something that has changed my trading. Mona has said that you don't have to trade every day. ICT keeps on talking about the same thing. You don't have to trade every day. You can trade once a week and you are good to go. Whenever you reduce your clusters, the cluster of trades that you take, you'll be profitable because over trading, over leveraging, those are the main problems in trading. So guys, it was nice hearing from everyone today. I had to wake up in the middle of the night to listen to everyone. And so it's good to hear from everyone.
Well, we appreciate hearing from you too. Even though I know it's super late and you're waking up early and you're engaging with us here. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. Alfred, you're going to bring us home and we're going to wrap it up. And I'm going to holler at my boo-boo and see how she's doing. She's got school in the morning. So I'm sure you guys can understand. But thank you, Professor Gambler.
You're welcome.
Alfred.
My good sir, Kitt, how are you?
Very good. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for patiently waiting.
No problem, man. It's all good. It's all good. I'd like to use maybe this time to vent about mental health. This is a lovely space, just to say, lovely speakers today. There was a guy who was speaking before ICT. He did talk a lot about fears, his inability to exit a trade. So funny thing, my favorite trading day is a Tuesday. So on the 15th of August, I was tape reading. I was in my element. It was a lovely Tuesday. So it was a news event, I think PMI, if I'm not mistaken, at 8:30. So the 8:30 candlestick hits. 8 minutes later, I enter my buy signal. I'm literally, I think, 2 points off the low, which was insane. But I don't execute. I'm tape reading. So I don't execute. I tape read. It rallies higher. Beautiful. Gives me a nice retracement. So I decide to enter on the retracement at the 50% level, right? And I execute. I'm targeting 3 standard deviations. Beautiful. Like I'm in my element. I'm in my zone. It's my favorite day. It's a Tuesday. Everything is good. And what usually happens on TradingView, right? I can't, my partials, when I have to put a partials, I have to put a limit. So now I'm afraid that if I put a limit, let's say I'm to get stopped out and the market continues to rally high, it will tag my limit and then my limit doesn't have a stop loss. So it's kind of confusing. I haven't learned how to use that. So what I said is I'm going to manage this trade. It's fine. I'm going to put my TP on the 3rd standard deviation and then I'll just manage taking partials on the 1st and the 2nd. So what ended up happening was I had to go to one of my Airbnbs. So I'm like, freaking hell, it's literally a 5-minute drive away. I'm like, no problem. So let me just drive and then I'll use my laptop and the Wi-Fi by my Airbnb. When I get there, literally a few minutes later, 5 to something minutes later, it's 7 minutes past 9. And I get there, my Wi-Fi is down. So now my Wi-Fi is down. I don't have a take profit. I only have a stop loss. I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable. I'm only risking 0.25% of my equity. It's not really that big of a deal. And I'm like, oh, freaking hell, I don't have data, I don't have reception. Then I'm like, it's fine. I'll hopefully be able to check the market between the 10 to 11 o'clock hour. So the 10 to 11 o'clock hour comes, and when I check the chart, the 1st and 2nd standard deviations were hit, like literally to the point, but I got stopped out on my trade. First things first, I'm like, okay, that's normal. I'm fine. I'm not hurt or anything of that sort. But what I failed to mention was before I got stopped out, I checked the chart. So it was, I think, 30 points away from hitting my stop loss. And I watched the trade play out and I'm like, it's not going to go to the 3rd standard deviation, Alfred. It's already retraced too deep. Just exit the trade. But it looked so beautiful to me from my entry to the 2nd standard deviation. I wanted that same thing to happen on the 3rd standard deviation. And it was a weird feeling because it doesn't usually happen to me, but I couldn't remove myself from the trade. Like even though it was 0.25%, I couldn't remove myself from the trade. So now when I'm sitting back and I'm listening to you guys speak, I've been thinking about that trade for the past freaking days. And I'm trying to figure out why couldn't I remove that trade? Like what was the reason for me not being able to pull that trigger and say, yes, and just leave the trade from risk? Why are you holding on to something that looks so beautiful, but it's not playing out anymore? I remember a time once when I was young. I was 7 years old. I was heavy into sports. I love sports. So I worked hard that year in athletics and running. I worked out and I got Sportsman of the Year at my primary school. So that was something I was really proud of. I got awards for that. I got a trophy. I asked my mom to come that day. It was a very lovely day. I asked her, Mom, can you please come? I'm going to get awards for this, this, and that, and I'd like you to be a part of it. Right? So when I get there, of course, I'm surprised that I'm getting an award. Everyone is like, Alfred, you're the best, you good, you this, you that. I go, we have our names written on the Hall of Fame. So that was something very special to me. My name is still there even now. So that moment was very lovely. It was almost like perfect. It was like this trade. I get in at the low. I want to exit at the high, standard deviations, whatever. That's how it felt like. It felt like a moment I wanted to hold on forever. What ended up happening was when we got home, when I actually had the chance to speak to my mom, because obviously I was on stage, I was backstage, I was with teachers and stuff like that. I couldn't really interact with my mom, couldn't get her vibes. When we were walking home, that was the only time I spent with my mom during that whole day. I'm expecting her to be like, you know, Alfred, this was amazing. I'm very proud of you. You did a good job. Like, I'm amazing. I'm so stoked. She's like, I can't believe I skipped work for this. What the hell are you going to do with sportsman awards? Your friends are getting for mathematics, physics, science. Those are things that are going to get you professions and jobs, not sportsman of the year. And I'm like, freaking hell, that's true. That is okay. First, that's true. But then you're failing to see the hard work I put in that whole year. You're failing to kind of see the fact that it took me literally a year to get this. It might mean, obviously, I won't get a proper job. But from that point on, I thought there was something wrong with my mom. There was literally, she was trying to, the sacred moment of mine, which I worked so hard for, which I spent so much time to execute, understand, and really pre-plan. She failed to, at that moment where she was supposed to be a mom, where she was supposed to strengthen my mental fortitude, my resilience, my hard work, she was thinking about herself. She was like, oh, frick, I can't believe I missed a day at work. That's freaking $350 on while sitting there watching you get an award. And I'm like, freaking hell. So that trade kind of reminded me of that moment where I said to myself that, okay, something is wrong with my mom. I don't need her for anything support. Like if I'm to work hard on something, you don't know how hard I did it, how perfect it might play out, or how I think the trade will play out, my targets, the perfections. I could time it. I could time when the swing low would happen and stuff like that. But something unexpected happened, you know, that I'm expecting my mom to react a certain way. When I get to the chart, it's not doing what I'm expecting it to do. Instead of me accepting it and removing myself from risk, I decide to dwell in it. So imagine if that day, instead of me finding strength in myself and saying, like how I always do, I'm like, my mom is crazy. Like I'm the best sportsman of the year. I got hyped from people in the background, my best friends. So all that energy was so good that it broke. Like my mom's energy was small. So now imagine if I took my mom's energy and I'm like, freaking hell, that's maybe somehow people in trading do that. You know, you spend 1 year, 2 years trading, tape reading, trying to find your edge in the market, and you finally do find your edge. And then you decide to share it with a friend, decide to share it with someone else, but they don't take it the way you are expecting them to. You know, it might not be significant. You made $80. You know, you made $300. Some people made 3 million, 10 million. That's not a problem. But you made $300 and you show someone. You'll be like, yo, check out what I did. And they're like, oh, really? Is that the most you can do? And that thing, it could break you. You know, if you didn't grow up in a stable home, or you don't have a mindset of saying that I'm independent, I'm strong, I love this. You know, the hard work, the patience I put in is more important than the outcome. I think you'll be able to survive. So I don't know. I think that's what I wanted to vent about. It's a weird trade. It was perfect execution. Even Mr. ICT himself reviewed it. And when he reviewed it, it was what do we call this? Where was my entry? The Reaper. But I did not see it. Oh my God, I didn't even see the Reaper. But it was literally the same pip range, like 10 pip range, 10 handle range from entry. So I was like, wow. But that was a trade and it was insane, and it reminded me of this whole moment, and we're talking about it. So I think I'm done, Kitt.
Lovely. Any speakers have any last words? We're gonna wrap.
Thanks for the space.
We're gonna wrap up Trader Roundup.
That was awesome, buddy.
I'm gonna call my little boo before she goes to bed and check on her, see how she's doing. So. Yeah, we'll leave it there. And thank you, everybody, for coming in. Thank you for keeping this a drama-free zone. Much love, respect. We appreciate the diversity, the voices, the global community, the collective consciousness. Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget, it's going to be an NWOG Monday tomorrow, so lots of consolidation. Expect it. Monday and Tuesday are not looking pretty with the news. So if you are trading, maybe Wednesday or Thursday might be better. So just keep that in mind. Have a good one, y'all.
Later, buddy.
Yep. Peace.
And love.